Oh, hello, everybody. Hi. It is Wild Weather Wednesday here in Simland, March 10th. Skip Perkins and Christian DeAndrea here to give you a snow sim between the Jags and the Bears. Hello, Christian. How are you?
I'm good, Skip. Clearly, it's gonna be one of those days. Not only do we have Skip Perkins on the call, but it's a snow game on a wild weather Wednesday. The Jaguars are heavily involved. Madden Mitch will be there. Skip, break down your lineup for us now that they have locked here in Simland.
Yes, I am on deadline, so hopefully this game will start on time. Taking a look at my lineup. Jimmy Graham in the captain spot. Oh, good old Jimmy. Love me some graham crackers after my shift. Jimmy is in the captain spot with Mitchell Trubisky, Chris Thompson, Dede, yes, indeedy, Westbrook, Tariq Cohen, and David Montgomery. Lots of running the football, slot receivers, and also the tight end Graham and the captain. How about you?
I did not go nearly as running back heavy, although I do have Tariq Cohen in there. I went very Bears heavy because against the Jaguars, they're awful defense. And seeing the snow out there, yes, he's going to fumble like 3 times, but I still put Madden Mitch in that captain spot, paid way up for him, paid down because I got both tight ends in there because it is a wild weather Wednesday. That's the day you stack the tight ends. I got Allen Robinson in there because I had a little extra cash, and I felt bad for Allen Robinson. He has to spend one more year with this Bears team, so I wanted to give him something to feel good about. And I threw in the Bears defense as well. We'll see if they can't really make things uncomfortable for Gardner Minshew, Chris Thompson, and the rest of that Jaguars crew.
We are used to a defensive battle here in Simland, especially on Wild Weather Wednesday. No Brian C. This is not the bid of James Harden. Harden remains off. The Nets are not playing it until Thursday. You silly boy.
Fine dark color, Tim. It's not nearly the Noah boarding the ark color you got on that flash beard right now.
Very happy to be here in Simland, but I am on deadline, so let's keep this sim moving. I need to write my game story before the 2 o'clock sim. In on my ink and parchment. Must get it done before Titans and Bengals at 2 Eastern. I'll be here with Christian.
Wait, did you think that back in the 1900s, like early 1920s, they were writing with like quills on papyrus?
Sometimes.
They had typewriters.
Yeah.
I don't think it's authentic. The soundtrack of this game should you be clickety-clacking your way through this, Skip.
Okay. Well, I always like a good old ink and parchment.
And parchment.
Yes.
And parchment.
Yes. Always good to me. More reliable than technology. And here we go. Kickoff on a Wednesday. Wild Weather Wednesday. Cordero Patterson. A tremendous return to the 21-yard line. Hello to all of you in the Sim fam. Jeremy Scott, TK, CEH. My name is Skip Perkins with Christian DeAndrea.
Yeah, well, we are live in this one. Bears starting off the ball and starting off the run to Cohen. That's what always slays you about this Bears offense. Like, it's always tough to find a guy who will reliably score points for you behind Madden Mitch because they do switch up the running game so much. And this is a game where Cohen averages about 2.5 points more, or just about 2 points more than David Montgomery does, but he doesn't cost all that much more. It's only about $800 more in the flex. And he's going to get you all those PPR points. Montgomery really kind of touchdown dependent. He might get the call here today. I think it is not the worst idea to throw him into your lineup on a snowy day, but Cohen's going to be that PPR guy, especially on a day where Mitch is checking down a lot in the snow, not trying to mess with any kind of downfield throw. is right there. Tries to go to
Not
Cohen
good.
and misses him by about 6 yards. Outstanding. The EA programmers got that one exactly right.
This is the football I was used to watching as a young boy in 1914. Very, very sloppy football here at Virtual Soldier Field.
Are you excited about the innovation of the forward pass? Is that blowing your mind right now?
Yes, it is great to see, especially with these top-tier graphics offered by EA Madden. Bucky Brumfield, one of our favorite consumers. You sound like an announcer that would be on the radio back in the day. Oh, that is right, Bucky. Here in the modern day 2021. Mitchell Trubisky, highest owned in the free showdown, whatever that means. Never had showdowns back in my day.
Well, you did. They just happened on Wild West, unpaved roads, and required someone to die.
That's right. A quill and parchment to write my lineup. Trubisky, 77% owned. Chris Thompson, 59%. Allen Robinson, who could soon be out of Chicago, 51.8. Eifert at 45.3. And then, yes, Jimmy Graham, 43.3% owned. It's great to be with you all. I am on deadline, so hopefully this sim can pick up the pace. Chris Adams says, just hit the dislike because of the voice. If Chris, you think that's gonna stop me, you have another thing coming. But thank you for being here. My name is Skip Perkins, not Glash. Who's Glash? No idea. Brian C. Peanuts, Cracker Jacks, ice cold beverages in the snow. Christian, how about this running ability by both teams? It is quite something to watch.
It is a very wild weather Wednesday kind of feeling to this one as Chris Thompson stopped for 2 there. That you bring up a good point though about peanuts and Cracker Jacks, because the lady friend here was on some kind of work call where they're doing a get to know you kind of thing, and one of the icebreaker questions was favorite carnival food, and she answered fried Oreos, which is a pretty good answer, but I would absolutely, it would have to go funnel cake or a corn dog for me. What about you, Skip Perkins? Back in the day when an apple was considered dessert, what would be your favorite go-to carnival food?
Oh, I love myself some fried dough. Yummy, yummy. Cake it with sugar. Get me going from assignment to assignment. Of course, on weekends when I was getting my start, worked Saturdays and Sundays, put food on the table for Mrs. Perkins and my children, who don't have names yet. We'll come up with that very soon.
Yeah, I feel it's probably like a Dorothy and a Balthazar and a little baby Tincture at home.
It's 1st and 10 for Gardner Minshew. A beautiful mustache. I can appreciate that with my beard. It's Chris Thompson to the 38. As Dom says, it could always be worse. Could be a whole Sim and an Elmo voice. I don't know.
Don't throw these ideas into the universe. You know he will run with them. What are you thinking, Sim fan?
Second down and 7. Here is Minshew. Plenty of time. Nice pass. And terrific ball catching ability by D.D. Westbrook.
Right on Westbrook, getting a lot of looks here. Westbrook, one of those guys about to hit free agency. Going to be very interesting to see if any kind of market develops for him, because he's obviously got some talent. Former wide receiver 1 in that Jaguars plan that never really panned out for him. And he might just never, he might have to settle for a 1-year kind of vet minimum-ish deal just because there are a lot of good, higher value free agents out there who can catch the ball, and a ton of good young rookies coming into the league. So D.D. Westbrook may be a man without a country in 2021.
We have a great team with us here today in Simland. Producer Jordan. Madison has stepped aside for young Jordan to take over the sim producing duties. Technical director Daniel. Frangelico! I heard that sometime in Simland, and Frangelico has lots of passion updating the scores. I can appreciate a typewriter like Frangelico's. He types in your leading, also terrible lineups. No matter what voice I use, your lineup will still be bad. And there's a run by Thompson into the red zone. It is majestic here in Chicago. First down for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Why does this team have a team in Jacksonville? Why do they deserve that?
All swampland down there in alligators, from what I hear. It's good.
Well, if I ran the league, it wouldn't be there.
You'd have to put more teams in bustling metropolises like Poughkeepsie and Rock Island and Racine, Wisconsin. Make sure you get everything, every great American city, manufacturing hub included. Pottsville. Bring back the Pottsville Marines, Skip. Do you have that kind of ability? Can you time travel that, make that work?
Sure. This sim needs to move. I am on deadline. It's Thompson, his 8th first quarter carry. The freak of nature says, step it up, Minshew. Matt Russo says it's actually a very nice day in Chicago. Very nice. Rabid duck, believe it or not, you're less annoying in this voice. I like it. Wow.
People are going to have opinions about this sim, man. Thompson with the juke right into the end zone. I faded him. I was like, you know what? This Bears defense, they're too good. They're snow ready. This Jaguars offense, they're not used to the cold weather. And just like that, a dominant drive. Jacksonville takes a 6-0 lead here. As we see over there in Twitch, we see Alan Youssef throwing cotton candy out as your top carnival food. Cotton candy, I like cotton candy, but I get sick of cotton candy real quick. That one it's like, as I got older, it hurts my teeth now. I'm too old for cotton candy. But I can fire down a half dozen corn dogs, no problem. Slather them in ketchup, yellow mustard.
Ooh. Wow.
Care Bear, the handle is Train Island, which is a very obscure Frisky Dingo reference. If you remember Frisky Dingo, it was the Reed cartoon that came after C-Lab 2021, but before Archer. And it's outstanding. And if you know even a little bit of what I'm talking about, we might be best friends.
Wow. I would love to pay a visit to Train Island. Sounds like a great time.
Crews out there. No better way to get around this great country of ours, all 38 states, than a train.
Well, back in 1914, trains were just becoming a thing, I think. In fact, I know. I was there. Handmade One says, what up, DK Sim fam? Hey, my name is Skip Perkins. Help me win a wooden nickel with my terrible lineup. Thanks, old friend. Oh, thank you, Handmade. In fact, back in 1914, I made a lot of things handmade. That's what we had to do. In the factory, constructing items handmade. That's how we survived. I can appreciate you, and I will make a wooden nickel for you anytime you want. I'm already getting messages on my new iPhone from Sarah Privatera to take the volume down. Not a good start to the day.
At this point, she is just hoping for another fire alarm, as are a small pocket of the DK Sim fan who can't appreciate a great 1920s early man on film announcer voice.
Boston Joe, thank you for your clarification. Trains were big back in the 1830s. 1914 was my first time on a train.
They were hitting their peak in the early 1900s, I imagine.
Right.
I don't have a lot of nearly as much experience in this realm as you do, Skip. As we are through one quarter here, Jags one dominant drive. Bears struggling a little bit, but beginning to come alive with Jimmy Graham. Minch 4 for 4, 32 yards. To the surprise of no one in the first quarter, no passer on pace for even more than 200 yards in a snowy day here in Chicago. Chris Thompson, though, running the hell out of the ball. 9 carries in the first quarter, 35 yards and a touchdown for him. Tariq Cohen, 1 for 2 yards. It's not good. It's not good. Not good if you have Tariq Cohen. Not good if you have David Montgomery in the lineup as well. Skip, how are you feeling about this one?
I must say, I got to shout out to technical director Daniel. He's made my screen black and white to make it look very vintage Skip Perkins. And yes, the NFL did not start till 1920. But see, in 1914, I knew what was coming. I wrote a piece about it in the Simland Sunday Times. You can pick it up for 99 cents.
That's like $300 in 1914.
All right. A nickel. How about a nickel?
Yeah, better.
Okay. Well, you can get the Sunday Simland Times for a nickel in the local market. You can also find plenty of snacks and carnival food and maybe some DraftKings dollars. Scores are updated through the opening quarter. Thank you to Frangelico for updating the scores for us. Here we go. Second quarter. Here is a handoff and not going very far. David Montgomery, his first touch of the game. Smash that like button if you are so inclined. I've never heard of the like button. Back in 1914, like button equaled buying my newspaper, the Sunday Simland Times. Please hit the like. Greatly appreciate it. As there goes Mitchell. Make sure you slide. There you go. Anything you want to react to, Mr. DeAndrea, from yesterday in the NFL with all of the franchise tags, the non-tags? You mentioned Allen Robinson.
Yeah.
Any developing thoughts that I can make with the paper?
Well, if you take a look at today's post route, not only did I break down how right the Dak Prescott extension feels and how, yeah, we're going to clown Jerry Jones now for waiting way too long on this and costing his team a boatload of money in cap space. But the new TV deal coming and extensions coming up for guys from that draft class of 2018, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson. We're nearing a world where Dak signs his mega deal and he might not even be a top 5 highest paid quarterback by the time the 2021 season starts up. That plus a new TV deal means there's going to be a lot of cap room in the near future. So yeah, it didn't work out great for the Cowboys, but it's not going to hurt nearly as much as we thought it would. And then I made sure to express my deep, deep sadness at this Bears team not letting Allen Robinson go find a quarterback who isn't abject garbage for the first time in his NFL career. It's going to be very interesting to see where the Bears clock in as far as their quarterback search goes right now. The slight cap bump from a minimum of $180 million to $182.5 million does help them out. But it basically means that the amount they're over the cap right now is pretty much the exact amount they're going to have to pay Allen Robinson on the franchise tag. They're going to have to try to work out a long-term extension. It didn't work. It did not work at all in the past. So they're going to have to see if they can't change things there. I think they're going to have to way overpay if they want to keep him around. But maybe Allen Robinson likes Chicago more than we thought as a big third down conversion. The Jaguars still absolutely clicking in this one. And, if Robinson is just taking up that cap space, who are you gonna get for a quarterback? You can't go out and trade for a guy like Sam Darnold or Jimmy Garoppolo without shedding more salary. You can't bring in a free agent unless it's a low-paid guy. And even if you do, you're probably gonna have to sign him to a multi-year deal where you're pushing a lot of that salary cap commitment to 2022, 2023. And there's no one really on the market you want to make that kind of commitment to. So I mean, I get it. You keep Allen Robinson around because he's the best player on the team, arguably, on the offensive side of the ball.
Sure. Yes.
Next year, but at the same time, keeping him around, you can't go out and get yourself a good quarterback, which is really just a tried and true Bears tradition at this point. You can't address the defense, which is no longer elite. It's still very good, has a lot of great pieces, but that defense is what you need to paper over your bad quarterback on the way to the playoffs. And it's just, I don't know how to feel if you're a Bears fan, because right now things are just a little, like, not so bad that you're like, okay, we're going to have a top 10 draft pick, we can rebuild, but they're not so good. You're like, oh, we can compete in the NFC North. Mitch is going to bring us back. He's going to come back and take us to another division title. You're just stuck in that no man's land. You know, you are the Milwaukee Bucks of the early 2000s, where you're basically competing. At best, you're going to go about 500. You're not going to be bad enough to rebuild. You're not going to be good enough to really make any noise. So that's where the Bears are now, and it hurts my soul, it hurts my heart for Allen Robinson. But hey, Robinson, Darnell Mooney, Anthony Miller, I kind of like that receiving core, at least a little.
There is another big-name receiver by the name of Emmanuel Sanders, who was released today by the New Orleans Saints. Well, we still don't know who the quarterback will be in New Orleans. Great town. Love to visit New Orleans and Bourbon Street. 1st and 10 for Minshew. First down. Nice pass over the middle. Oh, beautiful work. Through the snow. So majestic. Tyler Eifert to the 4.
Yeah, it could be time for another Chris Thompson touchdown here. 1st and goal from the 4, and this Bears rush defense has not shown up today in the snow. They need to break out the longer cleats and see if they can get a little bit of traction. But Jags about to take a 2-possession lead, barring a turnover here, and it is Wild Weather Wednesday. Very much in the realm possibility. It is, nothing doing there. Right into the real line.
Looked like it hurt.
Yes.
Rub some dirt on it. You got backed.
Yeah, dude, the crazy thing is the Saints, right? They couldn't keep Emmanuel Sanders. It just wasn't going to happen with their cap situation. But then they went out and they placed the franchise tag on Marcus Williams. So they're in right now, and I'm sure they're going to try to work out an extension. But they're in on him right now for $11 million as Thompson makes it 2 tutties today. And the Jags putting the Bears in a really uncomfortable situation here. About to go up 14-0. So the Saints have this awful cap situation to begin with, and Williams is a nice young safety. I mean, he's not great. He's not a standout, but he's not bad. He had a little bit of a surge this year. He had his passer rating allowed drop to a career best, but it was still in the 90s. So good, but not great. Not the kind of luxury you can drop 8 figures on if you're the Saints. And yet here they are anyway, franchise tagging him. I think they're going to work out an extension with him. I think his 2021 cap hit is going to be minimal, but it's going to push a lot of money on 2022 and 2023. I think this is a move that basically says, you know what, we're going to try to Rams our way through this and just be up against the cap for the foreseeable future. I don't know what it means for Ryan Ramchick and Marshawn Lattimore, 2 young guys who do extensions. Just everything's a bit of a mess in New Orleans. They have a good salary cap massager in the front office there, but it's one of those things where it's like, man, what are you guys doing?
New York Goat says, oh, Captain, my Captain Thompson, if you guys want Skip Perkins to leave because his voice is getting very tired, you can smash the like button. If we get to 200 likes, 200 likes, Skip Perkins will leave at halftime. He will leave.
No, Skip, you got to do the whole sim like this, and then when we come back for the 2 p.m., I want you to be Jim Ross trying to call the back end of AEW Dynamite on Sunday. Just voice gone, tiny echoes, just, then there's another. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, you're in. Yeah. There's Care Bear. Do not upvote YouTube. You committed to this bit. You need to stay in character for the full hour.
Oh, but I'm on deadline. I've seen the story. They're running the football, and it's very, very sloppy. Hit the like button, get to 200 likes, and Skip Perkins will be banned. He'll be banned from Simland. Banned!
I think if anything, you should be playing with Daniel behind the scenes to be expeditious with that X button. We are already on pace for a quick sim on a Wild Weather Wednesday, but I think if you ask Dan nicely, Daniel will try to get you through this whole game in about 40, maybe 42 minutes. Skip.
Matt Nelson, you sound like the guy from Jumanji 2 when they enter the game. I'm Mark Glash, I'm Skip Perkins. Here's Mitchell. Complete. Ice pass.
Dina, we see you over there in the YouTube chat, and as always, love the name. This, just like we do love the name James Farrell, the mayor of Flavortown. We're always here for any names out there that invoke both the lead singer of Smash Mouth and the man who's on the Food Network 6 hours a day.
Did you see that? What's up? How are ya? Oh, you're talking to Glash, not me. 3rd and 4. Bears down 14-0 at home with 1:07 to go first half. Jay Duncan, your inspiration means a lot to me. I'm telling you, 200 likes and Skip Perkins will leave.
Oh no, Mitch, what are you doing, buddy? Oh, wow. So the Bears, barring a turnover, and we could have them, it's Wild Weather Wednesday, but they are going to go through this first half scoreless, and now they got to punt the ball back, minute 1 left, to a Jags team that has moved the ball effectively and efficiently. I'm sorry. What, Tariq Cohen, what are you doing, buddy?
I saw that too. Wacky on Wild Weather Wednesday.
Ugh. Beautiful.
Dustin Fontaine, good afternoon. Hello, Dustin.
Germ pointing out another big move yesterday. The Titans cutting Super Bowl hero Malcolm Butler. And honestly, Butler was a cap casualty candidate last year. So him making it this far on that bloated-ish contract was a little bit surprising. He wasn't bad this year. He actually stepped up his game, tied a career high in interceptions with 4, had some great return numbers. His yards per target went down. His yards per completion went down. His rating allowed went down. Honestly, the Titans might have been doing him a favor there because he might be able to cash in once again. Dude is on the wrong side of 30. He's 31 years old right now. He's not a bigger cornerback who can kind of paper over any kind of loss of mobility and quickness and speed. He's only like 5'11", but he's a guy that he still brings value to a team. He's still a guy who brings solid coverage. He's still a useful starter in the league, and it'll be interesting to see where he goes. All we know right now is that, it's not going to be New England because he's still real mad about getting benched in that Super Bowl when he was desperately needed, when Nick Foles became a Super Bowl MVP. And at the same time, hey, the Titans now have an extra $10 million to spend in free agency this year, and they're going to have to. I wonder if they're going to use that extra money to go out and see if they can't get themselves a pass rusher. Titans right now, not a ton of room, so I don't think they're going to be in like the Shaq Barrett sweepstakes, but they got to find someone to punch up that defense because that was the biggest weakness of theirs, just unable to stop guys in the pocket and just shredded, absolutely shredded by Lamar Jackson and Jackson's first and to date only postseason win earlier this year.
Well, way back when, if you remember, Malcolm Butler took a Chevy truck from Mr. Tom Brady. And I remember when Chevys were first made back in 1914. Very happy for Malcolm, and hopefully that Chevy is still running well for him. The 2015 Chevrolet Colorado truck to Malcolm Butler after that iconic interception in the end zone. My name is Skip Perkins, and I will leave the sim if you get to 200 likes on the stream. That's the deal. It's great to have you here. 550 on YouTube. Also, 60 folks on Twitch. Here is Mitch, you on 39. Gardner, into the grass. Brother Phil says, is this what it's come to? Who is Galashi? You do a horrible voice to blackmail us into hitting the like button? It worked, by the way. It was quite a spike there. Well, yes, Brother Phil. Interesting trends. Now hit the like button. Ooh, a punt. Hard to come by. Not. Oh, brother
I see
Phil.
you guys in the chat discussing Malcolm Butler, mad overrated. Yeah, he went from overrated to kind of underrated this year. I mean, he wasn't great, but at the same time, you know, he's not going back to the Pro Bowl. He's on the wrong side of 30, but he's still a useful starter. You can throw him in there. Pop him into the slot. Yeah, slot corners are more useful than ever before. And yeah, he's going to get torched by some faster guys on the outside. But if you need someone to shadow a tight end type, he's going to give up a lot of size, but he's got the speed to really go up the seam even still. And like I said, that passer rating allowed has declined each of the past 2 years. The yards per target has gone down. Advanced Stats likes him a lot more than the eye test. And I think he can be pretty useful for the right team. Don't say, I'm not saying he's going to be a top tier free agent. I just think he can be helpful in the right spot, the right situation. He's got a little bit of gas left in that tank. Skip, we go into halftime here with a clunker of a game. The Bears, Mitch Trubisky, 30% owned in the early showdown, has 31 passing yards. Bang. Ooh, terrible.
Wow. 14-0. Donut. Bagel for the Bears. Gardner Minshew, 9 for 10, 95 yards. Mitchell Trubisky, 4 for 9, 31 yards. You could be better at quarterback, Christian.
That's true. I was a starting freshman quarterback at the one and only Pilgrim High School, most recent Rhode Island Division II champs, although when I was in school there, we were hot garbage because we had not yet absorbed our rival high school because our city is losing students by the bushel. Rhode Island. It's a great place to live.
Oh, Lisa Robinson. Hello, Lisa. Great to see you, Lisa. I will be sure to mention your name in the paper on Sunday, the Simland Sunday edition. You can pick it up at your local market for a nickel.
Two guys to own in this one is Tyler Eifert, 5 catches for 53 yards. And, of course, it's Chris Thompson with his 2 touchdowns. And that's pretty much the story of this game. The Bears have been absolute hot garbage. They're not running the ball. Mitch is awful, as is tradition, at least in the real world. Here in Simland, we all expected better. I mean, he's in nearly a third of the classic lineups, and yet barely. I got him in my captain spot, Skip. And 2.76.
That is my name.
Yeah, it's been grim as this sim not very good so far, but adjustments will be made. The Jags haven't yet put this one away, although they will start with the ball here in the third quarter, and I feel like 21-0 is going to be way too much for this Bears team to overcome.
Yes, very, very grim. If you look at my background, it is black and white. This game will not make the front page of the sports section. Might have to look forward to the second game of Wild Weather Wednesday, Titans and the Bengals in the rain. I will put my peak coat and my hat away and maybe never return. Or I'll get my poncho. I love a good poncho sim. And come hang out with Christian. We have 3 duos in Simland today. Chargers and the Steelers, Cardinals at the Giants at 4 and 6 with Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich. And at 8 and 10 p.m. Eastern Time, Ravens and Browns, Chiefs and Patriots, Jason Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops. Did you see that? You know what this voice reminds me of? What voice? My name is Skip Parkins. Have you guys ever watched Home Run Derby from back in the day? Black and white home run derbies with some of the greats. I would love to see young Mitchell throw the ball up high in the sky. Deep down the sideline to A-Rob. That's a home run I'm looking forward to. But first, it'll be Gardner Minshew and maybe DJ Chalk.
Shark has been on the missing sheet, but so has Allen Robinson. Is neither of the top wideouts, the guys we expect to be the trusted sources of catches on a snowy day. You know, you give them up to your big guys, the sure-handed guys. Nope, not today. It's just been Chris Thompson and Tyler Eifert instead. Eifert, one of those veteran tight ends who might come punch things up for the Patriots. I mean, New England, arguably the worst tight end rotation in the league last year, as we to get a little bit extra. Chris Conley? Okay.
Oh, it's Didi.
My apologies.
Hello, Terites, did you know? Smash Lanta, Buggy Boo, Train Island, of course. Smash Lanta, yes. Our friend Brendan Glasheen has posted on TikTok. Whatever that thing is, check it out. Brendan Glasheen at TikTok. Christian is going to get himself some water. We do not have a presenting water sponsor here in Simland. This is the Dream Stream. You did find the right place to watch Madden football. I'll be here with Christian for the next sim. Titans at the Bengals in the rain. Here is Gardner Minshew on 2nd and 4, complete for a first down. Eifert falls down to the turf and gives up his body. If we get to 200 likes, Skip Perkins will go away. He will be fired. But I am on deadline, so please move the sim along. As Jay Duncan chimes in, today's halftime report sponsored by Black and White TV. Will it ever get better than that? I highly doubt it. We'll get your state-of-the-art Black and White RCA TV today from the JC Penney catalog. I love JC Penney. That's where I got my hat and my jacket, maybe even my beard. Jay Duncan, that was good. That was pretty good.
Solid. Glad to have you here, Skip. David Israel Speck wants to know if you practice this all beforehand, and I want to say no.
Oh, not at all. I love stepping on the stage, cold feet and all, and watching Gardner Minshew in the snow on 3rd and 5. Nice pass for a first down. Chris Thompson, he can catch it, he can run it. That's how you play the games. Producer Madison chimes in. Christian hates this, and I'm living for it. Oh, Christian, you smile through those teeth and act like you're happy to be here.
I think hate might be too strong a word for it. I need about 2-3 more cups of coffee before I can match this energy.
Okay, well, catch up.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the advice, Skip.
Excellent question from Frangelico. This would make the front page news in the Simland Sunday Times. Pick it up for a nickel in your local market. Frangelico says, Skip, are you going to be franchised by DK? At this rate, probably not. I'll probably get let go. This voice continues. The Dream Stream will no longer be a dream. It will be a very, very dark nightmare. No longer a dream. That's why you should always have dreams to be a great reporter like me. Back in 1914, I started my great career, and I've made it this far. But it could end today.
Skip, you got a riveting discussion on the merits of J.C. Penney going. Congrats on that. We are casting a wide net.
Stephen Roach, question, Skip. Do you have running water, or do you still use it out of the house? Out of the house. Save for the water. You can also order the water, get the water at the local market down the street, and also pick up your Sunday Simland Times for a nickel. Read up all the latest news in Simland. Madden Streams info page. You'll find that on page 2. And Thompson scores 3rd touchdown. Got an email. Not from my boss. Thank goodness. Still to get to report on the news.
Not a telegram?
And the sports. The telegram, correct. The telegram, not email. What's email? There to go.
There it is.
Minshew, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Chris Conley.
Wow.
Hello, Chris.
So Conley gets off the milk carton, and Gardner Minshew gets his first passing touchdown of the game, and that's probably going to do it for the Bears' comeback hopes. Down 3 touchdowns now with only about 11 minutes left in this game, and no signs of life from that offense. So Paso #1, calling it out, and he gets Conley. I took him out of my lineup. I had him in there. Then I'm like, you know what? Let's throw Tariq Cohen in there. And my Cohen pick, 4.1 points. Not panning out. I am currently 166th of the 189 of you who joined our Will Allen Robinson Break More NBA News free roll.
You hear about that news yesterday? I should hire Allen Robinson to the Simland Sunday Times. He put on Twitter that Andre Drummond would sign with the Brooklyn Nets. I was very impressed with his reporting and the sources he used. I would hire him. He can take my place when I get fired. Rob Ran, friend of the program, friend of the Dream Stream in first place. Paw Sox is in second. Roland Catet is in third. And the rest of you, work to be done. Looking at the public free showdown, Duck, Goose. I added that part. His name is Duck671. Leading by 0.2. Jaguars defense in the flex with Conley, Cohen, Eifert, Minshew, and Thompson in the captain spot. Ice pass by Mitchell, young Mitchell. Still looking for a home. I'm with you, young Mitchell Trubisky. You will be looking for a home just like I will. I'll be a pending free agent because people hate me, and our services should be more valued.
I mean, I feel like the Skip Perkins Mitchell Trubisky comparison is absolutely on target. You're both acquired tastes.
Dawan Yu Seekin says Skip uses carrier pigeons to send text messages. How'd you know? What's my pigeon's name? By the way, we're only 32 likes from 200, and Skip Perkins will get fired. Let go.
Oh, fired Skip Perkins.
Oh, there's a big hole.
Leg after the Great War as Cohen gets a big chunk there. Might be the biggest play of the game we've seen out of this Bears team, who have been just awful to watch.
Yes, Jordan Lindenbaum, only 2 games in the NBA tonight. I will have to hire my other sports person to cover that game. I am on deadline for Simland Stories. Here we go. Handoff to Montgomery. Weaves through traffic and a flag. That was not nice.
Yeah, that looked like he very nearly got beheaded with that amazing face mask there. So never a good sign when you face mask a guy so hard he goes absolutely horizontal to the ground. But nevertheless, with no injuries here in Simland, delightful to see.
You can go to your local Sim Market to pick up the Simland Sunday Times. I also picked up a razor and shaved my beard, courtesy of Jordan Lindenbaum. As here it comes, Mitchell Trubisky to the 3. Beautiful run by young Mitchell.
How are we going to get that Montgomery touchdown? He and Cohen have been carrying this drive with some big runs. Got to figure the first play here, first and goal from the 3, is going to be a run up the gut. It's Cohen in the backfield, but passing formation out of the shotgun.
Mitchell with a beautiful handoff and a touchdown for the Bears.
All right, so the Bears comeback hopes just get a little bit brighter. The win probability for Jacksonville goes down from like 98 to 95 with that one. But only 20 seconds left in the third quarter. Bears need a couple of touchdowns. They're not throwing the ball, so they're going to be absolutely murdering the clock with these slow Service Academy type drives. And, their defense needs to stop the Jags, and that's not what their defense has been doing.
We will write about crime this week in the Simland Times. Go to the crime section, page 3, and the obituary section on page 10. As Christian alludes, we cover everything in Simland, including murders on the field. Also the weather. Maybe tonight we'll get the weather report from Tara Lene Sack, who was dressed up last week wearing her weather attire. Other than that, our coverage is top-notch.
Buzzword tonight, more skip.
I don't know. Mark Underwood, I appreciate you being here, Mark. Brother Phil, wait a minute. They didn't have face masks on those leather helmets in 1914. I'm starting to think this isn't real. Of course it's real, Brother Phil. Just close your eyes and hold on to a copy of the Sunday Simland Times, and you'll feel everything is right in the world.
It is as real as Allen Robinson's bagel right now, as the franchise taggy, as depressed as we all are about him having to stick around in Chicago, putting up 0 points on 0 catches in 0. Well, maybe 1 target. It's tough to tell when Mitch throws the ball because it goes in the general vicinity of nowhere.
Christian, if I may, it sounds like you have a young one in the background. We do have daycare listings on page 11 of the Sunday Simland Times. You're looking for a local daycare to take care of the young DeAndreas.
I feel like daycare back in your day, Skip, was just you'd put children in like an old flour sack and tie up the top and come back in the flowers. You just lock them in a basement somewhere with like a stick and like a dripping drain pipe in the corner, and whoever didn't get dysentery got to, roll over.
You read my mind. Great strategy, Cotton. Sure paid off for him. Oh, Gardner Minshew to DJ Chalk. We have about 600 people watching on this thing called YouTube. Skip Perkins, Christian DeAndrea. We have producer Jordan with us. Again, I shaved my beard, courtesy of Barbasol. Barbasol was in the local market. You can find the Sunday Simland Times. Let's go to the stats.
The great razors and books about how devious it is to see a lady's ankle these days. As through 3 quarters, Mitch Trubisky, 45 passing yards on 11 attempts. He is very, very clearly going to be the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award winner unless he runs for like 2 touchdowns. Here in the last quarter, on the ground, only 18 yards. Chris Thompson, though, 19 carries, 66 yards. His yards per carry, absolutely garbage, but a couple touchdowns for him. Might add some more rush yards here as these Jags try to grind down some clock, put these Bears away.
Very much so. And again, the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, sponsored by the Babysitting Club, available on page 11 of the Sunday Simland Times. If you need to drop off your young ones and watch Sims all day long. Tyler Eifert, 7 for 70 yards. T.D. Westbrook, 5 for 48. Chalk, 3 for 32. Cohen, 2 for 16. And yes, there is a thing called the internet in 2021. We did not have this in 1914. With my ink and parchment, you can go to the post route, Substack.com, for all of your latest NFL news. Christian DeAndrea does great content there. And who are you, ma'am? Please leave me alone. I am reading the stats. I might get fired. I'm on deadline. Thank you. Jimmy Graham, 2 for 15. Chris Conley, 2 for 20. And that's all the important stats you need. Postroute.substack.com. Check it out. Did you laminate that paper? I've never laminated anything in my life. I cannot laminate the Sunday Simland Times. We didn't have that back in 1914.
No, you guys were just trying to figure out how to battle polio and whether or not you should name it World War I in case a second one crops up later.
It's a good idea. Only 14 likes away for me to get fired and let go from Simland. I am on deadline, so I would not mind to get fired. As Daniel tells us, updated stats have been registered. Wait, I read that wrong. Updated statistical numbers have been registered. Daniel is now giving us print that is appropriate for 1914. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Okay.
Everyone's living the gimmick today, and I love it so much. Don't get us to 200 likes before the end of this sim if you're over there on YouTube, because this voice, Glash needs to realize the consequences of his actions. Keep this going throughout the tail end of this sim.
Silly Sally, I might need a bow tie. Bow ties are available in the market down the road where you can pick up the Sunday Simland Times for just a nickel. Bow ties, everything you need. A cold glass bottle of pop.
Jordan, don't fire Skip. He has 11 kids to feed.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, after diphtheria came through, he's got like 7 kids now. And, well, Winter took another 3. So he's down to like 4, but, you know, it's the 1914s. And anything less than a dozen is considered a travesty of God. So.
Stephen Roach says this is an hour-long TikTok. Perhaps. Is anyone recording? We weren't recording! Are you kidding? Well, the snow continues to fall and Chris Thompson continues to dominate here in Simland.
Bad scene here for that Bears defense. That Bears defense where I was like, I don't need Chris Conley. I'm going to go Bears D in this one. I bet Chicago with all those stars just going to shut down this terrible Jaguars team. No, wrong, incorrect. As this drive continues, just nickel and diming their way through the Bears defense. Of course, for you, Skip, nickel and diming sounds great. That's a whole lot of money for you. But here in 2021, nickel and diming is a pejorative term meant to describe very small nibbles rather
yes.
than big.
Very much so. Nickels and dimes work for us at the local market to pick up the Sunday Simland Times. 90 seconds into the fourth quarter, only 2 likes away from Skip Perkins being fired.
Don't you do it, Sim Fam. Make this man realize the consequences of his actions.
I will deliver one last speech upon my firing, and it will make the front page of the Sunday Simland Times. Chris Thompson making a catch for a first down, and Gardner Minshew is hit 200 yards passing. Heroic. In the snow. A Florida team in Chicago. And we've hit 200 likes. I will prepare my speech. Okay, I'm done. Here's the speech. I would like to thank you all so much for welcoming me into your homes. On your phone, computer, tablet, big screen. It's great to be here and report for you for all these years. In fact, 107 years since 1914 I've reported for you. It is time for me to hang them up. And now, I will leave you in the great hands of Christian DeAndrea and Brendan Glasheen. And we'll find out if Chris Thompson will score another touchdown to make it a hat trick in Simland. Farewell for now. I hope to be back very soon. However, when I do return, I might die. And I will be on deadline. But be sure to pick up your Sunday Simland Times at the local market for a nickel. All right, okay. Thank you, Skip. Wow. It's very nice to have Skip join us, and, well.
So when Skip comes to your apartment, does he just marvel at all the new technology? Is he, like, baffled that you don't get ice delivered every day?
Ice is very expensive. You can get it at the local market, from what I've been told, from what I've heard.
Means you're going to have another passing touchdown. He is, and it's Eifert. So Eifert coming after Chris Thompson for those Krusty Cough bona fides. The Krusty Kaufman MVP award today, sponsored by the polio vaccine. Or at least that's what Skip told me.
Yes. Skip did tell you that, I think. I was here in the background. Eastside Ray, Skip got a job announcing the Kentucky Derby to the future. Good luck, my friend. Skip wishes all of you the best, and he thanks you for your kind wishes, but Skip is now in the past.
Robbie Noble. I'm leaving too. I'm with Skip. Peace out.
Guys, he is on deadline. I mean, he's on deadline, okay? Skip has things to get done. Big day. Gotta get that Sunday Times ready to go.
Fred, has anyone noticed Glash and Skip are never in the same room together? I am beginning to feel like there might be a conspiracy here. I don't know what to think. This entire noon sim has broken my brain, and it's not just Skip Perkins. It's this horrible, awful game for me to stack up the Bears. No one should listen to me Everyone should listen to Skip Perkins all the time. And there's a man right there with 0 receiving yards and 0 catches. Allen Robinson having a little come to Jesus talk with Mitch, saying, you know what, we're down by 3 scores with under 5 minutes to play. Just throw me the ball every single down.
You have a 4-way tie for first, and that's a big connection up the left side. 4-way tie for first and the free showdown. Ted Ginn Jr.
Old man Ginn.
Hello, Ted. In the Will Allen Robinson break more NBA news free roll. Rob Rand in first place. Cristobal says, I can still hear Skip in the distance. I don't. He's long gone.
You can hear the train taking him back to the bustling metropolis of Moline, Illinois.
Back to 1914. Hey. Skip, pack your bags. Time to go.
Pack your large, bulky, square-shaped suitcase with no wheels and get the hell out of here.
Smash the like button if you're happy that Skip is finally gone and out of your lives. 2nd and 4 for Trubisky. Incomplete.
Back to his children, Ruth, Dorothy, and Balthazar.
Daniel says Skip made like a tree and left. Yes, Leafy is here. Leafy looked really good back in the 1900s with the black and white background. Here is young Mitch on 3rd and 4. First down, don't
finally do something on with his legs and somehow doesn't fumble. So Mitch, still awful, but 30 rush yards at least. There's that. So there's that. 7 points now in the captain spot, which, not what else.
Edmund says, what do you guys think about Tom Brady wanting OBJ to come to Tampa?
I mean, how are they going to make it happen? That's not a team with a lot of cap space right now, especially after franchise tagging Chris Godwin. Is OBJ even going to be happy in Tampa playing alongside Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and maybe Antonio Brown? I mean, that's too many cooks in the kitchen. It doesn't make any sense. Spend that money elsewhere when you don't need to bulk up your receiving core anymore. Your receiving core is already great. OBJ is not going to the Buccaneers. I will ghost pepper bet on that one.
Coming up at 2, Christian and I, meaning Brendan Glasheen, not Skip Perkins, will be here for Bengals and Titans. That's Sim in the Rain. Here's Trubisky. Somehow reeled in by Jimmy Graham. Michael Irvin, thanks for the heads up. Syracuse, first half, college basketball games, freaking fly, man. Syracuse is up 5 at the half. Nice.
I had my March Madness Dream Dash last night when Bryant pulled off the 11-10 Mount St. Mary's team. Looked like they were going to mount a second half comeback, fell apart. Peter Kiss, a brutal foul out where like he even did the thing though where he fouls out and he rips off the jersey like he's going to go up the tunnel like old school Rodman style. And he's like, oh yeah, I just got to sit on the bench now instead because heartbreaker there. Unless Providence goes on a miracle run through the Big East tournament, the great state of Rhode Island will go unrepresented in this year's NCAA tournament. I'm going to be stuck rooting for the Wisconsin Badgers, who probably going to be a one-and-done team if the end to their regular season is any indication.
Reed teased, did you know, in the Twitch chat, Skip's so old he remembers when the Chicago DST used to stop running backs.
Nice.
Wow. They heard you. Ricky Robbie says Brady is trying to make the NFL like the NBA with his recruiting. Difference is Tom's got like 2 years left. You could maybe, the other comparison is when the Celtics got their big 3 together. Those guys were at the end of their careers, but not even like, they still had like a couple years left in their prime, maybe a year or 2 left in their prime.
Must buy Mike Evans for OBJ. Buckham, I wouldn't trade. I would rather have Mike Evans and his big target body, his red zone presence than OBJ right now. I know Evans is a little bit older, a little bit creakier, but the way his presence in that Tampa offense is to be kind of that big sigil, that big target that kind of allows his guys to roam free. Evans is big in the red zone. He's a good deep ball threat, and what he does helps everyone else look a little bit better because you can't afford to single cover Mike Evans all the time. So OBJ brings a similar presence, sure, but OBJ also injury concerns, also fit concerns. Mike Evans is I would take Mike Evans over OBJ from a team building perspective, I think, 9 times out of 10.
Buddy Boeheim for 3. Yes, Boeheim from downtown. Yes, Buddy Boeheim.
With me on that one.
On fire. Marv Albert, Reggie Miller. Back of the end zone, incomplete.
Yeah, staring down what may be the final drive of the Bears' day. They're definitely going to lose. The question is whether they're going to finish this game with 7 points or 14, and whether or not they're going to burn those timeouts. 4th and 10 inside the red zone. This is where Trubisky has been garbage. But to be fair, that's every single part of the field as Robinson gets the target, turns it into nothing because he's triple coverage because the Jaguars aren't stupid. And Jacksonville will take over in their own territory, but might be able just to run it 3 times and call it a day. I don't know if Matt Nagy is going to burn timeouts down 21 with a minute 44 to play.
If something does burn, be sure to check out the Sunday Simland Times for the latest on local news, fires, and also the local fire department. Phone number is in the paper. That's what Skip told me to tell all of you.
And look at that. The Jaguars, knowing Chris Thompson is like 6 yards away from the bonus, their first play is that stupid, awful jet sweep. So if you are waiting on Thompson to crack 100, might wait a little bit longer. He's going to get the carry here, and I think that puts him at, he's so close, 99 yards. Oh my, all right, this might be the last meaningful snap of the game coming up, 3rd and 1. Is Chris Thompson going to hit the bonus, or is Doug Marrone still going to mess with us? Is he going to give this ball to someone else?
Tony Pagano says, Glass, try being yourself for 5 minutes. This is me, Tony. This is me. You get whatever I'm feeling coming into the day. This is me. 3rd and 1.
Oh, no, he ran into traffic. But they gave him the bonus anyway.
Wow.
The half yard
100 on the dot.
Wow. Chris Thompson does just enough to hit 100 on
That's
the
nuts.
nose. Are you kidding me?
That's nuts.
All right. Well, he is clearly going to be with those bonus points. This Sims polio vaccine sponsored player of the game. 2 touchdowns, 100 rush yards on a day where everything was just kind of low-key terrible. Give him the crusty cough, and of course it's going to be Madden Mitch with his 10 points in the captain spot. 92 passing yards, 30 rushing yards. I mean, as much as I want to give it to Allen Robinson for showing up with a bagel, like Allen Robinson we know is kind of colicky. He can be moody in these sims. He can give you a big day or a nothing day. Mitch is supposed to be good all the time, especially on Wild Weather Wednesday when he's going to tuck the ball and run with it. Instead today, 30 rushing yards. Absolute horrible day from him. Mad Mitch, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner in this one.
Wow. That was that's going to make the front page. If I, was someone else that runs the paper.
Sure.
So, wow.
If you knew anyone at the Sunday Times.
Right. We had a 4-way tie for first place in the free public showdown. Having a look at it right now. Frangelico! Updating the scores for us. Thompson captained, as we mentioned, hit that bonus. Minshew, Westbrook, Eifert, Cohen, and Chris Conley. Daniel tells us, in addition of the Sunday Sim Times, the Sunday Sim Times will be dropping in here very soon. Ooh. Excellent. Great. I have to do something with my hair here. Looks like it's some hat head. 25 carries, 100 yards. He had 25 carries, Chris Thompson. Crazy.
Yeah. That kind of defines the sim. The Jags ran the ball 26 times and won by 3 touchdowns. What the hell happened to the Bears defense? They maybe also belong on the list because 0 points from the Bears D on a wild weather Wednesday. They should have been printing money. They have all those stars and they did nothing. They had 1 sack. That was it. That was the only thing that saved them from negative points in this one. Just ugh. And there it is, Allen Robinson. One drop, 1 target, 0 catches, 0 yards, 0 touchdowns.
But you still gave the Not My Kid award to Trubisky?
Yeah, Trubisky was even more garbage. Trubisky was the genesis of that garbage. He was the disease, and Allen Robinson 0 was just a symptom of the Mitch disease. Horrible, awful.
In memory of Skip Perkins, if he does not return, you guys should hit the like button for Skip Perkins in his memory. If you do, maybe if you hit the like button, you'll get a free edition of the Sunday Simland Times at the local market. So do it for Skip. He'd appreciate it. That doesn't mean he's coming back. So, all right. Want to shout out Rob Rand. If Rob's here in the chat, he won the free roll. Will Allen Robinson break more NBA news? Nicely done. Thompson captained. Ginn, Graham, Eifert, Westbrook, Minshew in the flex. 4-way tie for first in the public showdown. All right, dude. We're back at 2 in the rain.
In Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Yes. Yeah. Rainy Cincinnati.
Going to be a lot of Derrick Henry ownership in that one. So, build around that. You'll figure it out.
All right. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. Thank you to producer Jordan, Madison, along for the ride here as well. Daniel, our technical director. Frangelico from Ops. Thank you to Skip Perkins for stopping by and giving us the updates that we all needed to get our day started here on Wild Weather Wednesday. Christian, thanks for, dealing with Skip.
Yeah.
He's an older guy, he's a little, gets excited.
Sure.
Thank you for welcoming me in as well. So
I'll see you guys in about 50 minutes in Galatia. Look forward to the next sim. See you then.
Okay. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sim number 2 of 6 on Wild Weather Wednesday. We are now in soaking rain in Cincinnati, rainy Cincinnati, for the Bengals hosting the Titans. Christian DeAndrea, Brendan Glasheen, hashtag free Skip Perkins. Go to @Brendan Glasheen to free Skip Perkins on Twitter. There is it's hot off the press. Free Skip Perkins. What do you think we're going to get here in this matchup? Who do you like in the captain spot, more specifically?
I mean, my confidence in lineup construction today has been absolutely shattered by that awful eye-opener sim. So in this case, in the rain in Cincinnati at Paul Brown Stadium, I'm going running back heavy, I guess. Running backs, tight ends, Ryan Tannehill, who can run the ball a little bit on the ground. Joe Burrow can too, but for whatever reason, I'm going with the road team in this one after seeing the Bears get so thoroughly demolished and dismantled by the Jaguars ball team. So it feels like an AFC South kind of day. In order to fit all the guys I wanted in my lineup, I had to pay down on the captain spot. I got CJ Uzomah in there. And now that lineups have locked, I can go through the rest of them. Uzomah, Jonnu Smith, Gio Bernard, Derrick Henry, because of course, Ryan Tannehill, and then the low impact, high profile possession receiver Tyler Boyd rounds out my lineup. So a lot of good players in that one. I just need Uzomah not to completely mess me up in the captain spot. Glash, how about you in sunny Cincinnati? How are you looking today?
AJ Brown in the captain spot. I've got Henry, Tannehill, Jonnu Smith, Uzomah, and Boyd. That's what I got for you. No, I hate not playing Joe Burrow. I like Joe Burrow more than Tannehill, but I'm going to captain Brown. I've got to work in Tannehill.
You know what? For whatever reason, I was like, Tannehill's got the scrambler bona fides a little bit more. He's a little cheaper. Like I was trying to fit both quarterbacks in there, but I couldn't get it done with Derrick Henry. I would have to pay down for Adam Humphries. Humphries is a pretty good punt play. I think we all know that. We're all familiar with what he brings to the table. At 3,600, you could do a lot worse than the guy who has had double digits in 2 of his last 3 sims. But just wasn't a spot for him today. Might pay for that one. A rainy day seems like a good day to go hard at the guy in the slot. So maybe he shows up. Maybe it's a Jeff Swaim kind of day because he dirt cheap, obviously, at 1K, and typically finds a way to work his way in the lineup. So it could be a good vulture day. We get a few of those, not today, but yesterday we had some good vulture TDs. So it could be a vulture call kind of afternoon here. As we get to look at these Titans, a team potentially due for some regression, Glash, just because they have so many questions to answer about their free agents. They have to upgrade that defense. They got Jonnu Smith and Corey Davis both streaking towards free agency. Team didn't franchise either of them, and it makes some sense. There's not a lot of cap space in Nashville this year, and they're going to have to punch up that pass rush. They're going to have to address the secondary now that Malcolm Butler has been released. They got a lot of work to do to follow up on last year's 11-win season and prove they are the class of the AFC South.
LOL Cow Central says Derrick Henry is going to go ham.
Probably.
All right, well, for your sake, I hope you're right. Especially on a Wild Weather Wednesday, not a bad idea to go with the running back, who is the highest owned in the free showdown at 86% in the flex.
There's Henry with a solid opening carry, springs forward for 6 on first down. Yeah, expect a steady diet of that. He's got the long cleats on today to grip that Cincinnati field turf. And Paul Brown, a nice stadium, but an absolute grift for the taxpayers in Cincinnati. They will be paying that off until the heat death of the universe, it seems, as they not a good scene for Cincinnati, but a nice stadium. A stadium that I've been to many times, once on a day where I just found tickets on the ground. It turns out that Bengals tickets were not expensive in like 2008, 2009.
You found them on the ground?
Yeah.
Were they soggy in the rain?
CBS comp ticket too? Like someone from CBS had tickets and just like didn't even bother to throw them in the trash, just dropped them on the ground. So I was like, all right, cool.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
3rd and 3 for Tannehill. Oh, boy.
What was that? Oh, no. So after a promising start with 6 yards on first down, free agent Carlos Dunlap, recently released by the Seahawks, who traded for him in the middle of the 2020 season, gets a sack there. Dunlap is going to be a pretty sought-after free agent, I feel like. He could even end up with this Titans team after he went to the Seahawks. He put up some pretty solid numbers, a lot of QB hits, something like 5 sacks in 8 games. So he's still capable of making an impact on the defensive line. Be interesting to see who lures him in. Could be a nice stopgap solution for this Titans team, because they're not going to be in the running for a guy like Shaq Barrett or any higher profile pass rushers. A guy like Dunlap, you might be able to get him in the door for like $10 million a year, 2 years, $20 million with $12 million guaranteed. That could be enough, and he can make a difference in Tennessee. He's still a pretty stable pass rushing presence.
Derrick Henry in the early Classic contest, 78.5% owned. Burrow's going to fire on the first play for the Bengals on offense, incomplete. Bill Connor in the YouTube chat says, Glash and Christian reunited. Sweet. Very, very simple breakdown today in terms of announcer pairings. We're here for this one. Then you have Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich for the next two. 4 and 6 p.m. Eastern, then Rossi and Tommy Freese pops for the 8 and the 10. It's very, very clean and neat in terms of the announcer breakdown. Latzia has landed in terms of getting the new pup. We can confirm. So Latzia will be gone for a few days.
Has he posted from his private jet yet?
Not the jet, but from the cereal cabinet.
Oh. All right, this game off to a roaring start as we're going to get back-to-back 3-and-outs to start things here in Cincinnati as the Wild Weather Wednesday curse continues. And, well, we will get to see what Derrick Henry has in store, because when they turned away from Henry late in that opening drive, it worked poorly. Tannehill running into a sack to force the punt. Going to get a shot to make things right here. We are not even 2 minutes into this game, Glash. We already have 2 points. We are on pace for a 32-punt simulation.
Well, in the meantime, if the punts are driving you crazy, go to Twitter and help free Skip Perkins.
Do not help free Skip Perkins.
Come on, you don't believe that. At Brendan Glasheen, there is a hot off the press front page news to free Skip Perkins. Tannehill up top to A.J. Brown. To the Cincinnati 49.
Big completion there. I like that. You'll like to see that.
Hello to Ryan Woodcock in the chat. Kevin says the Bengals offense is always terrible in the rain. River Rat 64. If you want Skip, you got to go to Twitter at Brendan Glasheen. Free Skip Perkins. Get the hashtag trending. Just like Raheem to the stream, hashtag free Skip Perkins. Cole Page says, hey guys, I faded Derrick Henry in this one. Captained Uzama. Fingers crossed.
Ooh. I mean, I captained Uzama, but it was so I could afford Henry in my lineup. And listen, I get the appeal of swimming upstream, especially when a guy is 86% owned in the free contest. But, man, Henry, I don't know. I guess I would have said the same thing about Mitch Trubisky in the snow for the 12 p.m. sim. I mean, we saw how absolutely horrid he was. So, yeah, maybe you're on to something as Henry has struggled to gain leverage in this one, although he is looking like he's going to get a ton of carries. And another big third down here. This could be a 4-and-out for the Titans after that big strike to A.J. Brown. So he's got him in the check down, and he throws a terrible pass to no man's land and leads his guy out of bounds. So 4th and 3 coming up. Could be time for a 59-yard field goal in the rain, but that seems unlikely even for a fully realized, better in Simland than real life Stephen Gostkowski. I think Vrabel's going to go for it here. No, they're going to punt. Awesome.
Fantastic. Oh,
Oh,
fake!
yes.
We have
Brett
a
Kurd
fake!
fake. And it's
Dropped!
It's dropped.
Perfect execution!
Oh, my God. What is this game?
Darn! I'm going to take a look right now and see who dropped this. I think...
Yeah, it's going to be someone down the depth chart. Probably going to be like a
13.
defensive gunner.
Cameron Batson? The wideout 5?
Yeah, okay. Cam.
More people have heard of Skip Perkins than Cameron Batson. I'd argue. Wow. Want to thank Milk Money on Twitter for keeping the movement alive. Hashtag free Skip Perkins on Twitter. Hammer that retweet button at Brendan Glasheen to free Skip Perkins, hot off the press.
I mean, Glash, the way this one's going, we're going to be talking about Skip Perkins and Carnival Foods for the full hour plus here as this game there's absolutely nothing to it. Although that is a beautiful touch pass that goes for a first down. So maybe we just need to shame this game into doing something. Okay, Tennessee's going to challenge. It gets overturned. I'm going right into corn dog top floor.
El Paso #1, spitting knowledge, says Cameron Batson is a beast in real life. He came on late last season.
Good, yeah.
And he was really good with Mahomes at Texas Tech.
Yeah,
hey, Mr. Hawk, Skip Perkins is a great reporter and needs to be freed.
Tennessee wins the challenge, and for the 4th time in 4 minutes and 7 seconds, a team in this sim lines up to punt. It's not a bad punt. It does better than a touchback. Titans will take over at their own 17, and we are still looking for any signs of life. A.J. Brown, the only meaningful play in this one, a 29-yard catch. Everything else has been hot garbage.
Midway through the first, no score. Derrick Henry, highest owned in the free showdown. Now has 5 carries for 12 yards. Jordan Lindenbaum says, I think it's really inspiring the way Glash has been able to monetize his multiple personality disorder. Watch it. Let's get it trending. Free Skip Perkins. Come on, we're doing great.
Do not get free Skip Perkins to trend.
At Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, retweet, hashtag free Skip Perkins. Start the movement. We gotta get Skip Perkins back.
Nothing about that sounds right to me. I gotta do some research, but I'm pretty sure we do not, in fact, need the movement to start. There's another 3rd down coming up. Traditionally, this has not worked out well in this game. Tannehill going for a big chunk downfield and incomplete. So 5 minutes and 15 seconds into this one, we've gone punt, bad fake punt with a drop pass, punt, and now punt. As this game really testing the limits of what Wild Weather Wednesday can be.
It's because we got a free Skip Perkins. By the way, I want to shout out the wow, we filled the free roll. Isn't that great?
Nice.
Rainy Cincinnati, we filled it. Ty Sim right now in first place, rostered both defenses. Derrick Henry's in the captain. Burrow, Green, and Davis in the flex as well.
I have currently 4.68 points, and I am still in the top 120 of our 200-person sim. That's how bad things have been as Burrow. Sure, why not? And we get a Uzama sighting, I believe. Nope. A 2-yard pass to Drew Sample. Cool.
Hello to Germ, Wes, Kern Dog,
And we see y'all on Twitch or YouTube, or if you're one of the millions and millions watching across the globe elsewhere. As, oh my God, do we get another Drew Sample catch?
I think you're right. Oh my goodness. Drew Sample.
We got a first down.
Back-to-back grabs for Drew Sample, moving the chains to the Tennessee 43. And Noah Moon has lost it.
Oh, Moon, but he's normally so even-keeled and positive.
I know. Well, see, the day's up. I get to be mean again to Noah Moon. Noah, pipe down. You can do whatever you want, Noah. Kinda.
Well, the good news is we have a first down. We have a Bengals team starting to threaten, and you'd think Burrow, even with this awful offensive line against the Titans pass rush, is probably not going to lose yardage to the point where his team is forced to punt, but anything possible in this one is a 1-yard pickup on first down. The good news is the clock running, so we will hopefully be able to put an absolutely putrid first quarter behind us and get to the actual scoring soon. As Mixon up to 6 yards, all on this drive here. 3rd and 4 coming up. Theoretically in Randy Bullock's field goal range, but Fat Randy from 54 is not the man you want to trust to break open this game and end the scoring drought. And all I'm asking of you, Joe Burrow, is do not get sacked on 3rd down here. Please do not get sacked.
There you go.
We got a completion.
Of
course we get a fumble. Why did I expect anything good to happen in this game?
Free Skip Perkins. Free Skip Perkins. John Ross makes the catch, but he fumbles. So you get the PPR point, but it cancels out because he fumbles. If we freed Skip Perkins, this sim would be going better, I think.
I mean, anything would make this sim go better, Glash. Unless, of course, you have stacked up both defense in this one. This has been just a nightmare as Derrick Henry, hitting the B button, getting upfield, and making his yards per carry average a bit more optimistic. 20-plus on that one. As the Bengals now searching for some answers, although getting a drive out around midfield and then stalling out has been this game's calling card. Let's see if the Titans can keep this one going and if, mercifully, we can get a better second quarter than the first, because that was just a nightmare. The fans here in Cincinnati, a full bowl at Paul Brown Stadium. They all parked over in Newport, Kentucky. They started their days over at the Hofbrauhaus, and they imbibed so much they can't even feel the rain right now. Look at it. 66 passing yards between the two quarterbacks. Tannehill 2 for 3. Burrow 3 for 8. Just absolutely awful. 8 pass attempts, only 34 yards for Joe Burrow. Derrick Henry 7 for 37 on the ground, trending toward the bonus. It's probably going to get there just based on sheer force of will, because neither team passing the ball with much aplomb. And your leading receiver right now is tight end 2, Drew Sample. And please, no one skip. No one free skip. No one should free skip Perkins. John Ross, 1 catch for 15 yards. He also has a fumble. He also has a first down completion that was overturned upon review. So he's having a pretty rough day. A.J. Brown, 1 for 29. He and Derrick Henry had the only big gains of the day in this one.
If you want to help free Skip Perkins, go to Twitter, at Brendan Glasheen, # free Skip Perkins. Free Skip.
Oh, we are ready for quarter 2, and nothing could be a better balm to the obscene third-degree burns that everyone who rostered skilled players in this game faced in that first quarter. Just a terrible. All right, Henry jogging out of the backfield there. Still somehow picks up 4 yards. Pushes his team onto the happy side of the field. Setting up 2nd and 6, and not quite a situation where you want to trust the Titan passing game. Hopefully the quarter break convinced Mike Vrabel to make some adjustments. Very great. All right, 3rd and 6 coming up.
Mr. Hawk loves the updated billboard for the post route. Plug.
Jerem wants to know if there's an official statement from the post route on Skip Perkins. I am saying that Skip Perkins is not an anytime snack. He's a special occasion snack. You got to have your vegetables before you get your Skip Perkins. Oh, we're going to get a first down. The drive will continue as Adam Humphries, the guy I faded, getting a 7-yard pickup on 3rd and 6. It's not quite field goal range yet, but the Titans got the leverage now to run the ball with Derrick Henry a few more times, see if they can't turn chicken crap into chicken salad. Yeah, that's right, Wes. You save Wes for a rainy day, or you save Skip for a rainy day. And though it is pouring in Cincinnati right now, I'm not sure. I don't know if the proper time for it is. We get an 8-yard pickup from Henry, but it's probably coming back. Yep, cheating on the Titans. Good, cool. CJ saying he doesn't eat veggies, so he's good. But what do you do when you have buffalo wings? Do you just leave the carrots and celery on the side? No, you dip them. You make sure you get that small amount of fiber in your diet, and you make sure you make your buffalo wing meal healthy. Like going hard after that celery and carrot plate. The crudité. Oh, Jordan, let's talk about it. Ranch or blue cheese with your buffalo wings. Flash, I am a blue cheese guy all the way. Nothing against ranch, the people's condiment here in the Midwest, but blue cheese, the superior dipping sauce. Flash, what say you?
I don't mind either one. I usually prefer ranch, quite honestly. Yeah. There's not much to it. Do what you want. You will anyways. Big Jibba Jabba says, guy announcing the game, they're actually doing a decent job so far. These games have been called so horribly lately, I can't bring myself to even watch. Let's hope this lasts. I thought it was going really well with Skip Perkins here. Free Skip Perkins. East Side Ray 23. Love it. Appreciate it. Andre, that is harsh. Frangelico does have a pulse. The statistician did not die. None of the first quarter stats for Ross or Humphries are updated. Well, they'll get updated. We won't let you down.
As a good punt from Brett Kern at the very least, flipping the field. I'm a little disappointed the Titans don't just spam fake punts until something happens. I mean, that last fake punt didn't fail because of Brett Kern. It failed because Cameron Batson couldn't haul in a pass that would have at least livened things up. But here we go. Bengals taking over at their own 11 as the scoreless drought continues. We get a Tyler Boyd dip sweep, and it actually springs for 15 yards. I don't think I've ever seen that play result on a 10-plus yard gain. And, you like to see it, although you hate the fact that it'll probably encourage the folks in Simland to run it more often, where it's more or less guaranteed to get you 3 yards or fewer. Anyway, first down Bengals. The seeds of a drive have been planted. Ooh, and Nixon there. No, Gio Bernard picking up 7. So, all right, knock on wood, the Bengals might be in business here.
Andre says, Glash, I just wanted to make sure he's good. I care about him. Okay, Andre, that's fair. Fair counter. We do have a solo winner in the free contest. Titans defense captained. Henry, Burrow, Ross, Brown, and the Bengals D in the flex. Burrow fumbles. It's loose. Picked up by the Titans.
Well, the good news is
free
the
Skip
Titans will
Perkins.
take over in scoring range. The bad news is there's still a very distinct possibility that they biff this, because that has been the theme of this game. Just biffing opportunities left and right. We'll see if Derrick Henry doesn't just get the ball every carry until he winds up in the end zone. Ball at the 40 at 28. Even if they don't gain any yards, it should be a manageable 45-yarder for Stephen Gostkowski. If it comes to that, God willing, it will not. As Henry picks up a couple, 3 yards on first down. And let's be honest right now, Glash. A 3-0 Titans lead could very well be insurmountable.
Keith Gordon, what's your question? He puts in the chat, can one of you answer my question? What do you got, man? Let us know. We filled the free roll titled Rainy Cincinnati. No score, 4:20 left, first half from the 25. Tannehill roaming out to his right, tucks it and runs.
He picks up the first?
Nope, he was short.
What?
He stepped out.
What?
Kyle Ewing on YouTube. Who the hell is Skip Perkins? That's a great question. You want to go to @BrendanGlasheen on Twitter and hashtag #FreeSkipPerkins. You will see hot off the press. You can get it at the market down the road for 5 cents. Skip Perkins needs to be freed. And you'll find out who he is if you haven't met him yet. Free Skip Perkins.
All right, 4th and 1 coming up for the Titans. They failed to pick up the first down. On second down, when Tannehill had room to run, but either stepped out or slid way too early, they run Derrick Henry on 3rd and 3 and only pick up 2 yards. You're at the brink of the red zone. I mean, you can get an easy 3 points here. Gostkowski probably not going to miss from 36, but I say go for it here. Just run Derrick Henry up the gut. He's probably not going to get stopped in the face of this Bengals defense. You should be able to create enough space for Derrick Henry to give you 1 yard on 4th down. Let's see if they decide to go for it or if they send out Gostkowski. They are going to go for it. It's a very short 1 yard here. Don't get cute on it. They are going to run it with Henry. He does pick it up.
There you go.
Praise the sim gods. This drive will continue. We may have a touchdown on hand, or we may just have a slightly shorter Gostkowski field goal. But the way this sim is going, I'm thinking we're going to get something stupid like tip drill, end zone interception, turned safety, turned 2-0 Titans.
All right, let's answer these questions. We'll watch the 1st and 10 play first from the 17. A run play to Henry.
Oh my God, just nothing but open room to his left, and he cuts to the right.
Take a deep breath.
Derrick Henry just thriving on the chaos of the weather today, becoming the sigil for awful play that it really sums up everything this first half has been.
Keith Gordon, Christian gave the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award to the quarterback, Trubisky, after the first game. Because his question was, how can you not give the award to a wide receiver if the ball is not thrown to him? It's the quarterback. Yeah, we gave it to Trubisky. He stunk. Trent says, how does the weather elements affect the sim play? We've been told by our Madden insider, Babysitter Billy, you have to go way back in the archives the last time Billy did a sim. You will see the slot receivers oftentimes make an impact. Also the running game. The ball will come out of the hands of the quarterbacks. We saw Burrow fumble. Trubisky usually fumbles. John Ross has fumbled. The ball is slippery in the elements. In wind sims, it can, not always, it can affect the kicking game if the wind is going against the kicker. And how many entries will we have on March 28th? We're not sure yet. Stay tuned. We'll keep you posted. So on 4th and inches, they decide to now kick the field. What are we doing here? Free Skip Perkins.
You know what? The Titans are on the board. We have points. We have Gostkowski. We have 2 defenses. And I got to imagine if you stacked up the Ds and the kickers in this one, you are feeling pretty good about your chances. This game needs to get to halftime. Adjustments need to be made. This has been painful to watch. But, hey, Bengals got 1:57 and all 3 timeouts left. They can mount a comeback here and maybe, just maybe, go into halftime not trailing.
Rejoice, we got points. Hit the like button now that we have a crooked number on the scoreboard. Also, not just slot receivers, but tight ends typically are good guys to have. They run those tight, middle-of-the-field routes. The quarterbacks, again, what we've been told in these situations on Wild Weather Wednesday in the snow or rain, the quarterback will look to throw the ball on shorter routes, more high-percentage throws when they don't fumble. Joe Burrow.
Oh, no. Wow.
And it can also be really inaccurate.
And he looked like he was going to run right into the face of the pass rush there. Instead, jukes at the last minute, which was good, and then throws a dart to no man's land, which is bad. So a true 50-50 play there. Good news for the Bengals is it stops the clock. The bad news for the Bengals is it stops the clock, and if they have to punt it away, they may wind up giving the Titans enough time to extend their lead before heading to the locker room. Well, that'll help, but it does set up a 3rd and short. 3rd and 2 coming up for this Bengals team playing at home. Could be not the worst idea to call a run play here. 3rd and 2. You should be able to pick up 2 yards on the ground, but even if you can't, you would force the Titans to burn a timeout there. So a dual purpose play call. Blitz comes, it's picked up. Doesn't matter. Burrow inaccurate again. He's not 4 for 11, 47 yards. Truly a Brock Osweilerian performance from him. Titans going to get the ball back here with 81 seconds and all 3 timeouts remaining.
Again, as we see another punt, the announcers do not get a say on whether or not, if you don't like Wild Weather Wednesday, we're sorry. We do not make that decision. We show up, we do what we're told what the weather is. Maybe if you dress for the weather, your lineup will do better. Works for me, like 10% of the time. But, I know, guys, you know, if it's not your thing, we apologize. Hit the like button, though. You'll feel better about yourself. One person I am not happy with right now is Prince of Darkness on Twitch. Hashtag kill Skip Perkins. How dare you? You really are.
Wow.
You really are the Prince of Darkness.
Oh, wow. We got some movement here as Tannehill puts it on the turf. That's our 3rd fumble of the first half.
Another one.
The Bengals fall on it. So now Cincinnati in scoring position. It's going to be 1st and goal from them. With plenty of time, they can just run it. They can give it to that man right there, Gio Bernard. They can give it to Joe Mixon. They can run one of those stupid jet sweeps they love so much. Coming out in a passing formation here. 1:09 left. All 3 timeouts. Clock will not be an issue for the Bengals here as
Joe, be careful, Joe! Score, Joe! Oh, he crossed the plane.
All right, could be time for a goal line vulture tutty here. 2nd and goal, very close to that goal line at the 1-yard line. Let's see what the Bengals dial up. It's mixing the backfield, I formation. We do have a potential fullback vulture. Oh no, they run the play action. They lose all the yards they just gained.
Oh, wow. I could feel that hit from the sim booth. Low Cow Central needs Mixon. Some people, including Jason, say they like Wild Weather Wednesday. That's good. I mean, it's a little wrinkle in the week. Here we go. 3rd and goal. Burrow fires. Touchdown.
Oh, we got ourselves a touchdown. The first touchdown of the game. It is Johnny Kusniks.
All right.
Does leave enough time there. 53 seconds and 3 timeouts for the Titans to make a comeback. But Ross, who had a terrible first half, he did have one nice catch, but also fumbled, also failed to get his feet down on a 3rd down completion, making up for it there with the catch and touchdown for Cincinnati.
Now, everyone, quick, comment why you hated that play. 7-3 for free. Yes. Richard, you did not get Mixon or Green. Sorry. We have 50 plus on Twitch watching. Almost 600 on YouTube. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Let's make a push for 300 likes. There's a great energy in the sim after a touchdown in rainy Cincinnati. Christian DeAndrea, Brendan Glasheen. No Skip Perkins. You can free him, though, at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. Free Skip Perkins. There was a tweet with the front page news about Skip Perkins. Producer Madison watching Jordan produce the heck out of this sim. For Angelico from Game Ops. And Daniel on the ones and twos. Frangelico! That's the wind up in the pitch. Stay with us.
49 seconds left to go in this half, which is finally picked up a bit, aided by some brutal turnovers. And well, let's face it, Glash, neither offense has really been clicking, but Titans trying to retake the lead here. They're going to need to go 70 yards to get that touchdown as Tannehill going to pull it down and run with it. Doesn't fumble, which is good, but only picks up about 5 yards on the first down carry, forces the team to burn a timeout there.
Bill Wilson on YouTube, DraftKings really hires some bozos. And I just told him I agree. A lot of morons commentate these. I don't think he's talking about us, though. Can't be. He might be right. Fair enough. 2 timeouts for Tannehill. Stands upright in the soaking turf. He runs. Digs the cleats in. First down and more.
Get out of bounds. Wow, he did get out of bounds. Okay. Not by choice. He kind of got pushed out of bounds, but you know what? You like to see that. Big time pickup and it stopped the clock. So 34 seconds, 2 timeouts. Should be at least 3 plays left in Mike Vrabel's playbook for the end of the half here. You want to gain about 15 more yards before you're comfortable with that Gostkowski field goal attempt. You see what they have dialed up here. If Tannehill's just going to pull it down and run with it, no, he throws past to theoretically Derrick Henry, but no chance of success on that one. On the plus side, clock stops at 30 seconds.
Gordon Hewitt asks, hey Glash, who is Skip Perkins? Again, go to Twitter, @BrendanGlashine. You'll find a way to free Skip Perkins. You can do it. # free Skip Perkins. Henry makes the catch, and he's not going far.
Yeah, loses yards and forces the team to burn the timeout. So a terrible play call there. Good news for Derrick Henry is that he has 3 catches. The bad news is they have gone for a total of 5 yards. So, you know, more of a passing game impact than he'd have in the real life, but roughly the same amount of passing yards you'd expect from the first half of a Derrick Henry game. 3rd and 14 coming up. And, great blitz pickup, and it's not going to matter all that much, as that might do it for the first half. Or are we going to get, you know what, if you're the Titans, why not take the clock all the way down to 1 second and throw a Hail Mary from the 42? Don't try a field goal. It makes no sense. 59 yards in the rain. Not going to work. Okay, whatever. Don't even get the field goal off, even though they have a timeout left. Cool. Fun end of half clock management from Mike Vrabel. As we come to halftime, Bengals 7, Titans 3. It has not been a good sim. It has been a regrettable wild weather Wednesday day. Yeah, if you have the defenses, Derrick Henry doing, I mean, as far as chalky guys go, he's been fine. We do have a John Ross touchdown, so another chalky guy getting it done. 100 passing yards combined between Joe Burrow and Ryan Tannehill, even on a wild weather Wednesday. That is grim. And on the ground, yeah, the good news is we do have a lot of Derrick Henry carries. His usage is probably going to stay pretty high, so if you're waiting for him to break through, good chance it'll happen in the second half. 14 carries, 58 yards for him. Tannehill, 3 for 26 on the ground, so at least he's backfilling some of the value he's left on the table in the passing game with some runs. Burrow has not been that guy, but he does have a passing touchdown at the very least. And then Mixon and Bernard, if you stacked up the Bengals running backs, hoping that they would come through today, 17 rushing yards between them. Not ideal.
Folks, hit that like button if you're enjoying Madden Sims. In all seriousness, we thank you for being with us, even if it is a wild weather Wednesday and that's just not your thing. Hit the like button if you love these Sims. And look, we're coming up on a year anniversary from when we started these things on March 28th of 2020. So, Irish_Bandit86, our solo leader in the free public showdown, 53.19 points.
Oh, it's awful.
I
have 17 points right now. 17. 0 for my captain, Uzama. 1.1 from Gio Bernard, 1.9 from Jonnu Smith, 1.5 from Tyler Boyd, and they're all rushing yards.
Wow. There's Dunlap, who was in the news, released by Seattle the other day.
2 sacks for him. Another guy who just got released, Kenny Vaccaro, has a sack today as well. So this has been a great day if you're one of the guys getting jettisoned. And that could be news for Adam Humphries, who you feel like the Titans are probably going to cut ties with. They signed that big 4-year, $36 million contract. He hasn't really panned out the way they'd hoped. And in order to create some space to maybe sign a guy like Carlos Dunlap, he may be hitting a free agency sooner than anticipated. As a lot of good NFL news today. Just a lot of moves being made as teams prep for the start of free agency. About a week to go till we finally get some big time signings. And we do have this year's compensatory picks. They have hit the wire. Patriots getting the 96th overall selection and the 140th. So they got a third rounder and a fourth rounder. The Rams, 2 third rounders. The 49ers, a pair of third rounders. The Saints, a pair of third rounders. So some pretty meaningful picks doled out this year from the compensatory committee, and no 7th rounders. We ran out of comp picks by the 6th round, which feels like a record. Everyone trying to follow Bill Belichick's lead and make sure that when a guy leaves them in free agency, they get rewarded afterwards.
Carl and his bets. I will not be here for Madden After Dark. This is it for me today. Maybe at some point the rest of the week. That'll be fun. I'm 0-2 against SimFam members one-on-one. Lindenbaum and Noah Moon. Nick much more says won $17 last night. Loves all the Sims.
Hey, nice. We love hearing about when you guys win. That's always really cool for us to hear about. So if you got any great I1X stories for us, drop them in, man. We are always rooting for you guys. We are happy when you get a cash, be it DK dollars or the real thing.
Bucky on YouTube. You could get more likes if you agreed to not put Ducey on anymore. I would rather have Skip Perkins. Well, I don't think Skip is Skip has no interest in replacing Kenny Ducey.
What about a Ducey Skip Perkins sim?
Oh,
boy.
boy.
What if we teamed him up?
Oh, no. Kenny might quit. Skip wouldn't quit. Kenny would have none of that. I don't think he would. But Skip Perkins would love that. Skip Perkins would enjoy that very much. Travis, yes, we did see Boyd. I think he has like 1 catch. He's not doing much. I played him in my lineup.
1 carry for 15 yards at the half. He ran that end around.
Yes, it was a jet sweep. Yeah.
As Titans pass rush gets a sack, and it's going to be a 3-and-out here for the Bengals, thanks to Jadeveon Clowney's work on 2nd down. So the second half starts off much like the first, with
Noah Moon says, no more BS this half, please. Noah, why don't you use all of those characters, all 200, and tell us exactly what you would like to happen? And maybe it will come true.
I can't believe Noah Moon complaining about something.
Come on, Noah. Tell us what you need, you special, special person. Less than 30 likes from 300. You guys are doing great. Appreciate you here. 7 3-hour score. We have solo leaders all over the place. BBR Craig in the DK SimFam Friends Contest. Rainy Cincinnati. Lineup has A.J. Brown and the captain. That's my lineup. John Ross and the captain. Henry, Burrow, Tannehill, Humphreys, and the Bengals D in the Friends.
Titans going to keep plugging away with Derrick Henry. Not the worst decision in the world. He picks up 5 yards on 1st down. And we'll see if they just keep feeding him, or if maybe they decide to open things up, go to Jonnu Smith, go to Corey Davis, those big sure-handed targets. A.J. Brown, another guy who can take a short pass and turn it into a big gain with all those yards after catch. As Henry, not much there. 3rd down coming up. And we'll see if we are going to start this half off with back-to-back punts.
Brother Phil with a very detailed explanation about what should happen to Skip Perkins. At Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, there is a tweet that has the latest news in the Sunday Sim Times, how you can free Skip Perkins. Use the hashtag and retweet the tweet at Brendan Glasheen to hashtag free Skip Perkins.
Derrick Henry just caught another third down pass for negative yards. And we are about to get another punt here as not only the weather, but the decision-making in this weather is absolutely frightful.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful.
All back with a chance to extend their lead, and it may only take a field goal to put this one out of reach as this horrible, awful, very bad, no good sim continues.
How we doing on Twitch? Yo, it's Derek, D-Train McLean, Germ, Kern Dog. Come on, guys.
Germ, hashtag lockup no moon, hashtag free Skip Perkins. Listen, I'm with you on half that equation, and I'm not going to tell you which half.
Hey, producer Jordan did put in some news. You mentioned the Patriots. They've got that compensatory pick at 96. What is that, after the third? 96?
The first pick after the third round.
Who is that? Is that for Brady, that pick?
Yeah, I would imagine it would be. But it's good news for the Patriots because they lost their third round pick, or is it their second round pick? I think it's their third round pick. They lost it because they decided to go to Cincinnati and tape this terrible Bengals team from the press box. So, they lose a day 2 pick. They get one back, which is much later on. And I can't wait to see Bill Belichick turn that late third round pick into, 3 fourth round picks or whatever. As third down incoming here for the Bengals. Are they going to pick it up? They are not. So,
another punt.
Baby, turn around and let me see that sexy bone. Go punt. That's how we're starting off the second half of B2K. Anyway, back to the Patriots news. Yes, apparently, according to the news that producer Jordan broke in per Mike Garofalo, teams have reached out to the Patriots about a possible trade for N'Keal Harry, which is not the guy you would expect.
What are you getting for N'Keal Harry? A fifth?
Yeah, a day 3 pick. I mean,
really,
Harry, fairly inexpensive. He's a late, he's a buy low flyer. He was great, legitimately great at Arizona State. A guy who could work inside and out, a big target, a guy who did great work in the red zone. In his last, 2 years in college, 25 games, 17 touchdown catches. He was legitimately good. He's got that big frame. You'd think the Patriots could have turned into something better, although just wasn't healthy as a rookie, and then last season kind of suffered from below average quarterback play, and it never really came through. I just don't think Bill Belichick is going to give up on him that easily, knowing how inexpensive he is and how much potential he has as A.J. Brown. Another big catch from him. Not only makes it 2, but hey, we'll take our small victories where we can get them. Yes. First down for the Titans nearing midfield. What would you want in return for N'Keal Harry, Brendan Glasheen?
What I want from it? Like,
yeah,
if I'm the Patriots, what am I getting?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a third, maybe? You can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah. And even that, I don't know if we're going to be able to get it. Maybe a cash-strapped team in need of receivers. Maybe you send him down to the Saints because he is pretty inexpensive. And the Saints need guys around Michael Thomas. They just had to let Manny Sanders go. So maybe that's your play. Maybe you send him to the Eagles, who, again, terrible cap situation, need young, inexpensive guys to punch up their receiving core. But it's going to be a tough sell there because those are the teams that know how valuable low-paid draft picks are. I think you're looking at maybe you get like a 5th and a 7th for N'Keal Harry right now.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if Tom Brady wanted them in Tampa and he made it work down there? He gets N'Keal Harry, and it makes it work. Oh, hey, Bill, I'll take your first-round pick that you got from me and you didn't let work. Oh, is this Blasingame? What a
Blasingame. The recently re-signed Kerry Blasingame, former Vanderbilt linebacker Kerry Blasingame, plows forward instead of another third down stop. We are getting what could and should be a potential scoring drive here from the Titans. I mean, they are inside Gostkowski field goal range at the very least. They can keep plugging away with this running game, coming out with 6 guys up front, and it is going to be Henry again, and plenty of room, but doesn't cut back in time, so only a few yards on first down.
So we've got some quotes coming out from the Cowboys camp in regards to the new Dak Prescott contract. A quote from Dak, also a quote from owner Jerry Jones. Let's read Dak's first. This is the right fit. Never in a million years did I imagine not being a Cowboy once I put on the star. That was where he picked. I'm excited to be here and never leave. This is my home. I'm not leaving, and this is only the beginning. Jerry Jones adds, from the beginning, we've certainly said our future is with Dak. We are keenly aware that the process has created a conversation and life of its own. Do not confuse that with how right we think this decision is. This fits. Okay. There you go. Dak Prescott speaking out, as well as owner Jerry Jones. According to Ian Rappaport.
You were so convinced for so long. You would have gotten this done a while ago. Don't let those Jerry Jones sweet talk paper over the fact that he basically cost his team an extra $6 million per year in Dak Prescott's salary by not extending him sooner. Even if he didn't want to make that 2018 kind of Carson Wentz, Jared Goff kind of extension, he still could have gone back before 2020 as we're going to get a 51-yard field goal attempt for Stephen Gostkowski at home. Doesn't even make it halfway through the end zone before bouncing. This sim is some kind of tool from the devil to torment this Splash.
I just responded. Jordan Lindenbaum was asking which team was looking out to. The quote from Garofalo was which teams have reached out. I mean, the teams have reached out about N'Keal Harry, which also could mean the Patriots just putting that out there to get something.
To garner some interest. I mean, Harry should be so much more, but he's just another glaring example of that wild blind spot Bill Belichick has when it comes to drafting wideouts. I mean, especially when they're not guys who take a late round flyer on. If they're day 1, day 2 guys, he hasn't really hit on one of those picks since Deion Branch way back when. I mean, his best drafted wideout is a 7th round quarterback out of Kent State.
There we go. Tyler Boyd, first catch after that rush in the first half.
Getting a little bit of momentum going here. The Bengals with a touchdown. I mean, gosh, if they get a touchdown here, this game is going to feel pretty much sealed for the home team. The good news is moving the ball maybe a little more efficiently, more effectively now. Burrow finding his range. Maybe, just maybe, we could be en route to some more points here.
Javier Flores says, let's go back in time to 1914. Well, listen, I'll tell you right now, we'll get a better energy in the sim if we hit 300 likes. We're only 23 away, so if you haven't yet, 540 of you watching on YouTube, smash that like button. I can feel it. We can get some better energy in here. The rain will be less distracting for Stephen Gostkowski and company. Hit that like button if you haven't. We appreciate you being here. 2nd and 6 from the 20 for Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. There we go. Give him forward progress.
Jared Kilgore. Who did the Seahawks pick right after Harry? Wasn't it that awesome beast of a wide receiver?
There's a long list of names.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to dive in at the guys the Patriots could have had at wideout who got picked after N'Keal Harry, oh, buddy, you're never going to run out of guys who just kind of quietly shame Bill Belichick for his terrible decision making. All right, so Marquise Brown, first wide out off the board. Fine, whatever. N'Keal Harry, second wide out. Then after him, next guy, Deebo Samuel. Guy after that, A.J. Brown. Guy after that, Mecole Hardman. Guy after that, all right, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. All right, not too worried about him making an impact. After that, Paris Campbell, who I think will eventually be good once he's healthy. After that, Andy Isabella. We'll see. Then DK Metcalf, Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin. Just all sorts of guys who have turned out to be pretty good in the NFL. Darius Slayton, those are all guys. Scotty Miller. A wide range of players the Patriots could have had that they did not have and did not even go after. They took N'Keal Harry, and then they're like, you know what, we're done on this very heavy, wide receiver heavy draft. And then you look at what they did in 2020, another draft stocked, chock full of wideouts, guys who could really go out and make a difference. And what do? We don't want any of these guys. We're not gonna go in on a Chase Claypool. We're not gonna go in on a Van Jefferson. We're not gonna go in on a Gabriel Davis or a Colin. Just so many guys who could have made a difference for the Patriots this year. Would have really helped Cam Newton explore his potential in Patriots red, white, and blue, and they passed everyone up and clearly came back to bite him. But although, given the way Bill Belichick has drafted wideouts, maybe a better move for him overall. Maybe drafting a wideout would have kept them from getting Michael Onwenu, possibly the greatest value in the 2020 draft in the 5th round. Maybe if they go wideout, they don't get Onwenu later on. So who knows? Hindsight is 2020, et cetera, et cetera. You know what is not 2020? This game right now, because there's only 10 total points through 3 quarters in the most wild weather Wednesday Bengals sim of all time, although Cincinnati can quite possibly put this game away. 3rd and 1 coming up. They're at the Titans 15-yard line. They're primed for some points. Will it be 7? Will it be 3? Let's wait and see.
You know something? If it wasn't for Belichick and his lack of finding receivers, how do you think the Ravens feel? Now, they nailed the quarterback, I think, considering where they got Jackson, end of the 1st round. He can play. Come on, I think most of us can agree Lamar Jackson can play. You might not think he's a star. You might not think he's going to last forever. But how about them? Hollywood Brown was not good this past year. They're probably another team looking at Metcalf, McLaurin, Deontay Johnson. Like, man, we could have got Lamar a true number 1.
Yeah, I think on the plus side, there has been a little bit of movement with Marquise Brown. He did look better as the season wore on. He might not be in that N'Keal Harry, like, oh my God, this guy's a lost cause kind of territory. I mean, you look at what he did at the last 6 games of the regular season, 6 touchdown passes, okay, or 6 touchdown catches, okay, pretty solid. In the postseason, 11 catches for 196. He has been coming alive. He did show up as the Bengals show up on 1st down after that 4th down play, getting the touchdown. Tyler Boyd on the board, and Joe Burrow working towards a respectable outing with his 2nd touchdown pass of the game. That's bad news if you're waiting for Derrick Henry to come alive, because this Titans team now needs to work the clock. Going to need to throw a lot of passes here, and Derrick Henry's low-key, not very good day, primed to continue.
El Paso number 1, Turtles 1. They love to see it. Boyd scoring a touchdown. Travis is excited. Lindenbaum's right. Hollywood kind of, and you said this too, he kind of put it together late in the season.
He did. He was not, I don't think he's inside the circle of trust quite yet, like you put a guy like DK Metcalf. But he showed some signs of life, and I think the Ravens are going to make it a point this offseason to go out and get one of those experienced wideouts who can really help add a little guidance, a little leadership to the receiving depth chart. And right now they have about $20 million in cap space to spend. Maybe they go out and get themselves a Kenny Galladay. Maybe they kick the tires on the Bears for a trade and extend the kind of deal, with an Allen Robinson. I think there's definitely room for them to go up here, and there's so many opportunities to get a good wide receiver here in 2021, and not only do you have a pretty solid draft class coming in, but just a whole bunch, like a ton of good wide receiving veteran talent available in free agency. And that includes the guy who was released today, John Brown. If you want to bring in a veteran like that in, you can go out and get yourself Juju. You can get yourself Will Fuller. You can get Corey Davis, who has done nothing in this sim. You can get Marvin Jones. You can get Manny Sanders. You can get T.Y. Hilton. You can get Sammy Watkins. There are a whole bunch of guys the Ravens can bring in who would bring immediate impact to their receiving core. Just depends on if they want to spend big or if they want to maybe keep it a little bit lower key and see if Marquise Brown can capitalize on that strong finish to 2020. As we get a Corey Brown reception there. It goes for a first. Or sorry, Corey Davis. I think I mixed him and John Brown into one super wide out there. Drive will continue for the Titans, but they're going to need more than that. They're going to need to strike quickly. They're going to get back in this one.
Mockingjay 2020, is there a good fit for Trubisky? That's his question.
And I think you got to have him in the right situation where you're not asking him to do too much with the ball, and you're making a distinct play for his mobility. So yeah, the Bears make a lot of sense just to bring him back and run it back again, because they've proven they can win despite him. They've proven they can create the right offense for him. They might not have this kind of defense that was so vitally important to that 12-win season when they won the NFC North not too long ago. The Bears is probably the most obvious place for him to go. If you're talking a starting role, it gets kind of tough. I think maybe a place like New Orleans, if no one's biting on Mitch as a free agent and he has to settle for a short-term prove-it deal, maybe he goes down to New Orleans and tries to outwork Taysom Hill and reclaim his status as a starter in the Saints lineup. Otherwise, just not a lot of great openings for a guy with Trubisky's skill set right now. I think Tannehill gets the first, but he's so far past the line of scrimmage that this one is going to be coming back, and a 4th and long on the docket for this Titans team. They got to pick it up. Can't afford
legal forward pass. Like, come on.
It wasn't even close, too. He was like 5 yards. And they're going to decline it, even though it would have been 4th and 13 instead of 4th and 8. So, okay. The Bengals showing some mercy here at the very least.
4th and 8. Oh, boy. Jonnu Smith to target. It's not been a good day for the Titans.
It has not been a good day for anyone involved in this sim. It's not been a good day for you and I having to call this terrible, awful, very bad, no good sim. And God willing, we will get a few Bengals first downs here, and then we can bury this game and never think of it ever again.
Here's a positive. We got rid of Skip Perkins. I do wish we could free him. At Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. The photo is posted of the front page. # free Skip Perkins. Also, we just need 10 of you. 10 if you haven't hit that like button. We're almost at 300 likes already. You guys are great. So smash the like. Hopefully we have some better times ahead here in Simland in terms of quality of play. Unless you play the defenses, you're not too against this. At 4 and 6 o'clock Eastern, you'll have Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich stopping by. And then 8 and 10 Eastern, Rossi and Freeze Pops. Get you the weather for Chargers-Steelers. Let's see. Chargers-Steelers is in the wind coming up after this. Then we'll have NBA Pre-Lock with Matt Meiselman and Julian Edlow.
Big first down strike there. It's Tyler Boyd again. So he's come out of the woodwork to put his stamp on potential Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors. More importantly, fresh set of downs, clock still moving, and that will pretty much take the Titans win probability from 0.3 to 0.1. Well, Bengals throwing the ball here.
Oh,
And it's caught.
Wow.
Into triple coverage.
Uzama.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Okay, Joe Burrow. So Burrow with a chance here to make it 3 touchdown passes today after finding his starting tight end on the run there, and a bad decision, but it worked out for him. We'll get to see what the Bengals have in store in a goal-to-go situation here from the 5-yard line.
Bonzo right now in first in the rainy Cincinnati free roll, which filled 200 entries. Jay Bonzo so in first. Burrow on the run. Incomplete.
Yeah, I don't know why you're not running it here if you're the Bengals and trying to just drain clock, but whatever. You guys do you.
In the big public free showdown contest for this one, 11,294 entries, Jay Hillen, Jhilen in first place. Burrow's in the gun, 2 wide to the right side. Byard is one of the corners covering that ball. Incomplete. Had Bernard wide open.
Why are they throwing the ball up 11 with 2.5 minutes to play, Flash? You have the ball at the 5. You have a run game that's been moderately successful. Why aren't you working clock? Why?
Well, we need points now. We were complaining about points.
No, now we're complaining about this game not being over.
They're going to throw again. Maybe Burrow takes off. Go, Joe!
And he breaks into the end zone. All right, Joe Burrow. 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. Bengals an extra point away from an 18-point lead. Titans really stepped in it in this one.
Trent says, are there people who watch these just for the free roll? LOL. Trent, for sure. Folks love the free contests. Not just the paid ones. We do offer the paid ones. You can check them out, DraftKings.com. We make, the announcers will make free rolls that have a smaller pool. There's no prizes involved. It's all about bragging rights and having a good time. Bucky adds, Trent, I do. Just depends on if it's been a payday week or not. Burrow in the free showdown, 50.5% in the flex. Just under 6% in the captain spot. 21-3, Bengals. Domination at home in the soggy rain. Let's go through the lineup of games and announcers, just in case you guys missed it. So coming up to end the early slate, Chargers at Steelers in the wind with Adam Kaufman, Jeff Ulrich. Right after the 4 o'clock sim, there's just a 2-game slate in the NBA tonight. I know Mavs Spurs is on NBA TV, so if you're looking for a national TV game. Matt Meiselman, Julian Edlow will break down the 2-game slate in the NBA. There's a big slate tomorrow when most of the league returns from the All-Star break. 6 o'clock Eastern, start of the late slate. Cardinals at the Giants in the rain, Kaufman and Moose. And then those two will step aside. 8 o'clock, Ravens at the Browns in the snow with Jason Rossi and Freeze Pops. And those two come back, Rossi and Freeze Pops, for Chiefs at the Patriots in the snow. So coming up, wind, rain, snow, to wrap up the day. Still 4 more sims. Still a chance for better days, better hours, better minutes in Simland. And one more thing. We're right there at 300 likes. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you for spending time with us this morning. I know I'm not on the early sims usually, at least back-to-back, so thanks for putting up with me and Skip Perkins and Christian. You guys are used to Christian at this hour.
This is my forte, coming on early. Hopefully setting the tone for a great day of Sims, but we have kind of been streaking in the opposite direction with this one. Is a nice completion to A.J. Brown there. He may be a bright spot if he's alone at Titan you roster. Maybe you faded Derrick Henry and you're like, I bet this is going to be an A.J. Brown kind of day. Well, you would be right, because this has been just a regrettable performance from this Titans team. Derrick Henry right now, only 14 points in the flex, which is like 2/3 of what he would normally give you as, oh my God, did he do it again?
He did it again! Illegal forward pass.
Ryan Tannehill is broken right now.
mental case. Wow. Wow.
This whole sim has been like a fever nightmare. And it continues.
Not great. Not great. Nick needs Humphreys or Davis. Ricky Robbie, says, thanks for bringing Skip. Skip's getting old. He was born in 1914, so he is 107 years old. Still riding strong. And we'll stop by from time to time, but he has to be careful he doesn't use up all of his energy.
A.J. Brown continues his decent day with another catch there. So over double digits for him in the flex. Titans going no huddle, trying their best to extend this game, prolong the misery.
Oh, Henry makes the catch inside the 25.
So Henry working maybe a little bit more towards a decent day. He will not be the Baby Sir Billy, Not My Kid award winner today. That was pretty much sealed when Tannehill, with one fumble already to his credit, decided to throw multiple passes from way beyond the line of scrimmage.
There goes Henry! Oh!
Very nearly a Henry touchdown there, but he might get the call just to crash in on a big gainer there to set up first and goal from the 2. This is typically where you would get those Derrick Henry dives up the middle. Could also be, we already saw one carry blasting game carry. Won't be one here. No fullbacks, they come out in the shotgun.
Hey, our buddy Dean Murray is in first place. Hopefully it holds. Henry makes the catch for a touchdown.
That might shake things up. A very chalky touchdown there for Derrick Henry. But Tannehill, who had been just hot garbage through the first 31 minutes of the sim, showing up in garbage time, not ironically, to make this one a little bit more respectable on the screen.
Well, Dean, hopefully you hold on. I don't think you have. You have dropped to 4th place in the Flash and Christian Rainey Cincinnati free roll. And in the big public contest, Henry now has 19 points. Well, hold on. I'm seeing 26.2 now for Henry in the flex. 39.3 at the captain spot. Hey, that's good. Henry's 86% owned. So you guys got to be pleased about that. Hit the like for Derrick Henry. Sorry, Dean. LT the Great, 21, says, if only all game this was exciting as the last 2 minutes have been. Dropped him out of the top 10. Sorry, Dean. Christian, this sim won't end, will it?
It will not. This is just, it's pain. And now, since the Titans scored, they're going to burn their timeouts. And did we get an onside kick recovery?
We did.
Holy crap, we did. Finally, the game gives us something we can talk about. The first one I've ever seen here in Simland.
Only problem is now the Titans will start using their timeouts because they think they have a chance. Wow.
We gotta mash the X button through these animations. This game needs to end. This game needs to mercifully come to a finish.
Would you like me to go get Skip Perkins? Maybe he'll cheer you up.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Worth a shot. Trips left. Tannehill. Here we go. After the onside kick recovery. Henry. Timeout, Titans.
I mean, great for Derrick Henry owners out there, and they're like a million of you. But
Mockingjay, whenever you say you're in first, it's jinx. Hey, we're only one like away from 300, so if you haven't, smash that like button. Nice catch for a first down, Jonnu Smith.
And he gets
Stops the clock. He got out of bounds.
Now you just got to start throwing Hail Marys. Just spam them.
John Delfino wants at least one Humphreys reception. One timeout left for Tennessee. Tannehill, right sideline.
Out of bounds. It was not caught inbound. So 5 seconds left. 5 seconds to go for this long, wet fart of a game. Comes to its merciful end.
Come on, Ryan. Keep bugging Christian. Go to the house. Maybe not. Incomplete. Okay, it's over. Christian, it's over, buddy.
Praise the Lord. The game finally, after an hour and 15 minutes of just spiraling through a phugoid cycle, that plane crashes into the mountainside of horrible, terrible sim games. Just an awful, awful sim here. I don't know why. Why are you hugging each other and posing for the cameras? Get to the locker room, put on some dry clothes, and try your best to forget this game ever happened. Oh, Derrick Henry eventually had a great game. Everything just working out for the Titans in garbage time. But our player of the game going to be that man right there, Joe Burrow. All 3 of the Bengals touchdowns go to him, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground. He finished with 160 passing yards, a handful of rush yards, and in a day where no one else really stood out, he gets the Krusty Cough Player of the Game honors. And as far as the Babysitter Billy, Now My Kid Award, oh my goodness, so many candidates in this one. As much as I would like to go out and give it to a guy like Jonnu Smith or a Gio Bernard who had under 4 points, I got to give it to Ryan Tannehill, not only for the fumble, but for the multiple illegal forward pass penalties. I mean, he found up with a decent day thanks to garbage time, but I feel like we can't credit the man for
Fine, dude. Don't give him credit. He doesn't deserve it.
Oh, my God. Glash, get us out of here. Get us out of here.
All right, man.
I can't take it anymore.
All right. Don't forget, one last reminder to check out the postroute.substack.com for the latest from Christian and his wonderful team. Also, go to Twitter and free Skip Perkins.
Do not.
Hashtag free Skip Perkins. You can find the front page news of the Sunday Simland Times at Brendan Glasheen on the Sunday Sim Times, Sunday Sim Times at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. We hit 300 likes. You guys are fantastic. Great stuff. Congratulations as Frangelico makes the final calculations. No life. Frangelico!
Dude, I somehow finished in the top half of the Cincinnati free roll, which is baffling to me, but I'll take it.
I finished 32nd, which is terrible. Not terrible.
Very nice. Yeah.
No Life 11 comes in first with A.J. Brown. Pardon me, I keep doing that. Derrick Henry in the captain spot. Burrow, Tannehill, Boyd, Gostkowski, and Bullock in the flex. And in the public free showdown, a 5-way tie for first. Both defenses in the flex. Boyd in there as well with Tannehill and Burrow. Derrick Henry in the captain spot. All right, coming up to wrap up the early slate, you will get Adam Kaufman, Crust, and Jeff Ulrich, Moose, Crust and Moose, a crusty Moose. Chargers at Steelers in the wind at 4 p.m. Don't forget, after that, the NBA is back from the All-Star break. Just a 2-game slate. Matt Meiselman and Julian Edlow stop by. They will break down tonight's slate. Sportsbook, so betting analysis, also what is being offered on DraftKings for those 2 NBA games. Christian is back tomorrow at noon and 2 with Kaufman. So enjoy that, pal. Good stuff.
All right.
We're back on Friday together for the 4 o'clock game. I will be back tomorrow, everybody, at 4 and 10 Eastern. 4 with Zach Thompson, and at 10 with Matt LaMarca from Out and After Dark. Everybody, Congo Cab, nice job. Finished in 5th place. Everybody, go free Skip Perkins. Have a great rest of your day, and feel free to go down to the local market and grab the Sunday Sim Times. Take care now. Bye-bye. I have deadlines.
DK Sim fam, welcome. Hey, DK Sim fam, how are you? Welcome on in. Good to see you, Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. We got the Chargers, the Steelers, and a whole lot of fun behind us. I'm sure of it here on this Dream Stream. It's a Wild Weather Wednesday. It's great to have you guys with us. Lineups locking momentarily, so make sure you get those in. If you're not, lagging behind like I am, you'll figure it out. I promise. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. Did someone unplug you, and then plug you back in there? It seems like it. Or
I don't know how much of that actually went out live over the air if I reset properly with the clock. But yeah, I started because this is the problem. So this is inside baseball for the people. Let's introduce you to little tech woes occasionally when these things happen. So we get counted down from our crew, our wonderful production crew. They count us down, within our internal channels here, and 15, 10, maybe you get a 5, maybe you don't, and then boom, go. Which we're all used to. We've done it literally hundreds, even thousands of times over the course of the last year. But where I fell victim is I started probably around 6 or 7. We weren't even close in the grand scheme of me actually welcoming the people in, because I saw another notification pop up and I thought it was the other one. Then I glanced at it out of the corner of my eye and I went, nope, that's a different channel. And I guess that's why you got to mute all other, notifications, Jeff. This is important. It's good to know.
It's a fantastic story. I'm sure our audience is thrilled.
Well, let's find out. Up over 300 likes. I'm going to assume all those came in the last 30 seconds. So, yep.
They must have just replayed my golf video from yesterday. That's why all the likes are there. But
that's what it was.
In all seriousness, yeah, definitely happy to be here on. I don't know what it's Wednesday, right? Wednesday afternoon. Do a little sim action. I'm on in 2 in a row. Are you on with me in the next one too?
Oh, you bet your bottom dollar, pal. You got
a special time for me.
Just a big crusty moose sandwich coming at you for the next few hours. Get excited. All right, lineups of lock. We're going to get into the sim here momentarily, obviously, but it is the early bird special. The hope those LA boys can handle playing in the elements free roll. What do you have in your lineup?
All right, so I captain Juju Smith-Schuster.
Okay.
Obviously I played him with Ben. I had to do that.
Sure.
I did. I faded Herbert, even though last time I saw Herbert play in the sim, he was lights out. But I used Eckler. I used a couple other value guys on the Chargers. I popped in Mean Joe Reed in there, and I used Vance McDonald. Vance McDonald is actually a tight end too, who catches balls. So I actually don't hate that play. I think it was 2,400.
So I've got Austin Eckler in the captain spot, which certainly puts me in the majority. He is about 30% owned in that slot out of our 188 entries, about 88% owned overall. And also have Justin Herbert, his, if this were baseball, something of a battery mate, I suppose. Juju Smith-Schuster, I faded Big Ben, Eric Ebron, and then a couple of cheaper guys that a lot of people were onto. James Washington, as you mentioned, and then James Conner, who is only $2,800, and the people they have spoken, they said, oh no, we are not going to fade James Conner at that price. 50% owned, 12% in the captain spot.
Yeah, I faded James Conner, mainly because he's terrible.
We'll find out. You can call him terrible all you want, but in reality, in the 52 Madden simulations across Madden 21, the man does have 22 touchdowns, and He's coming off of back-to-back double-digit performances. I know every sim is a snowflake. There is no carryover, but nevertheless, I find it difficult to ignore.
And I admit, I didn't think he was going to be that popular. Usually the guys who are that cheap, they still kind of go on their own. But shout out, and DK Sim fan they're sharp, man. I mean, they weren't going to let Connor go on their own. So,
nope.
I pivoted to Vance. We'll see what works out. Vance versus James Conner, folks. That's what we're tracking here. I don't like my chances, I'm not going to lie.
We'll see what happens. We are just underway. That ball kicked off, and of course, Ben Roethlisberger, you see him there, starting off his Steelers with the ball. Roethlisberger coming back for his age 39 season. That man saying, I'm not done with football yet. No. But his pal there, Juju Smith-Schuster, who we both own, looking like he is not going to be a Steeler, among the things that we can get into here. Obviously, Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, we got producer Madison, Daniel, Jordan, all part of our production team, along with Frangelico in Game Ops. Frangelico! Love to see it. And a big sack by Tillery to start things off. 2nd and 23 coming out to the 12.
Yeah, what's up, guys? In the chat, DJ says It's nice in Saskatchewan today, so that's cool. Another Canadian in the chat. See you there. El Paso in there. What else we got? Bucky, Cole, what's up? Turtles. And Thomas is there. All right. Anyways, nice little group. Thanks for joining us. Like I said, hit that like if you haven't already, guys. There's Connor. A few yards back, 3rd and 13.
Bucky here says, Coffee, excited for B-ball to be back, take more people's money. So, you know what, Bucky? I was debating whether or not I was even going to play tonight because it's just a 2-game slate. You know, it doesn't really feel like basketball's back in the, you know, as compared to tomorrow when obviously you'll have a lot more action across the association. But then I started getting challenges from members of the DK Sim fam who obviously have figured out how to reach me at this point. And I said, well, what am I going to run from a challenge, Jeff? No, sir. So I've just been accepting these things left and right. And wouldn't you know, 2-gamer or not, I'm back in. I'm back in like Flynn tonight.
Who's on the slate?
It's not a lot going, man. I'll tell you.
No, there's 2 games, I know.
Yeah. Quick possession there for the Steelers. Lasted just a shade over a minute. 4th and 13. Gotcha punt all the way out to the 28. So I'll tell you, you have got some star power on this slate, albeit a very limited one. You have, let's see, Washington and Memphis, San Antonio and Dallas. So everybody's going to have Luka. That goes without saying. You know, a lot of people are going to have Beal. A lot of people are going to have Westbrook. It's really going to come down to what kind of value people are going to roster to differentiate themselves. But you're going to have a lot of repetition in these lineups tonight. Herbert. Start things off.
Who's Memphis playing?
Memphis is at home against Washington. The former Bullets.
Sounds like a good matchup for Ja.
Ja, right. Roster that guy.
Oh, come on.
No, I know. He's on my season-long team, actually.
He's been playing good lately, hasn't he?
He's been playing real well. Actually, somebody offered me a trade earlier today in season-long trying to come and get Morant. I haven't decided what I'm going to do about that yet. I have to review the trade. I have to spend a little time with it. I'll tell the people, though. They offered me Jaylen Brown, who, I mean, close to my heart, obviously, and Derrick Jones Jr. from Portland for Ja Morant.
Seems like not a bad offer, to be honest.
It's not a bad offer, but you got to remember, when your roster is maxed out, as everybody's is, no 2-for-1 is truly a 2-for-1. It's a 2-for-2 because you got to cut a guy. So I got to look at, you know, I got to look at the end of my roster and see if that 2-for-2 then makes sense. You know, really, you're doing Jaylen Brown for Ja Morant, and how do I feel about that? I don't know that I feel that good about that.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, you know, I've already got Jason Tatum and Kemba Walker. So do I want that much Celtics love on my roster? Even me? I don't know that I do.
Ja's gonna bust out here. Well, he's already busting out last half of the year. Watch.
Killa says, Koff, don't do it. Don't bet with your heart. Luke says, any values you like tonight? There's a lot of value out there. I really haven't taken the time, truthfully, Luke, to explore it. I'm not hiding it from you. I'm not hiding my cards. I just haven't, you know, the slate, the little 2-gamer here doesn't lock till 8 o'clock tonight, so I haven't spent much time with it yet.
Oh, it's a late one. Jeez.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Ryan says, any more golf videos for the Players' Championship? Well, glad you asked. You got the no laying up clip on the Players' Championship that you will be seeing on the Dream Stream here a little bit later on after the 6 o'clock sim tonight.
That's right. Yeah, there should be some pod videos up in between sims later tonight. That's when they usually run them, Wednesday. If you got any questions, guys, I mean, I definitely could try and answer them, or just you know, we can have a little golf conversation in the chat if you're interested. But nothing too big has changed for me since yesterday. If you joined us, Reed and I, for our little Q&A sesh. So
how'd that go? I mean, I know.
Great.
I know.
Appreciate everybody showing up.
I know it went well. I mean, that should go without saying. As missed field goal there. That's too bad. 57-yard try though, so I'm not.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see how long that
was. In
the
wind, no less. Those are the elements here on this particular Wednesday sim here on a hump day. But when I say how'd it go, I mean, how'd you feel about it? How was it? How'd you enjoy it?
How'd I feel about it? I enjoyed it, man. The 40 minutes went by so quick. It's nice having Reed on with me, obviously, a guy who obviously also knows what he's talking about. So there's no topic that we're going to get stuck up on or anything. And yeah, man, I mean, I back in the day, I mean, I used to do a little Periscope for DraftKings just myself for 30 minutes. So when there's questions like that, it's easy. And like I said, the chat was great showing up. And yeah, bring questions every Tuesday, guys, every Tuesday afternoon. So.
Well, producer Madison says from a production standpoint, I felt like it went really well too.
Spencer, my article is on the DK Nation playbook. You can find it there if you want more thoughts. But a couple guys off the bat I really like. I think Casey going a little bit overlooked for GPPs. Patrick Cantlay going to be chalky, but I do like him. A couple value guys I like just for GPP pivots down low, or Kirk, Brandon Grace. But yeah, you can look a little bit more into the article if you want.
How you feel about our guy Bryson, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think there's a big decision you got to make around that price. I mean, I think Bryson's going to be in it today for sure. He is, or this week, not today. Sorry, this week. He's playing well. He's got a lot of confidence. When you see Bryson get in that mode, it's a little bit more of a tricky golf course for him because the greens are smaller. He's probably going to put more effort on his short game, but. Yeah, man, like him or Justin Thomas is kind of like going to be an interesting decision right there for a lot of people, including myself. Bryson's going to be really popular. He's second in the odds right now, but he's only like the 8th most expensive golfer. That's the only thing that's kind of holding me back. But I absolutely think he's going to compete this week. Yeah.
Thomas feel a little overpriced to you?
No, honestly, both those guys are a little bit underpriced, if anything. Like Xander Schauffele's more expensive than both of them. Those guys have really been playing, if not as well, or if not better than just the same as Rory McIlroy, right? So, like, I think Justin Thomas and Bryson that's why I think they're a tough choice because Justin, both of them have been playing pretty good. I mean, Bryson's obviously coming off the win, but it's not like Thomas has been a slouch. He's also got better course history at TPC Sawgrass. So. Thomas to me is good. I think the guys who are overpriced are Rory and Xander this week. Well, maybe not so much Xander, mainly Rory. But yeah, compared to Bryson and Justin Thomas, I guess Xander is too.
You like Rory this week though?
Not really. I think he's like a solid play. Like if you're playing him in a cash game lineup, absolutely. But I would definitely play Bryson over him at this point. There's just Bryson's just he's closer. He's there. I mean, it's not even a close thing. He's just coming off the win, right? I think he's ready to compete at even if that's just an easy touchdown.
Yeah, that's competition right there.
Oh,
Juju.
No, Juju. Sorry, it's my captain. But yeah, he's ready to compete. I don't think the course really matters for Bryson right now. I think he's ready to compete anywhere.
About to be 7-0 Pitt here late in the opening quarter after the Juju Smith-Schuster touchdown. Congrats to all those who rostered him, including Jeff, who forgot that he had him as his captain. 8% owned there, and about 57% owned, obviously, in our smaller, more modest free roll, as I always refer to. Jeff, this is from CEH. Why do you think DJ is going to be low owned? And again, let's remember, too, north of 11 grand? He's, I think, 11.2. He's #1 golfer in the world, as we know, but you think people are going to be scared of that salary?
Yeah, it's not even about being scared, right? It's just you can create such easy balanced builds. I mean, look, Bryson is the one coming off a win. I'm obviously talking up here. I like him. I think he's got a ton of confidence. I think he's just becoming more comfortable with this new style of his, and he's 9,700. Like, TPC Sawgrass is also, it's a very variable venue. Like, it's got a ton of water. We see big names miss the cut here all year. So why pay all the way up when you can roster, like, Bryson instead of DJ, and then instead of like going down and having to use guys in the low 8K range, you can roster like two more guys in the 9K range with Bryson. It's just so much easier to create balanced lineups this week, especially with the venue. It doesn't necessarily favor one style over another. Guys like Webb, Kuchar won here, so that's why it's not that people are out on Dustin or they're worried about like one bad week. It just doesn't really make that much sense to pay up for him. I mean, the only reason I'm even considering it is because just from a contrarian standpoint, like obviously it's Dustin and he's really good too. He's got really good upside, but so does Bryson, like as we just found out. So that's kind of why I think Dustin is going to be a lot like the lowest owned we've seen in a while.
LT the Great says, I am locking in Bryson until he cools down. When he gets hot, he tends to stay hot for a bit. LT also mentions, been watching these Sims for a bit now, and Koff is by far my favorite announcer. And LT, trust me, I mean, ask Jeff. Listen a little longer, that'll wear off.
LT, also known as Kaufman's burner account. We do appreciate that.
Checks in the mail, LT.
And I'm kind of with you on the Bryson angle as well. I think he looks really confident. Like I said, he kind of just turned it on in a flick of a dime last week. Had a couple warm up events and then boom, like he's there. That length and the advantage he has with the driver is just becoming more controlled with it, more able to do what he wants and pick both courses.
I've asked you this before, but in the spirit of anyone who wasn't around for this, however long ago we had this conversation, when you are, and this isn't necessarily specific to the Players' Championship, it could be your golf strategy in general for cut events. When you are building a lineup, and I know full well that your strategy might differ between, say, a GPP and a cash game, are you more inclined to put a lineup together where, you're kind of more stars and scrubs, you're trying to anticipate who's going to win, you're looking for guys who are going to put up big scores, and then just hoping to obviously find some success with guys who are lower priced? Or are you looking for a more balanced lineup where your goal isn't so much, I don't really care who wins, I'm looking for 6 guys that are going to make the cut?
So I don't really do either, to be honest. I try to just find guys at certain ranges that I like with who I think are going to have the best outputs, highest birdie rate, playing well, have been good DK scores and things like that all go into it. And then I just kind of make my decision off of, are they going to be high owned? Do I need to fade this guy? What's my percentage going to be? And go from there. So, I mean, I think output is, to me, I don't worry too much about just making cuts. I mean, most guys I'm gonna be considering have pretty good cut rates, like making the cut is great, but like most of these players, again, I mean, are going to be in situations like if you're considering them and they're good values or they got recent form, they're gonna be making cuts anyways. So it's more of just, what's my kind of projected output from these guys? Do they look like they're too cheap for where they are? And then things like recent form, where are they playing well just taking it from more of a stat-based thing to like a playing-based thing. What are they doing well right now? Is this player scoring with just his putter? Did he have a couple lucky weeks? How is he scoring? Is he ball striking? Is that why he's so consistent? Has the putter not heated up? Things like that. So looking at the stats first, seeing how they're doing it, making a lot of birdies, are they producing? And then going and seeing kind of how they're playing with approaches and stuff like that. So you got to look at both sides, like the DraftKings output and the kind of like player output stats. That's kind of how I do it. It's you worry about things like, did the player make a cut at certain courses and stuff like that too. But for me, like for DraftKings, I think the other two are a little bit more important.
See, for anyone that thinks we just come to entertain, we're here to inform as well and educate. Right. That way you guys can set your lineups for tomorrow. What time do lineups lock, by the way, for the players? When is this thing get teed off tomorrow?
Good God, I mean, it's early. It's Florida time. So for me, like I don't worry about it because like I just set my lineups before I go to bed because I'm not getting up at 5 to check like withdrawals. Right. I just don't really care enough. I probably should, but I think they lock around 7 Eastern, something like that.
That makes sense.
It's
Jordan
Eastern time.
6:45. Thank you, Jordan.
6:45.
Yes,
yeah, there you go. It's definitely like early, right? So like I said, if you're like me, you're on Mountain Standard or the West Coast, then either you're getting up at an insanely early time or you're just setting them before bed. So, but I guess if you're on the East Coast or in Florida or something like that, you could, you might have a little time before, but there you go. Good info. 6:45 lock.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, buy stream trash, maple syrup, hockey, Canadian bacon. I think this is one geared toward you. This is very easy for me. Would you like to go first?
No, you go first. I want to hear your take.
Sure. I love me some puck talk. I'm going to buy the hockey. I'm going to stream the Canadian bacon. And I apologize to all of the maple syrup fans out there, but I'm going to trash it compared to the other two. I know.
Wow, pal. You just like basically spit in the face of my entire country.
That's not true. I love hockey.
Maple syrup we were founded on maple syrup though, Kaufman. Absolutely founded on it.
That wasn't Vermont?
You go outside to a tree in Canada and you just stick a faucet in.
Go outside to a tree.
I am going to buy maple syrup, stream hockey,
and
trash Canadian bacon. Canadian bacon's very overrated. It's not even better than regular bacon, so in my opinion.
Yeah, well.
It's close between hockey and maple syrup. I admit.
Okay, very good.
Definitely would never trash maple syrup. It is underrated, if anything.
7-0 Pittsburgh. Chargers with the ball, 2nd and 7 from the 22 on the way. Couple minutes gone by, second quarter, with Moose, Koff, Jordan, Mads, Daniel, Frangelico. Speaking of cats, and I say that only because there was a buy stream trash about cats, Garfield and Keanu and maybe Catwoman, if I remember right. Daniel, this is directed right to Daniel. I finally did watch not finally, it hasn't been out long, but I watched the Tom and Jerry movie on HBO Max with the kids.
You watched the Tom and Jerry movie?
with the kids. With the kids.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He says with the kids, folks.
It was midnight. They were asleep. I watched it alone. And you know what? I went in with very low expectations, and I enjoyed it. That's a fun watch with the kids.
With the kids.
And no, I did not get the Snyder cut, although I did read about that. There was a tech glitch. There was an error where people who very early on, like in the first day, who tried to watch the Tom and Jerry movie, I guess the new Justice League popped up instead.
Oh, really?
Yeah, even though that obviously was not supposed to be released yet. But they very quickly realized the error and got that corrected.
So like 50 people got to see it?
Pretty much, yeah.
When does that one come out? In the 19th?
Soon, very soon.
Yeah.
Daniel, I'm sure, can tell us exactly when. 18.
18.
He was,
All right.
he was typing that before you even asked it.
All right. So we got about a week here. I guess I can wait a week.
Wait,
God,
are
there's
you
been so
disappointed? Yeah, I'd
few.
say so.
There's just been so few good releases lately.
It's true.
It's really annoying.
Not when you've been binging Psych and you're just blowing through a season a week. You're doing great. 3rd and goal, touchdown, Eckler, my captain, your captain, my captain. It's just
everybody's
commentator captain's getting it done.
Going down and tying things. Like Koff said, 30% owned the captain, the free roll, 87% owned overall.
Speaking of overall, we've only got overall 300 plus likes. Let's get to 400. Smash that like button with the almost 500 of you watching along here just on YouTube, along with the thousands more across all our other platforms, of course, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Appreciate all of you, each of you individually. I'll call you all out. I don't care. You hit the like, send us your name, tell us like number, whatever, and then your name, and I'll read you out. I'll invent a life story for you. I'm just happy to just celebrate you and the fact that you're here with us.
All right.
On a
well,
Wild
there you
Weather
go.
Wednesday.
Wow. Exciting. Yeah, I keep forgetting it's Wild Weather Wednesday because it's just the wind game.
Just
so.
the wind. Yeah, you can't see wind.
You can't. Last time I checked.
No. One of my favorite insults of all time, by the way, came in an episode of Alf. Do you remember Alf?
I remember Elf, yes.
I was watching an episode of Alf. This was years ago. It's just stuck with me because I thought it was the funniest thing. I don't even remember what prompted it, but Alf just turns to somebody. He says, "You bite wind." And it killed me. I thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. You
Okay.
bite wind. Mike 321, Jason 319, Giggity Gaming 320. Call us out, Koff, says the freak of nature. Let's go, says Dante. Thank you all for being with us. So I'm told we got to 200 likes to get Skip Perkins fired. Is that the case? Skip gone at this point? Has he worn out his welcome? Hasn't been around long, Skip. I kind of liked him, to be honest with you. Fumble!
Out of
Chargers
bounds.
going to get it? Yep. 1st and 10 from the 36 coming.
The Chargers get that?
Looked like it. Looked like it was
Oh,
scooped just
all right,
before they
yeah.
stepped out of bounds.
That was weird, man. Yeah, I was just about to say, too, like the Steelers running back position is kind of going to be interesting next year. Jalen Samuel's a guy who could be in the mix. I can't see them bringing back Connor. Unless I missed something there. I don't think he's coming back.
Different.
Nice little catch, though. Held on to it.
2nd and 6.
Is that Burge? Burge Green?
We've had 3 people say that they're like 323. Do people just keep taking away likes and reliking? What's happening here?
I'm not watching the likes, so.
I'm studying them. Like I'm going to be quizzed later. Halfway through the second, again 7-all. Chargers already in the pit territory. That ball completed out to the 20.
Ooh, Mike Williams.
Mike Williams. Get off me.
Busting some moves there. There's another free agent. It could be interesting. Maybe a Green Bay target or something like that. Oh, wait, did they franchise Mike Williams or something stupid like that? No, they didn't.
Seeing
that doesn't sound right. Allen Robinson got franchised.
He did. That is correct. There are a lot of really interesting names, guys that are going to be out there, whether it's obviously, and Christian McCaffrey restructured, I guess, earlier today. But there's
McCaffrey did?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But, Chris Carson, Aaron Jones, Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith, Kenny Galladay, Juju Smith-Schuster, just some of the names coming to mind that I was
Godwin and Robinson kind of got taken off the market. They could still get traded, but
they were franchised.
I don't think Godwin's gonna get traded. I think he'll stay. Robinson, if they don't land Russ or whatever, then that could be a different story. But interesting movement there. I think a lot of people were expecting at least one of Godwin or Robinson to be on the market. They both got franchised. I think
Great news for Galladay.
It is. It's really good news. I was surprised the Bucs did it, but
tough news for Jared Goff. There's a touchdown.
Double H.
Hunter
Another
Henry.
guy's a free agent, by the way.
Yeah.
Hunter Henry.
Yeah, so here we go. Jordan says some of the wide receiver free agents. Galladay, Will Fuller, didn't mention him. Antonio Brown, of course, Tampa or bust for him as far as I'm concerned. Smith-Schuster, Corey Davis, Curtis Samuel, Marvin Jones. So you will notice the unfortunate trend for Jared Goff there. John Brown, who was cut loose earlier today. That guy's on my poop emoji list.
John Brown, the
can't
Buffalo
roster
Bill?
that guy in fantasy. Just don't trust him.
The Buffalo Bill?
Yeah, Buffalo Bill.
Oh, they cut him?
They cut him. Yeah.
Weird. Okay.
They must feel about him the way I do when I rostered him.
Well, it's probably a salary
anytime
thing.
last season.
Anyways, keep going on.
T.Y. Hilton and Sammy Watkins were those last couple.
Yeah. Interesting names for sure. My God, if the Packers do not pick up at least one of those people, I mean, well, outside of Sammy Watkins, who's, would set them back like 5 years. T.Y. Hilton would be interesting. Corey Davis of that group could offer the best value because I don't think he's going to cost that much. Kind of in a lower passing offense, was upstaged by A.J. Brown, but he had some moments, man. Corey Davis, first round draft pick, people forget. Oh, God, he looked good in Green Bay. I might revolt. I might revolt, Koff, if they don't sign a Packers wide receiver. I don't know who I'll revolt against, but
Sanders also cut loose by the Saints today, so that's another one. It is true.
Wow.
I mean, how are you feeling if you're Aaron Rodgers? I mean, obviously, you had certainly a team equipped and could have felt maybe, I don't know, taking a receiver in the first round as opposed to a quarterback, but that's neither here nor there. They were equipped last year. They were talented enough to get to the Super Bowl, came damn close, as we know, fell short in the NFC title game. Matt LaFleur on your play calling, Rodgers and your lack of delivery there, but whatever. I don't want to keep going down that road. I'm still upset about it. But, I mean, now, like, probably your top two running backs are gone, right? Aaron Jones is not going to be back. Jamal Williams, I think, is also a free agent, if I'm not mistaken. So, all eyes on Dylan there being your guy. But, you still have MVS, you still have Adams, clearly, Lazard, hopefully he's healthy. Tunions of Funyuns. He's a guy that, it proved his worth last year. But you got to add more, especially in the backfield. You got to add something, I would think. I mean, how are you feeling if you're Aaron Rodgers if they don't make a move?
Oh, God. I mean, if they don't do anything, like if they go and draft, like, I don't even know.
Another quarterback. No,
yeah,
but
another quarterback.
A defensive player.
I mean, look, they did draft A.J. Dillon for this reason because they knew that, like, Aaron Jones was going to cost them an arm and a leg. So I think A.J. Dillon is actually a really good prospect, and I think he, from a talent standpoint, he's actually, like, a good pickup. But I wouldn't want to be going in with just him. Like, I think there's still a chance they bring Jamal Williams back. I think that's just too good a fit, quite frankly. So, there's still hope there. I don't think Aaron Jones is coming back. I know there was some talk like they were going to consider it, but I just don't. I think Aaron Jones will get an offer from someone else that won't even be close. Williams is a different story. And look, if they don't get those guys, RB, it looks bad, but like it is not a hard position to replace. It's just not. Like look what the Chiefs did. They lost their best guy in Damian Williams, and they went to the Super Bowl with a rookie and like just a veteran that like anyone would normally just sign off the street in Darrell Williams. So that's not the position I'd be worried about. What the Packers need is defense, mainly on like a corner to play alongside Jari Alexander, and maybe a little bit of help like in the middle, and they need a wide receiver. They need like another playmaker, maybe a tight end. I don't know, but something like that. So, they need to go get a Corey Davis or a Galladay, and they need to strengthen that secondary because Ken King ain't cutting it anymore. And I am, quite frankly, I'm like perplexed why that guy keeps getting played by the Packers. It's ever since he's been in the league, he's been the weak. Like they brought Alexander and Ken King in together. It's been clear like Ken King isn't that good for like a couple years, and yet the Packers just refuse to like sign people, draft people to replace them. So it's going to be an interesting offseason for Green Bay too. And I really do think, I think Aaron Rodgers realizes maybe this year like it's in his best interest to give the Packers one more chance because they were so close. But
last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years ago kind of felt like a little bit lucky to get where they went. Like they were so far behind San Francisco, like just when it came down to it. Last year they were right up there with Tampa. Like it was a close game. They could have easily won there. Just they stopped that stupid Hail Mary before half. Like so many things could have gone their way in that game. So I think they're very, very close. I think Rodgers knows it. But if they don't make the proper moves this offseason, like he is, in my mind, I think he's gone. So it'll be a really interesting offseason for the Pack.
1st and 10 from the 31, less than a minute to go here in the opening half. Chargers with the ball and with a touchdown lead. Herbert anytime now. He's going to scramble. Sacked just beyond the 30 in a timeout. One name we haven't mentioned, and I think not breaking news right here, Jeff, but just something to think about. Let it rattle around your brain for a second. Who may be a cheaper logical fit there in Green Bay to solve that running back situation? What about bringing in Kenyon Drake, who was just cut loose by Arizona? Dude had 1,000 yards last year. Obviously it was a very good player.
Oh, no.
I dump on him from time to time here in Simland. He certainly was a good real-life player last year who now finds himself available and probably wouldn't cost that much money.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, it's not hard to replace RBs today. And Drake coming off a down year, like, is he even going to have that big a market? Probably not. You might be able to get him for like half of what you could get him for normally.
Oh.
Is that another fumble? Jeez. They got that one.
The AI stepped in and said, "We're taking this ball."
OJ Howard? Oh yeah, is OJ Howard on the market this year? No, I don't think he's a free agent though. Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. I don't think Tampa wants to trade OJ Howard, but God, that'd be nice to get him in Green Bay.
And here I thought Arizona was your team. Now it's sounding like you're a die-hard Packers fan.
I'm more of a player guy. Like I just really like Aaron Rodgers.
I've heard that about you.
And all right. Oh my God.
Damn it.
Dad jokes with you are just flying lately. Just
I know,
out
I
the
took
door.
a nap right before the sim, so I'm well rested.
Yeah. I just want Aaron Rodgers to get a ring. I want one more ring for Aaron Rodgers. Kind of like that Peyton second ring.
Yeah.
He's such a good player. He deserves it.
Well, that's why I was rooting for him last year.
Absolutely.
All the people that thought I was anti-Brady, it wasn't that I was anti-Brady. I was pro-Rodgers. There's a difference.
Honestly, I don't know. It would have been a weird situation to be a Patriots fan last year. I know we talked about this, but like
Ostensibly.
mixed feelings for sure.
I'm still not comfortable with it.
No.
I mean, even when I was rooting for Brady against the Chiefs, I'm still not comfortable with all the celebrating that has been taking place. As, by the way, there should be. I don't blame him for that. I'm jealous. I'm a jealous, jilted ex right now when it comes to Tom Brady. You know what's odd to me? I was thinking about this over the course of the season. I don't know that I've ever actually verbalized it here in the Sims, though, as we get a field goal there, getting us closer to the half. It never, despite the 20 years in New England and seeing him only in that uniform or those colors or that logo or however you want to classify that, it never felt, like not even from day one, it never felt that weird to me seeing him in a Bucs uniform. Even once like those Photoshops came out after he signed there, it just, I don't know, that never felt that strange. But what always did, always, and never relented, all the way to the end, was anytime he did his press availability and he sat there with all the Bucs logos behind him and the Zoom background and all that, like when it was just him and his TB12 hat and a Bucs t-shirt and all the Bucs logos behind him, just sitting there at a podium or at a table talking to the media, that for some reason always felt incredibly strange to me.
Yeah, I guess they're just hitting you over the head with you today. Like, you know,
Yeah,
this dude's on a different team now.
I don't know why. Like there shouldn't be a difference, but there was.
I think the biggest thing for me is how quickly like the fan base of Tampa has just like almost become like the Patriots fans, you know?
Just
Like
entitled jerks.
kind of, yeah, like oh, you know, like well the defense won. Well, you know, like Brady's the best. Like you're just a Brady hater, you know, like instantly just going right to that argument. It's kind of interesting. I mean, look, Tampa at one point was like the Detroit Lions of the NFL. So you got to give them their year to gloat and stuff. But
historically, they were one of the worst franchises in professional sports.
Very, very terrible.
The NFL.
Yeah. They had some brutal seasons. They were brought back to respectability, you know, by John Gruden with the Super Bowl and stuff. But
right. Now they're talking about extending Brady, you know, because he's going to play forever. Which I will at least say this much in that respect. I would rather, like, however much longer he plays, you know, short of coming back to New England, which is never going to happen. I would rather he just finish out in Tampa versus becoming this like hired gun that bounces from team to team. You know what I mean? Like, you know, go and achieve whatever you're going to achieve there. And obviously you're off to a rip-roaring start. But just finish there and be identified with, you know, more so the one team, but both teams, and not like, you know, to bring it back to a Celtic, Paul Pierce, who is, you know, Paul Pierce is by no means, you know, the Tom Brady of the NBA. That's not what I'm saying. But to think about a guy that was in Boston for 15 years, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's a Net, he's a Wizard, he's a Clipper, and he's fresh in mind because he's a Hall of Fame finalist and he's going to get in, as he should. But you know, that just like, I don't know, that never really looks right, you know, at the end of a guy's career. And we've seen tons like Brett Favre, right? You know, he's a Viking. He's it's like, no, just finish up with that team, you know, a la, you know, Montana was obviously a Niner, then he was a Chief, then he was done. He didn't, you know, go bounce around wherever else. Just finish up there.
Favre had that amazing year with the Vikes, and that was like it. Like, remember how good he was that year, and then he just got smushed like the year later, and then he went to the Jets, and it's like, oh, dude, like you should have just stopped. Brady could definitely go down that road if he's not careful. It's so tricky this point of their career too. I'm sure they feel like in their mind they can still play, obviously, but like at some point it's gonna. And the thing is, Brady is linked with like Bruce Arians and the Bucs right now because, again, I've said this. They have a very good O&D line, and if he goes to the wrong situation, man, things could go downhill so fast. You know, if he doesn't have the proper support. So that's what happened to Favre, man. Like the Vikings regressed a bit. They started letting him get hit, and then he went to the Jets and just, you know, so could be a similar fate for Tom if he holds on too long. But I think he'll stay in Tampa as long as Arians is there. So it's probably dependent on Bruce Arians.
Really is interesting. It you know, what that team is. I mean, it speaks to like Levante David, you know, signing that cheapy contract, for 2 years and whatever it was, 15 or 20 million bucks to get, because like that's what guys do, and this was obviously true for 20 years in New England. That's what guys do to play with Tom Brady. And a lot of people thought it was not just playing with Tom Brady, but playing for Bill Belichick. Well, now maybe it has been highlighted that it's more of a play with Tom Brady thing. Not to take anything away from Belichick being an all-time great coach, he obviously is, but we know now more than ever, perhaps, what Brady's true impact is, and that he is, it answered the question, could he do it without Belichick? Well, yeah, clearly he can. And so this is what you have. You're going to have now, they are now Patriot South. You're going to have guys for the next couple of years, or so long as Brady is playing, flocking there on, fractions of the salaries that they could command elsewhere for an opportunity to get a ring. You've already had Adrian Peterson say, I want to go to Tampa. I mean, that's been out there for weeks now. Like, the Odell Beckham Jr. stuff is always out there, even though he's not a free agent. I don't think that's going to happen. David takes the cheaper contract to go back. Godwin gets franchised, probably isn't looking to go anywhere, at least not yet. They want to run it back. You're going to have Gronk inevitably is going to come back. Brown is going to come back. And I'm not sure that's necessarily because Brown is a choice. I still don't think there are any other teams that are going to be lining up to sign him, because people probably think it's only Brady that can keep him in line. He's just going to combust elsewhere. But there are going to be other examples, the Fournettes and McCoys and, guys like that who were there last year, of that ilk in the seasons to come that are going to say, okay, let's go help Brady win 8, 9, whatever.
Yeah, I actually didn't even see the Levante David news. I know that's what people were waiting on after the Godwin got tagged there. So that's kind of what I was expecting would happen. And you're right. I mean, just taking a shorter term, lesser money guaranteed, whatever, to come back. I mean, that's what happens when, like you said, you get a good group and a coach and QB combo who get along and stuff like that. And so, yeah, man, good news for the Bucs. I mean, they really just don't seem like they're going to be losing anyone. So,
I was listening to a Herb Says I'm Second your contest. Keep it up, Herb. We'll check on the leaderboard here shortly as Herbert rolls out, throws on the run, crosses body.
Oh, that was dropped.
You had to have that, man. You had to have that. Now they're going to have to punt. I was listening to a Brady interview, I don't know, last week before, on he was on with James Corden, so I think it was the Late Late Show, if I remember right. And he, as obviously, like anytime you're a champ, these guys, they make their rounds. Like Gronk's been showing up everywhere. Gronk has joined the NFT market, by the way, for anyone that missed that yesterday, because of course he did. Although, as much as I'd like to tease him, good business savvy on the part of Gronkowski and his team, because he is the first professional agent or professional athlete to jump into that game and follow in line with the likes of Top Shot and things like that. So we can talk about that at some point if we feel like it. But on the Brady front, I did think one comment was pretty revealing. He was asked about, just kind of what was it like winning in Tampa, and, obviously after 20 years with the Patriots. And he sort of acknowledged, without coming out and flat saying it, but if you read between the lines, it sounded like he was kind of burnt out of the experience in New England. And a lot of people attributed that to, like, oh, he was tired of playing for Belichick. He didn't want to be treated just like one of the guys. He wanted more respect to it. Like all the stuff that's been reported, or like Belichick works us too hard. I wanted more of a Club Med mentality with Arians, more of a player's coach. It wasn't that. It was, and this part is absolutely true. I say this as a Patriots fan and also as someone that, is in the area and covers the teams in this market. Brady acknowledged the entitlement of just Patriots fans. And over the last 20 years, the season would start. We'd be talking at this time. It would be the off season. And it would be like, well, who are you going to face in the Super Bowl? And, sort of, as Brady said, skipping over all of the hard work that it takes to get there. It would just be, taken for granted that, of course, you're going to reach it. At the very least, it was AFC title game or bust. Like, you had to get to that. The division, winning that was a foregone conclusion. With those schlubs, you kidding me? The Jets, the Dolphins, the Bills, give me a break. Like, the bye week and the playoffs, absolutely. It was a guarantee in the minds of fans, not like now, that you're going to get to the AFC title game, if not the Super Bowl. And then who are you going to play? Brady said when he got to Tampa, that wasn't the case. The case was, are you guys going to be any good? Are you going to be competitive? How are you going to do? And how are you going to do it? And it was basically all about the process, which he said really kind of revitalized him in some ways after his experience in New England. And even though it was in that format, it's not like he was talking to Peter King. He was talking to James Corden. You know, that was about as honest and revealing as I feel like Brady has been on that topic.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Makes sense. I mean, the markets like New England, especially like hardcore sports markets, I mean, I think they burn the athletes out the most. I mean, I know, you know, in Edmonton, like hockey is everything. Like that's all anyone talks about. You've seen players come here before and like, they're just like, I do not want to be like that focused with a group of fans that are like, you know, if you're not winning, like it's like, you know, the end of the world. Like people want to go play in Florida and San Jose, where it's like, they're just happy you're there, you know, that everyone's just cool with it and it's a little more laid back. So at the same time, like when you do perform in markets like, you know, in New England or something, you know, the rewards are better because, you know, that's all everyone will talk about. Like you're basically a god. I mean, like the 80s Oilers where I live they're gods, man. Like they walk into town, like they wouldn't have to pay for things. Like it's ridiculous. Yeah. So, you know, it's an interesting thing, different markets like that. Yeah. I can kind of understand it. Absolutely. I mean, he was there for a long time too. What, how many years was Brady in New England?
20 years.
20. Yeah. Like anything gets stale over 20 years, you know, outside of like a marriage, right? So,
I was waiting for it.
But yeah, you get my point, right? It's a long time to be working in the same place, same people. There's a bomb. Oh, he got it.
Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Oh, all right. All right, Dante Johnson. We see you. 33-yard score.
Man.
Mockingjay says, not true, Koff. I live here in Tampa, and it was Super Bowl or bust. So, Mockingjay, I'm not telling you what, you know, my perception of it. I'm telling you what Brady said. You know, obviously fans felt however they felt. I'm just telling you, and I'm not there, and I haven't been there since he's been there. Just telling you what he said. So, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a segment of fans that were Super Bowl or bust. That would make all the sense in the world to me. You just got Tom Brady. You went all in. Like, why wouldn't that be a mentality?
And it's not just the fans. It's the media too. It's the media too.
Absolutely.
There's no way the Tampa Bay media was putting as much, you know, pressure on the Brady and Arians and stuff to like be, oh, Super Bowl or bust. You know, there's just no way. As someone who's followed and you know, seen the guys who covered New England and the Patriots and stuff, like one thing goes wrong there, and it's like, good God, like let's dissect everything and like make a huge deal out of everything. It's insane. So no, there's just, you know, I'm sure there's definitely a bullish group of fans and who were had mass expectations, but overall the sentiment was way more chill and relaxed than what he would have faced in New England.
Brian says, Koff just got here. What's the wacky weather? What, Brian? You can't see it on your screen? It's wind, obviously. Yeah, we know. You can't see the wind, but it is wind. It's wind here for this particular sim on a Wild Weather Wednesday. We can give you the rest of the schedule and weather for the second half of your Dream Stream day if you'd like as well. Jeff and I will be with you for the next sim. We're looking forward to that. Continue on our conversation about whatever it is. We haven't even really touched on, you know, guys like Juju and other players here within the sim that might be on other teams the next time we are, whether it's doing updates to Madden 21 or obviously when we welcome in Madden 22 come August. Because, yeah, Dream Stream's not going anywhere. These sims are not going anywhere. And a lot of great, fun, new stuff coming up for you in the weeks and months to come on the Dream Stream. Not unlike Jeff's PGA Tour pre-lock show with Reed that you had the chance to watch. Hope you did yesterday for the first time. That will be a regular staple now, getting you ready for golf each and every week as part of the Dream Stream. Always at the same time on Tuesdays?
It should be, yep. Between the, let me get this right, between the 4 Eastern and 6 Eastern sim. So
there you go. let's see here. Oh, John had mentioned a few times here. He said, well, we're on the subject. What are the Patriots going to do for a quarterback? So, John, I can tell you, I don't know how big a story that is in the NFL nationally. I can promise you locally, giant deal. And it's talked about ad nauseum, and it's one of the number one, talking head topics, radio, TV, whatever. And I don't think anyone really knows. I mean, I've been saying going back to October, I think, is when I started tweeting about this, and it's completely unrelated to me, has picked up a lot of steam since, to where it's talked about a lot now, which is Jimmy Garoppolo, Bill Belichick reunion. I really do believe that is on the table. Obviously, the Niners are publicly interested in upgrading. It just, do they consider a trade for Sam Darnold an upgrade, or if they're able to get
Eckler gonna go?
Go, Captain, go! No zigzag necessary, touchdown! Oh yeah, 64-yard score, Capitan.
Good sequence for Austin Eckler. A couple catches there as well, so that's like a massive swung there, like almost a 15-point effort there just on that drive alone. It's another guy, Austin Eckler. He's going to go high in fantasy drafts. I want a piece of him, though, if possible.
Pretty good. We'll get you updates on the standings as well here momentarily.
Yeah, that's going to shift things.
Quite.
Although maybe it won't shift things that much.
Because he is like
everybody has him, right? So.
Yeah, it's just a question of who's got him in the captain spot. Like
exactly.
This guy who looks like I have climbed to 31st here in our early bird specialty. Hope these LA boys can handle playing in the elements. Free roll. Stud 2 is sitting in front right now by about a point as things stand at the moment. So again, we'll keep it posted. But just circling back on the Patriots, I think Garoppolo is realistic. I think. Cam Newton's return is realistic. I don't think Jarrett Stidham, not to say he won't be back, but I don't think he's going to be the starter. I don't think he'll be the guy. Is he brought in again to compete, with Cam? Maybe. That would be really disappointing for Patriots fans, but is entirely possible. People keep talking about, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Again, not a name that you necessarily get uber excited about, but I think it's a realistic option. Like Matt Stafford, people talked about, clearly not happening. He's in LA. Carson Wentz, people talked about, clearly not happening. He's in Indianapolis. Marcus Mariota, potential trade target. Absolutely. I'm not sure he's going to be a backup once again behind Derek Carr, especially on that salary. I think they'd probably like to unload him. They're, kind of sort of rebuilding there. Drafting a quarterback, not that anyone that they draft, I think, would waltz in and be a year one starter. I don't believe that, but drafting a quarterback and, early on is absolutely not only an option, but probably a preference, especially if the Patriots can trade up to a place where they can get one of these upper echelon guys. But I don't know. I've floated out a bunch of names. You tell me. Is there anyone that I'm leaving off that you think is a logical fit? I didn't mention guys like, Dalton or Winston. I don't think they're coming here. But, what's if you had to guess right now on March 10th, who is New England's Week 1 quarterback? Right? Not easy. After 20 plus years, certainty, Drew Bledsoe before.
It's just so tricky with these teams, because you've got so many other, you've got other teams that are in similar situations, like Washington, right? I think Mariota. Let me put it. I'll try and put it like this. I think Mariota is going to be the starter in New England or Washington this year. I think there's a better chance he goes to Washington, but again, I don't really have a reason to say that. I just feel like the Patriots are maybe open to more options. Where I think Washington could really make Mariota a target. I think it's either going to be Mariota or I do think there's some of this Jimmy Garoppolo stuff. I just think San Francisco, their heart of hearts, want to move on. So I think they might find a way to do it. But for now, I guess I'll say it's Cam or Mariota, which probably isn't going to be very bullish for Patriots fans. I think the other option is a guy like Mac Jones. They just draft someone that Belichick is higher on than most people realize, and they roll with that. But
I did see on the subject of Mac Jones, I saw I wish I could remember exactly what the stat was, but I saw something, somebody tweeted that Bill Belichick has drafted
Bama players.
Twice as many Nick Saban players as players from any other college coach.
Yeah, it's a thing. That's why I brought up Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Because I think that's
they
the
met with him
quarterback.
at the Senior Bowl too. Mac Jones talked about it.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely some smoke there, but like I said, there's smoke to the Garoppolo thing. Mariota's been mentioned there, and Mac Jones, and then people are like, oh well, Cam's an option too. So it's just hard for me to put like one of these guys as the huge favorite. I think Mariota have other options, so maybe I shouldn't even put him as the favorite. Maybe Mac Jones is the favorite. I don't know, like something like that. There's just so many ways the Patriots could end up leaning, and I really have no inside information as to what. So I think those are the options, though. I don't think there's going to be a big trade, free agent wise there. It'll be they'll be looking to reclaim someone like Garoppolo or Mariota, or they'll be YOLOing it with like a QB from the draft.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, those aren't happening, guys.
No.
they're just, much as I'd love to have that conversation, and I truly would, being realistic, not going to happen. That ball tipped and out of play to take us to the end of the third. 21-17 game here, Chargers in front.
I do think Mariota would be a really nice fit with Josh McDaniels in the offense they ran last year. Kind of like a more explosive version of Cam. I think he gives them a bit more big play capability. I think he's a better downfield passer at this point, even though he's, was never that great to begin with. But
sure.
I think at this point he offers more similar style to Cam, but more upside. So I wouldn't mind Mariota. Like if I was a Patriots fan, I would be okay with that, and maybe drafting someone as well. But I think Mariota might be as good as they get this year outside of
Mariota over Cam for sure.
Absolutely, man. Outside of like hitting a home run with like a later quarterback, I think Mariota might be as good as you can do in New England.
Eckler closing in on the bonus, the rushing bonus. He has 89 yards, couple of touchdowns. Also had that fumble earlier, but we won't hold that against him. He's redeemed himself. 68 for Mike Williams. Turned back the clock to the Madden 20 days. 5 for 68 for Mikey Will. 3 for 44 for Washington. A touchdown for Juju. 1 for Henry as well. You got Keenan Allen, 3 for 53. So we'll see. We'll see if anybody can get to the bonus before the end of this one. I don't think we're going to go to overtime, but mathematically, I suppose it's possible. We'll see if we are.
Is Eckler in the rush bonus? No, he's close though.
No, 89.
89, yeah.
89.
All right, so Eckler beast mode. Like I said, Eckler could be a beast mode all season last year. Deontay Johnson, not one catch, but 33 yards.
Mm-hmm.
It's another guy you're going to be wanting to draft, I think, a lot in fantasy next year.
As long as he holds on to the football.
Yeah, I know. It's but there's been a lot of young receivers who had issues like that earlier in their career, and it's fixable. Like
give him that Clifford Franklin, stick him.
That's right. That's right. Or you need like the whatever. I don't even know what I was gonna say. What the hell?
There Koff goes again, throwing me off my rhythm.
That's right.
21-17 Chargers. Moose, Koff, Mads, Jordan, Daniel, Frangelico, all hanging out with you here. First to two for at least the two of us. The rest of our crew is going to get to depart because they've been at it for a full Dream Stream day so far. 20-yard pickup for Williams. No quitting him. Someone had asked earlier, and I don't want to ignore it. We've just been doing some other things. Bucky had brought up basketball, was related to basketball. Fufu. And that might be pronounced another way, but I'm going to go with Fufu. It says, Koff, can you give us some advice on how you build your lineups for NBA Classic? What is the main thing you look for? It's really, Fufu, not a big science, truthfully. In the NBA, it's all about opportunity. And over the course of the day, especially for larger slates, but same thing applies today with the two-gamer, over the course of the day in the NBA, it's not like the NHL. The NHL, after the morning skates, you generally know, who's going to be playing. You might not know the goalies. You might find those out a little bit later on in the day. But with the NBA, stars or any other players for that matter are getting ruled out right before lock a lot of the time, or in the hour before lock. That's why we have an NBA pre-lock segment that we bring you here on the Dream Stream, as Herbert standing statuesque, now on the move right side. Will he rush in himself? He's going to slide. Gets just a 4-yard pickup to the 5. So at that point, it's not only who do I not want to roster because these guys got ruled out. It's what opportunity does this open by that guy not playing? For instance, you know, if, I don't know, Bradley Beal gets ruled out, well, boy, Russell Westbrook's in a much better spot than he already is. Or some of those secondary guards who, you know, may not play, as we have a touchdown here for the Chargers. And really opening this game up now. First of the day right there for Joe Reed. Good to see Joe Reed.
Joe Reed.
So it really comes down to that. It comes down to opportunity, which is why, like, you guys will ask me, you know, what studs do you like tonight? Or what value do you like tonight? I really don't look at it much before, let's say it's a 7 o'clock lock, much before 6:15, because so much changes. And stuff changes after that, too. You got to be attentive to late swaps as well, you know, in the NBA, especially now that that's an option for you. It's, you know, gone are the days of set it and forget it. You know, you got to be aware of guys getting ruled out over the course of even the night before, you know, if they're playing in the 10 o'clock game, you might have guys still with questionable tags. LeBron and AD, you know, is one of them going to get ruled out? Well, then it's a LeBron night. So, you know, sometimes people will stack later games. What I would also advise you, independent of that, you don't always have to trust yourself. You know, Google around. There are plenty of sites, including, of course, DK Nation, that write articles about good plays that night. That, you know, our experts, our analysts put these articles together. They really dive into the numbers and the research. And, you know, Jeff writes these articles too, not for the NBA, but he writes them obviously for NFL, for golf, and so on. You know, you want to read these things because these are the guys who are paid to analyze this stuff. If you've got, you know, not enough time on your schedule building your lineups, and they'll recommend guys or tell you guys to fade. And, you know, find the writers that you like, that you trust, and, you know, really gravitate to their stuff, and that'll help you as well. So that's kind of my slightly long-winded spiel on setting NBA lineups.
Fair enough, man. No, it's good info Koff gave you. Like you said, you can always check out DK Nation playbook as well for some nightly stuff and nightly info. Guys, you know, giving you trying to give you the best lineup advice and stuff like that. So that's been a pretty good sim. Someone mentioned in the chat. Lots of points. Yeah, Chargers up there. 20 points. Need a quick one here from Ben. Not gonna lie, folks.
First and 10 from the 36. The ball's completed just to the 39. So let's see. We got Rob Ran. Car Ramrod. Rob Ran is in front by about 2.5 points in our small free roll here. I'm sitting 37th. Where are you, my friend? Where's Wade?
Oh, I fell back because like I have Juju in the captain, which wasn't bad until Eckler went off, so I'm in 112.
Yeah.
And Vance still hasn't shown up and given me anything. So
Vance has not made anyone dance today.
No, Vance is not dancing, so that's tough. Ben throws that one away. 37.
Edmund says, don't forget about matchups, Koff. Yeah, definitely true. I mean, if you've got, well, a guy like Joker is kind of matchup proof. He's going to be good against anybody. But, you know, if you've got a situation where a guy, like a team doesn't have a good center, just nobody in the middle. For instance, you're going up against the Celtics, and, you know, you've got a guy on the other side, a Sabonis or whomever it may be, that is well positioned to, or even, it doesn't even have to be a Sabonis, a Collins, a Capella, you know, a guy who's positioned well, Jared Allen, to give you, you know, a double-double and 20-plus real points, you know. Check out the salary, obviously. Not everybody's an automatic lock, but you're going to tend to favor guys like that.
Yep. Matchup's definitely a big thing.
Fidelis says, Koff, you mind going through that tutorial again? I can't. But what I can do is tell you that it's right there for you on YouTube if you want to rewind. Kicking Club says, usually when Koff is hosting and Connor is playing cheap, he's a sure thing. So that's, I mean, that's a heck of a correlation right there. It's like, if it's windy outside and it's a night game and it's 40 degrees or below,
gotta play Connor. God damn, What was I going to say? I am really just forgetting.
Wayne says, bad day to Captain Ebron.
NBA is, yeah, it is a bad day to Captain Ebron. NBA is definitely, I don't want to say it's a tricky NBA sport. It's tricky from the perspective of on a nightly basis. You've got to be adjusting so much. So you've really got to know the matchups and, what guys will give you if they get those opportunities, right? So it's one of those sports. I think from a DFS perspective, it's probably benefits people who watch the sport the most and are really in tune to it, because you have so many of these substitutions and you need to know, like, if so-and-so gets put in the lineup, is it really a good spot, or is he just going to get a few more minutes and like he's going to get pulled and you're not going to see him again kind of thing. So I think it's one of those ones. It's such a nightly like kind of thing, grind you could call it.
Yeah.
That it definitely benefits people who are deep into it. I think like a thing like baseball, it's so much simpler in baseball. When a guy gets put in the lineup, you're almost guaranteed he's playing the game, or he's playing at least 7 innings, right? So he's in that lineup, like he's getting those at bats. You don't have to worry about it. If a guy gets bumped up to 3rd in the lineup, you don't have to be like, well, he might get pulled after 5 minutes. No, he's in 3rd in the lineup. Maybe gets sub late in the game, but there's also a chance he doesn't, right? So way easier in those sports like that.
I just think, and to your point, it's the same with baseball about being in the lineup. It's just usage. Like usage in the NBA it's not super predictable, but there's an element of reliability to it. If again you do watch, you pay attention.
It's way more predictable with the top players in the NBA. That's why the studs are so valuable, right? So
and if you're on, who's in, who's out. If you're staying up on what's happening in that respect, I happen to find, and I've been playing NHL every night and getting into NASCAR on the weekend, and I'll try my hand at baseball, and obviously I play football. Everybody knows that, but and I've been doing a little bit of golf. I mean, not the way Jeff does, but I think that there is a reliability and a predictability in the NBA that just doesn't exist in the other sports. And maybe that is because I do pay attention, but and closer to basketball than I do to some other sports. But like with the NHL, anyone can have an off night, and that's true in the NBA as well, obviously. But like, you can roster a top player, a Leon Draisaitl, last night, who just happens to have a cold night. He's still going to play his normal minutes. He's going to take his normal shots, but none of them found the back of the net, and so he had a cold night. He got you that snowflake emoji. Or a guy he's in a good matchup as far as a goaltender, but you know what? He allowed a few goals in the first period. He got pulled. You don't run into that stuff in the NBAs. We got ourselves a James Conner touchdown.
Wow.
Don't fade that guy.
Chalk paint off here, folks. Not gonna lie.
Do it.
Looking rough for Vance McDonald. Idiots who took Vance McDonald like me over James Conner. I flew too close to the sun. I'm not gonna lie.
That'll move me into the top 20. Jimmy Conner, everybody. Heck yeah, 50% of you feeling it. And that's how you know people in our free roll here, the 188. These are the savvy people, as the Steelers are going for 2, and I'm going to tell you why in a sec. 2.5 to go. Pass is complete. Good. Got it. James Washington. 28-25. It's a field goal game with 2.5 left. Couple timeouts for the Steelers, all 3 for the Chargers, and the 2-minute warning still to go. Here's why. Because in our free roll, Jeff, 50% ownership for James Conner. These people know what they're looking for.
Yeah,
those people in the large contest, the large showdown with the thousands, Conner's only 30% owned. Those people are missing the boat, man.
It's the first thing. I was like, wow, I'm surprised. You don't see guys that cheap generally get that over-owned, but this dude gets the touchdown, man. He's their power back. They use him at the goal line. And Conner, I wonder where, okay, let's see, James Conner, what is his status? Unlikely to remain in Pittsburgh. Okay, free agent. Like, who's going to sign James Conner? Maybe the Packers will. I don't know. I'll be dead honest. Like, I'm not really a big James Conner fan. He had that one like good substitute. Everyone's just high on him because that 1 year Lev Bell didn't play. He beast moded for them and like won them fantasy championships. But since that like little run he went on, what's he done except like be injured?
It's true.
Not that good. Good for Sims though. Good call everybody except me.
Silly Sally, there was a 2-point conversion. James Washington, obviously from Roethlisberger.
Not Vance McDonald.
Not Vance McDonald. Want to remind you folks, join us right here on YouTube and Twitch next Tuesday for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We will break down which team is coming out of each region, who could be on upset alert, and which spreads, totals, props the public is putting their money on. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time right here on the Dream Stream. You do not want to miss it. While we're plugging things, by the way, don't forget that after this sim, all that NBA talk, you will hear from our guys, our crew, Full-Time Felix, as I like to call him, and I believe Matt will be with him, not LaMarco.
Full-Time Felix.
But Mieselman, Edlow and Mieselman will be together for an NBA pre-launch show.
Oh, pick.
Hello.
All right. Well, we're apparently not going to be leaving here.
Not yet.
As quickly as we thought.
No. This is a long regulation sim. We're already 70 minutes deep.
Yep.
Lucky says, well, you touched on just about everything except NASCAR. Any advice besides they go left? Well, yes, they continue to in circles. Hopefully nobody crashes.
The NASCAR drivers, like, they just can't turn right after the race. Like, it'd be so
Must be a
weird.
real chore driving home.
Yeah. Rough.
Long way.
Tough scene.
1st and 10 from the 37.
Yeah, it's Jalen Samuels picking up the first. Picking up the first. I'll let the clock run.
Samuels. Yeah, Mockingjay says NASCAR crash happens and you're done. Well, very true. Although in there haven't been a lot of crashes lately. There was that huge pile up at Daytona, but the last few weeks there's not a lot going on, which is good for safety purposes.
Get rid of it, Ben. Don't take a sack, Ben. Oh, he got it!
Oh, he got it! Touchdown!
Oh my God!
Juju again, your captain.
There we go.
Second of the day.
Coming back to respectability here. Wow, what a turnaround, man.
The
The Steelers were down by 11 like a minute ago. Now they're up by 4. They're going to be up by 4. Juju second touchdown. Ben wheeling and dealing.
Angelico says this is such a typical Chargers game.
Yeah, it's true.
Daniel says, talk about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Chad likes it. Robbie Noble.
Robbie likes everything. All right.
Dwayne does not like it.
Can we get to 350 likes before we get out of here, by the way? Hit that like. Sitting right around 340. We're basically there. Let's go.
Hit the like for the NBA guys coming up next. They're going to give you the good advice. Koff gave you the bad advice.
Yep.
Now the pros are going to come in.
And get some of that good stuff coming your way.
Make sure you save all your relationship questions for Julian as well. He loves answering those. So
That's his favorite. He likes to get really personal with all of you.
All right. Chargers still have 3 timeouts, so OT is off the table, which is good because I'm getting hungry. But
Really likes it when you call him Felix too. Make sure you address all questions to Julian by starting Felix and then asking your question about the slate. That will really get him in the right frame of mind.
all right, little bunch formation here. They could run out of here, but I don't think they're going to run ball. Oh, a little dump off to Eckler. No, not going to break. Oh my God! Like the Chargers are just fumbling on every play. That one fumbled out of bounds, but did he get out of bounds? He did get out of bounds, so that's the lucky part.
Frederick said, I put the finger on the like button. Well, good. Did you also put the lotion in the basket? While we're here making movie references. Second and 3.
These shorties, I stayed out in bounds there.
Pretty much.
These 1 yard outs to the sideline. Where the guys fall down in bounds. Ain't gonna cut it here. So.
J.E. says, just got here, Koff. Should I be on the lookout for last minute NBA tonight? Honestly, J.E., I really hadn't even thought about it. Maybe? I'm not sure if the mood strikes. Otherwise, definitely tomorrow when we have a more normal looking slate.
But you should be on the lookout, though, if you're interested in basketball. It's the guys coming up next.
Yep.
We'll have the NBA Pre-Lock Live. Matt and Julian.
I don't think OT is going to happen, folks. I realize.
No, I think OT's off the table now.
It's possible, but it's very unlikely. That one's completed to the 38.
Well, is it even possible? I mean, Chargers would have
if we got a quick touchdown and then a field goal.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh has one time. I guess they threw a bomb on this play, scored a touchdown. Pittsburgh got the ball back, threw like a 40-yard pass, and yeah, it could happen. Got to go deep here, though, Justin.
I don't think it's likely, but get out of bounds. Got it. Beaker says, first rule about cost last minute NBA. We don't talk about cost last minute NBA until it's last minute. Moose and I will be back with you for the next sim. Begins in about 45 minutes. Cardinals and Giants. Looking forward to that. Jump in the free roll in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. If you have not yet, make your lineup if you have not yet. Which I haven't. Timeout. About 30 seconds to go. Some good news from Shams Charania related to the NBA that, for all those that were skeptical about the NBA holding an all-star game in the midst of a pandemic like me, says 2 positive tests occurred before the all-star break. Of course, as we know, that was Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons, who did not play in the game. No positive tests among NBA players so far since the break started March 5th. So that's some good news. Very good news.
Excelente. Muy bueno. 20 seconds left. Chargers out of timeout.
Guys, if you want NBA insights from Julian and Matt post-game, we're not leaving until we get to 350 likes.
Well, I'm leaving, but no, Kaufman won't.
I'm going to stay. I'm just going to stay here, sun shining on my face through the window.
Oh, going for it, folks. And picked. Now that is the Chargers sim right there.
That'll do it.
Typical Chargers. Turned the ball over like 4 times there, all in the second half mostly. And you don't even work for the Chargers anymore, so why don't you just calm down, pal?
I was in the top 10 not long ago and have plummeted to 64th in the last couple minutes of this sim.
I'm up to 35th because of the Juju action.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, how the 10 tables of 10, even without, if I'd taken James Conner, I probably would have won this thing. I wouldn't have won, but it would have been close. Definitely would have been in like the top 20, top 15. Too bad, so sad.
You went for 11 points. Sorry, pal. Vance goose egg you?
Yep. And it was 35th, though. That's pretty impressive, I have to say.
Wait till you guys see me post-game. I got a real Phantom of the Opera thing going on here with this lighting that's coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Through my...
The old sunshine cough again, hey?
Yeah. Not looking great. Jordan says at the moment, looks like Jay Penland 123 is the solo leader in the free early contest. Of course, the large one. Give you the details on the showdown as well. As we approach 350 likes, we're almost there. Damon says, I regret that I have but only one like to give my commentators. We appreciate that. You know, as long as you're handing them out, doesn't have to be to us. As long as they're, you know, going to anybody here on the Dream Stream that's bringing you these sims and all of the other in-between sims action, we appreciate that. So on the way, we'll get to more details on this sim, but just to tell you, on the way, Cardinals, Giants, the two of us, it's a rain sim in virtual New Jersey, the Meadowlands. And then 8 o'clock prime time after the happy hour sim, it'll be Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll. They'll be with you for the final two sims of the day, as a matter of fact. Ravens, Browns in the snow, Chiefs, Patriots in the snow. A couple of snow games for prime time and Madden After Dark. So, as New York Goat says, well, it's over. And as usual, good job to the hosts, ops, crew. Keep it up, everybody. Tell me there, Moose, who is your Krusty Koff player of the game here for this one? You going to go all the way up to Eckler, or was he just too chalky?
I'm gonna go with Juju, man. He's basically matched Eckler in terms of points. 26.5 for Juju. What did Eckler have? 27.6. But Juju, his average is only like 14 points per sim. So I'm gonna go with Smith-Schuster. A little bit better value play for sure. Both guys had obviously were the plays you needed.
I'm going to give an honorable mention to Mike Williams. 30
and Ben actually
went 22 points.
Yeah, and Ben Roethlisberger. Lots of big point producers in this game. So, but I'll give it to Juju.
All right, and the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. Who disappointed you? And Vance McDonald doesn't count.
Oh, that was going to be too easy, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go Ebron. Like 3 receptions, 17 yards. He was super high on 58%, and he's averaging 12 points. That's just not cool when you do things like that. So, Ebron.
Brian says, Koff, you got to stay on until 3:50. Well, we're still sitting at 3:47, and I do not want to be held hostage by the sim. Matt and Julie, and I can see them in our Zoom window. They are just sitting there,
itching to get on. Answer your NBA questions. Fire up the NBA questions, guys. Hit the like button so Kaufman can get off and I can take a break. For the love of God, get us to 3:50. Get me out of here.
What if it's just like a petulant child? Nope. Just going to wait it out. All right, thanks. Join us for the next sim, but do not go anywhere. Stay with us. I mean it. I'm going to watch the numbers. I want all of you to stay here with us. The 300 plus, hell, get it to 400 and hit the like for these guys. Get your questions in for tonight's action. 2 games on the NBA slate. NBA Pre-Lock Live with full-time Felix and Matt on the way right meow.
All right. Thank you, guys. As you heard, I am Felix, the Love Doctor. Only 2 games in the NBA, so I might as well help you guys out with whatever predicaments in life you guys have. Feel free to throw those in the chat. But I'll probably be better at answering the NBA questions, as will Matt. So if you got any on the DFS side, on the sportsbook side, ask them. We will be glad to answer them. Kaufman, obviously, with like an egregious error off the bat. Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons have not tested positive for COVID. They are not the 2 players that tested positive for COVID. They came in contact with a barber that tested positive for COVID and therefore have to be isolated and testing every day until they test negative a certain amount of times. So far, they have been nothing but negatives. And what that means is that both will miss Thursday's game. Embiid can play Friday and Simmons can play Sunday, assuming they keep testing negative. But nothing positive there. Kaufman throwing out fake news. As for maybe we'll talk a little bit about Thursday since Wednesday is so small. But as for the 2 games on Wednesday, I have a trend from each game that I can throw out there. It's obviously a tighter DFS slate. But Matt, what are your overarching thoughts, I guess, or anything really striking you on this 2-gamer?
Yeah, we've had this long All-Star break. I'm sure everyone is just itching to get back here and ask you questions about their personal lives. So that's that's maybe where we should go with this.
I'm here for.
Yep. No, I think 2 things that jump out about this slate, one from each game, is the line movement that's happened. So the Grizzlies open as 1.5 point favorites. They're up to 3.5, and the total has gone up 6 points in the other game. So maybe the trends you have tie into that, but I thought that was interesting just to see how much these lines have moved. They've been up a little longer maybe than the typical 2-game slate, just because there was no basketball for a couple of days. So there's been more time for these lines to be out. But 6 points to the over is a big move there. So what do you think's going on in the Dallas San Antonio game?
That is a big swing, and I do think a lot of it is having more time to bet on it. I think these lines have been out since like Monday, which is obviously not normal, so it gives people more time to think about it, I guess. I think my guess would be to the total in this one going up because the Spurs are just getting players back. Derek White's going to play. LaMarcus Aldridge is going to play. Rudy Gay is going to play. Like, they're getting guys that can score the ball back. So I would assume that is what ties in here with the total. With the trend for this game, though, nothing to do with points, just the Spurs side of things. The Spurs have been a very good road bet this season. They're 9-4 straight up and 9-4 against the spread, but you want to tie that into the first half. NBA best 12-1 against the spread in the first half on the road for the San Antonio Spurs. I haven't bet any NBA tonight. I might just let my All-Star break roll into tomorrow, honestly, and get going with the big slate. But if I were to bet anything, it would start with trends, and it would probably start with Spurs first half, just given how nearly automatic they've been on the road this season.
Yeah, I think what you said about giving it another day could make sense because of the uncertainty with the Spurs. We don't know if the guys coming back will get their full minutes. I think it is an interesting take, and the line has moved towards the Spurs a little, so it certainly helps them that Derek White in particular coming back, getting some minutes away from Lonnie Walker, who's far less efficient. I think that'll help the team a lot, but we don't know how many minutes these guys will play. So when we get to DFS picks and analysis soon, I think that if there's any uncertainty here, we don't have our usual uncertainty about who will play for what team and all the injuries that normally come with an NBA slate. We really don't have any of that. But if there is some uncertainty, it's the minutes for players who have been out. So the more White plays, the more I like the Spurs. The more shots Lonnie Walker takes, the more shots maybe Aldridge hurts the team in terms of efficiency too. And I think what could be going on with the total there is less minutes for Jakob Poeltl, who is great defensively, and more minutes for Aldridge. Maybe that doesn't help the Spurs too much, but it just helps having point scoring in the game. So maybe starting lineups tell us a bit here. And I think the same could be true for the Grizzlies, who didn't have Kyle Anderson right before the break. So if there's anything to watch in terms of news here, I think starting lineups could tell us a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean, the uncertainty is probably why, even though the Spurs are getting guys back, you think it makes them a better bet. I don't know. It's the first game out of the break. We don't know what the rotation is going to look like. Maybe it's a game that they're just having some growing pains with some of these guys back. From a DFS perspective, I think that's how you want to take advantage of it. Like you said, like, I don't want to take stabs at player props, not knowing how much guys are going to play. I don't necessarily want to back the Spurs, not knowing what's going on there. But if you're going to mix up some GPPs or something, that's probably how you want to do it and play some guys that maybe come back into larger roles now with this new rotation. Just going to the trend in the other game real quick. Memphis beat up on Washington in Washington, one of those games before the break, but the Wizards overall have been one of the hottest teams in the NBA. Last 11 games, they're 8-3 straight up, 9-2 against the spread. They've won 6 of their last 8 games as an underdog, as they are in this one. And as you mentioned, Memphis was a smaller favorite and now a growing favorite from 1.5 to 3.5. So people are going against the red hot Washington Wizards here. If anything, I would back the Wizards here on the road. They've been a pretty good team of late. I know they just lost this exact matchup, but we've seen some pretty quick bounce backs in the NBA, especially with these 2 games in 2 nights or back-to-backs in the same city and 3 nights against the same team. We've seen those games split a lot. And I think we're going to see that in this situation, see Washington win this game.
I'm with you, at least in terms of not reading too much into the last matchup between these teams. Like, I wouldn't think that Memphis has a matchup edge here just because of how good they looked against Washington last time. But they do have Kyle Anderson coming back, which does help. And I think the Wizards have benefited a decent amount recently from getting teams not at full strength. So the Wizards had COVID issues early in the season. Now they've been playing some teams who are banged up. They beat the Lakers on the road, which was really impressive, but they didn't have Anthony Davis in that game. They beat a banged up I'm sorry, they didn't beat the Celtics. They should have beat the Celtics on the road. They covered it, but they blew the game at the end. Yeah, it's still kind of unfathomable that I think it was a 5-point lead with 10 seconds left or something that they didn't win. But
that would have made
yeah,
it. That one would have made it 9 of 10 wins, and well, they did cover that one, so that would have made it 9-2 straight up and 9-2 against the spread.
Yeah, so the Wizards have been great lately, and Westbrook has been. We had the numbers on this during the break that Westbrook made DraftKings bettors more money than any other NBA player in the first half of the season. And Westbrook has clearly been playing really well, but I don't think the Wizards will be able to keep it going to the same extent just because other teams are getting healthier and they've already been healthy. Not sure how that translates to tonight's game, but I think that in terms of future betting, like I still don't think the Wizards make the playoffs. And I think that there is, well, it's pretty clear in the other game, we have the divisional odds being impacted greatly by whatever happens in the Spurs Mavericks game. So I would just, if you're interested in division betting, just keep an eye on what happens here because those two teams are close. They're at the top of the division and Memphis is in third right now. So if there's a future betting outlook that will get shaken up by the events of tonight, it's that Southwest division where the Mavericks are currently the favorite, but not by a ton at the moment.
Yep, that's good division insight, and it's a good way to just look at things overall, tying odds into the future odds and do they line up. Let's run through some quick questions. We got one from Twitch. First time playing Fortnite. Is it bad to bet player props coming out of the All-Star break? No, I don't think it is bad to bet player props coming out of the All-Star break. It's just bad to bet them when you don't necessarily have an edge, and I don't know if we necessarily have that tonight because, as Matt has said, teams are getting healthier coming out of this break. The rotations are filling up, especially on the San Antonio side, getting so many guys back. We just don't know necessarily how these rotations are going to look. Westbrook and Beal are both playing. There's no edge to betting one of those guys like the other one is out. Now, it's 5:30 right now. If somebody that we don't know about is ruled out that is not on an injury report or unexpected, that could open up an edge if you're quick and know what you need to do to get that bet in. But yeah, in general, maybe there's less value on these first couple of slates until we get some injury news. But that said, tomorrow night we're going to get Philly props with Embiid and Simmons out. The Knicks are still going to be without Derrick Rose. The Raptors still no Fred VanVleet and no Pascal Siakam. So there's going to be things we can look at on the player prop side.
Yeah, I think first game out of the break in particular, there's nothing especially wrong with that. I think maybe just for these teams that are playing tonight and the Spurs, most specifically, it just we really don't know what to make of that team. And I think that's where props might be being targeted, but the Grizzlies too, with Kyle Anderson, maybe he's not at full strength. Maybe he doesn't get full minutes. I would expect he starts, but it's still the Grizzlies in general. And I think maybe this is true for all four teams on this slate. Aside from their stars, the minutes tend to be all over the place. And this makes for a fairly complicated DFS slate.
Couple quick injury things just for Thursday. Evan Fournier is going to be out for the Orlando Magic. Aaron Gordon, who we have not seen in a while, is questionable for that game. So maybe we get Gordon back again. Maybe we mix things up for the Magic, which who knows what that means for DFS and for player props. But if you can, get something right on those rotations, that obviously helps. All right, quickly the 5:30 injury report, and then we'll go through a couple more questions. Ish Smith out for Washington. On the Memphis side, Grayson Allen, Jaren Jackson Jr. out, obviously, guys that have been out for a while. Spurs getting healthy. Vassal's the only guy still out after they had like 5-6 guys out with all those COVID concerns. And nothing that means much from a rotational standpoint for Dallas. So it's an injury-free slate is what we're trying to say. Maybe with some people coming back that could be on minute restrictions or taking on new roles. So that's why the player props aren't necessarily there. If anything, because so many guys are coming back, you want to look at unders. Like Kyle Anderson's coming back. If you want a Ja Morant under Washington, not the best defensive team, but like that would be an idea. Spurs guys, DeJounte Murray was carrying them with so many guys out. His unders could be in play with so many guys coming back. That's where I would look on this slate. I'm not going to bet any of them. I don't think there's enough of an edge, but we're just not going to get that news where any overs really become strong plays. So a couple more questions. Dylan Brooks, yay or nay?
I think he's fine. The mid-range is the interesting spot to go, I think. So I would imagine that most people will look towards some kind of stars and scrubs build because we have Doncic, Westbrook, Beal, maybe Porzingis, but paying up for at least two of those guys will probably be a common strategy. And then there are a lot of cheap players on all of these teams. They may not be the best value plays in the world, but there are a lot of choices there. So maybe Dylan Brooks isn't that highly owned. I'm guessing he will be moderately owned, maybe a bit high. But in terms of just value on him, he's too cheap at 5,400, and Grayson Allen being out helps him. So I'm not over the moon with that play, but I think he's fine.
Yeah, it's 2 games, and he's playing the Wizards, and he's pretty well priced. Anderson being back doesn't help, but yeah, I think he's a decent play worth considering. More from first time playing Fortnite outside of Doncic. Who is your must play tonight?
Yeah, I don't know that there is one. I think you probably want Westbrook or Beal. So it's not that you need one in particular, but if that game is going to stay close, one of those two almost certainly has to have a really good game. But maybe you play for the blowout there. So I think it depends what you're doing on the other side of your lineup. I would say, though, most likely you want to have one of those two.
Yeah, I was going to say, give me Beal as the other guy if you're starting your lineup with Doncic. Keldon Johnson back to full minutes. We don't know because the Spurs are loading up on guys. I don't think Keldon Johnson's a terrible play at 5,100, but his role, even though he might go back to full minutes, might be smaller than you would think with these guys coming back for San Antonio.
Yeah, I think whether or not Keldon Johnson starts could be, I mean, it's a thin slate. So that if that's the biggest news that we're looking for, it kind of shows that there's just not a lot happening here. But yeah, if he's in the starting lineup, I think that we can at least assume he's playing some moderate amount of minutes. And I would think he's pretty solid in that case.
Abby Rizzo always asks us this. Guys under 6K. We just talked about 2 who are probably going to be popular in Dylan Brooks and Keldon Johnson. And we can just tie this into another question that I see on here. Who to play under 3,500. So I guess with the value that kind of ties in 3,100 guys, like, I don't know, Tyus Jones is a name at 3,100. Anybody here jumping out to you, Matt?
I think I mostly just don't want to play Justice Winslow if he's going to be that value play that everyone goes to. It seems like he might be because he's been pretty popular for a bunch of his games recently. I wouldn't think you see a ton of Desmond Bane ownership because he most likely goes back to the bench, but Winslow was coming off the bench anyway. But if he's getting 18 minutes, let's say maybe he gets 12 to 15 fantasy points, like unless something goes weird, I wouldn't expect him to be that great. And it seems like getting away from him, and yeah, you mentioned Tyus Jones. I think he's a fine play. I think that there is plenty of upside for some center on the Wizards. That could be Mo Wagner. It could be Robin Lopez. It could be Alex Len. I have no idea. They might play 16 minutes each, and then it's just, whoever has the best production. But it does seem like the Wizards are going with a hot hand approach at center. So taking stabs on one of those 3 who might all be low owned because their projections would be pretty poor, being expected to play between 10 and 20 minutes. I think you could have a huge game out of one of those 3. I'm not, we're digging obviously a lot here because there's just not a lot that's that appealing, but I think a Wizards center could be a slate breaker if the game kind of goes right. And Alex Len would probably play garbage time. So that would help his case too, if you play for that outcome.
Yeah, I agree. Center on Washington is a spot to look. Let's see. Any changes in the future props that you are making, or do you want to bet anything if that makes sense? Doesn't make that much sense, but I think you're asking if there are any good bets coming out of the All-Star break in the futures market. For me, the NBA is a players league. The NBA is a talent wins league. I'm pretty square when it comes to like long-term futures. Like we don't really have win totals and stuff anymore. which is where I would initially be looking before the season. So if I'm betting like conference winners and championship winners, like I still think Anthony Davis gets healthy and the Lakers win the West again. I don't see a LeBron AD duo being stopped, and I'm very bullish on the Brooklyn Nets when they just put those pieces together in the postseason. Kyrie's not going to take a 2-week paid vacation. Kevin Durant's not going to let a hamstring keep him out for a month. Those 3 guys are going to play. Blake Griffin is not anything near what he used to be, but he will fit, he will rebound, he will pass, he will buy in defensively. He'll get along with those guys. And there could be more pieces to be added that we don't know about. Look at how much Brooklyn's jumped in the odds recently. So I think my favorite bet is just Nets to win the East, Nets to win the championship, and they'll likely see the Lakers there. It's square, but that's how the NBA works a lot of the time.
Yeah, the one thing I would be a little worried about is the Lakers potentially having a road series early on in the Western Conference playoffs. So I'm totally with you on the Nets. I still think the Sixers have a real shot to win that division. But once it comes down to the playoffs, the Nets should have their whole team healthy. When Durant's playing, I mean, even if they didn't have Blake Griffin, I'm not sure how much he helps, but the Nets having their big 3 will be really, really hard to beat in the Eastern Conference, especially with Milwaukee not being as strong as they were last year, at least so it seems. So maybe the Bucks make a big trade. But yeah, I still think the Lakers, if they don't win their division and finish behind the Clippers in the standings, and then they have to play, there could be a 4 versus 5 matchup between the 2 LA teams in the first round if the Suns win it. And the Suns are in first at the moment. Not sure if you think that sticks, but it's, there's not that many games left. It could happen. So I would, I don't know, I'm a little more focused on the division markets. I think that the next week or so could really move the needle for a lot of those. The heat of some big games coming up, and they were looking pretty bad for a while, but they seem to have kind of claimed their usual territory at the top of the Southeast. And then the Southwest will be pretty greatly impacted by tonight. And I would think if the Mavericks do win today against the Spurs, they have a good chance to kind of start running away with it. They're just a lot better than the other teams in their division, even though they haven't played like it. So I have no idea what's going to happen in the playoffs, but I think it's a little easier to manage some of these division markets.
Yeah, if we want to call this just like a best bet, like the one future that I'm the most confident in, I would say is the Nets to win the East. Just too much firepower there, and it sounds like you're on the same page.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't bet against it. I don't know if I feel as strongly as you, but I'd be very scared to have any other team.
There you go. Blake Griffin, that just is something you can add a little fuel to the fire at this point. This is something I've been on since Harden was added, pretty much. So not to make that a part of the argument, but Blake Griffin's kind of an example of the Nets lost some pieces in the Harden trade. They lost some depth. We were coming into the year talking about how it's the deepest team in the NBA, and they lost that. So Harden's Griffin rather is an example of how pieces are going to be added to make that a worthy team in the postseason. One more question. Do you like the Embiid or LeBron to win the MVP odds boost? Matt, do you like either one of those guys?
The MVP market is really, really tough right now. I think Embiid is the rightful favorite, but I don't see much of a case for LeBron at this point. I think his odds might be as low as they are just because of the case that could have been made for him a month or so ago. The Lakers have not played well without Davis, and this was kind of LeBron's chance to prove himself as the MVP. So I think Embiid has the best shot to win, but I would not be that surprised if Jokic wins. Maybe Luka puts on a good second half and he wins. I still think James Harden is a decent long shot. He's around 20-1. Not that I'm not sure if I would bet that or not, but he is entering the picture for sure. So it might be a good boost because of Embiid solely. I'm not as sold on LeBron though.
Yeah, I think this time without Davis has hurt LeBron, just as you said. This was LeBron's chance to carry them, and they haven't been good. They're showing that they need Davis to win games and be a real contender. So LeBron's out for me. Embiid's the rightful favorite. So like you said, if I take it to get Embiid, but that's about it. Especially the signature moment. Utah's a red hot team. They come in for a big game. Embiid gets that one done, putting the team on his shoulders as an underdog. That was kind of like an MVP signature moment, if you will, if you want to see a couple of those per season. That was one for Embiid. I don't know. Jokic and Doncic are great. I don't know if those teams are going to be good enough for them to win it. I like taking a stab at Harden. You don't have to bet much, as you said, given the odds. It's weird because he was like not great in Houston. He was sitting out in Houston. He wasn't in shape in Houston. And then he moves in season. But he's really done a great job carrying the Nets, especially with Irving and Durant out at times, turning that season around. So it's Embiid and Harden for me is my two best bets in the MVP market.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to take Harden yet either, because you can kind of see how much longer it takes Durant to come back. Maybe there's an update where Durant will be out a few more weeks, and that certainly helps Harden. And then we have one more Sixers-Nets game. I think it's in a week or so. So if we get the Embiid versus Harden head-to-head showdown, I mean, you said it, that Utah game definitely is the reason Embiid is now the favorite. And if we get, I don't know if that's a national TV game, but Harden versus Embiid will be on somewhat of a national stage. So if you like either of those guys, that should be one to definitely tune into.
All right. So we talked a lot of futures markets. Any parting two-game slate, two-game betting card, something to help the people on Wednesday night, or have we covered it all? It's a pretty basic, straightforward, kind of ease back into the NBA season type of night.
Yeah, maybe just a slate to dip your toes back in and get warmed up for tomorrow. We covered a little bit of it. There's a ton of injury news for tomorrow already. It's going to be a pretty wild slate. So not even close to having that yet tonight. Maybe just, this is the warm-up slate. Tomorrow's the big one.
All right. I mean, we were just on for what, like 25 minutes, not one relationship question or anything regarding anybody's personal life. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that. Are you with us on Friday, Matt?
Yeah, for Friday's show. Yep. So
we will have the same combo, running it right back on Friday for a much larger slate. I don't even know how many games right now, but I know it's more than 2. He is Matt. I am Julian. This is NBA Prelog Live, and we will see you guys on Friday.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to the DraftKings Dream Stream for Wednesday, March 10th. I'm Taralyn Azak, and I'll be here with you all night long as we make our way through another Wild Weather Wednesday. We get a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. All of those games are featured in our Madden Stream 4K Wednesday night special. So this classic contest, it's $10 to enter and features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 going to first place. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule. We're going to hand it off to weather girl meteorologist Tara Lynn. Why, thank you, DK host Taralyn. We start things off with some precipitation in the Meadowlands for our 6 p.m. Eastern sim. Kyler Murray and the Cardinals are visiting the NY Giants. Adam Kaufman, Jeff Ulrich, those two, they're your play-by-play team for that matchup. Then 8 p.m., Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll, they're taking over Madden Sim duties as they get set to call the Ravens at the Browns in a game. It's going to feature some snow. And then the snow, it's going to keep falling from the sky. Because I'm a weather girl, I know where snow comes from. For Madden After Dark, Rossi and Tom, they're going to return at 10 p.m. Eastern to bring you a showdown between the Chiefs and the Patriots from virtual Gillette Stadium. Let's hand it back to DK host Tara Lynn. Oh my God, thank you, meteorologist Taralyn. All right, we got a busy night on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Also plenty to keep you busy in the DK lobby and on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's check it out. NBA is back, and what a better way to celebrate than $1 million contest. You can enter your lineup now into the NBA 1 million return from break contest. It's going to pay out $250K to first for just a $10 entry, and then you have a little time as that contest doesn't lock until 8 p.m. Eastern. And then we got over on the ice. The NHL has a busy schedule tonight, including a 5-game late slate. It's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern, and this is featured in the NHL 60K Twine contest. 15K will go to first place in this one with an entry fee of just $10. Don't forget to check out all of the other action on those leagues, plus the PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and college basketball conference tournaments over on the DK Sportsbook. We'll have plenty more for you in just a little bit, so hold tight. Well, let's get to our Wild Weather Wednesday slate, started with a rainy day matchup in the Big Apple. It's the Cards and the Giants, and for more, here's Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich. Take it away, guys.
So I was just looking at the chat, and there's this guy, Jason Rogers, says, "Is this for the football games? This is my first time." And so people say, "Yeah, Leo, welcome." And I can only imagine what's going through Jason's head, tuning in for the first time and seeing Taralyn and then meteorologist Taralyn showing up here in Simland to break down the weather here on this Wild Weather Wednesday.
Well, I'll tell you something. I mean, I'm impressed. I mean, the knowledge base of weather Taralyn was phenomenal, man. I mean, you just can't find that good of professional help.
Yeah, I mean,
off the streets, right? So
I just can't get over.
I mean, great way to get paid double too. Just turn yourself into 2 different people.
I wonder if Taralyn has ever been told that she has a doppelganger out there, because she and weather meteorologist Taralyn look a lot alike. It's frightening.
It is.
The voice is a little.
What's more frightening, Koff, is this matchup we've got going on too.
So that, I made a semblance of a prediction, I guess you might say, for this happy hour sim, the Will Daniel Jones outrush Kyler Murray free roll between the Giants and Cardinals, and that was it in and of itself. Do we think that Daniel Jones, old Danny Dimes, is going to be the leading rusher among these two quarterbacks? What do you think?
Oof. I mean, I guess it could happen. I mean, Danny Dimes doesn't have like the worst sim average in these games. I did roster him. Actually, did I roster him? I think I took him out at the last minute. I don't know. I was too busy being enthralled by the info being thrown to me by Weather Girl. So either way, it could happen. It could definitely happen. Maybe this game won't be as bad as I think. I don't see the Cardinals very often either, so I just assume they're bad. I know the Giants can be terrible, but we'll see.
Dom says at least the other TL doesn't call you a bozo, Koff. That's a great point. Weather Girl Taralyn or meteorologist Taralyn or whatever. I don't know if they went by the same name, but either way, she's a much kinder person to me.
Respectful of her elders, right?
Yeah, no question about it. A lot of people here in the chat involved. Love to see you guys. And thank you for being here with us. We'll get to your questions and all that good stuff. Obviously, it's time to hit this sim here at the virtual Meadowlands. And again, in the rain, you can see it on your screen. So what is your complete lineup?
Okay, here we go. I got it in front of me. I
Yeah.
did roster Danny Dimes.
Okay.
He's only 19% owned. Oh, wow, that was quick. Oh, they got it back though. Okay. He's only 19% owned in the free roll, which is really interesting. I did roster him. I actually captained Evan Ingram, who's 43% owned. I just wanted to get both QBs in there. Wanted Kyler. So I put Kyler with Fitz and Kirk in the flex with Daniel Jones, Slayton, and Ingram. So I faded Saquon. Probably not going to work out for me, but I actually faded both RBs.
Interesting. So I played them both, and they're both heavily owned. No surprise there. So obviously, Jeff took the contrarian approach, and I respect it. Saquon, who I did not captain, oftentimes I do, and most people did. He is 35.5% captained in our small free roll here, 89% owned overall. I did, however, captain Kenyon Drake, who is about 20% owned in that slot, 66% overall. Also have Kyler Murray, who is in 3/4 of lineups. Also have Darius Slayton, who is in almost half of lineups, as is Christian Kirk. And then, I guess, something of a punt play, Zane Gonzalez. I have him in my lineup, 18% owned, who I don't think of him, the kicker, as a traditional punt play, but certainly compared to the rest of my lineup, which is much more chalky, he fits the bill.
Yeah, I was definitely leaning towards the kickers. This feels like an uglier game, one where special teams might come into play, especially with the rain and stuff, right? So, I don't hate it. I kind of went away from it just because I don't like to roster kickers in the rain, but at the same time, like, we might only get field goal attempts if they're only scoring. Right. It's a possibility, right? So,
well, to be perfectly candid, when I built my lineup in the seconds before this thing started, I put no thought whatsoever into the weather. So it was, I don't want to have a kicker in the rain. Nope, that didn't even cross my mind.
And again, I mean, like, you can make that argument for any offensive player in this game, right? So,
right.
That it's not good conditions. So, shouldn't just be making the argument against the kickers, even though it's going to shorten their range a little bit.
Brian here says, smash that like button, fam. Do it. We're getting close to 400. We did get to the 350, allowing us to sign off between sims, which was good because it allowed all of you to, of course, join in for the NBA pre-lock programming, get you set for tonight's 2-game slate that locks in a little less than 2 hours. So enjoy that. Best of luck. I see your challenges coming through. I've accepted all of them because I am a man of the people with a limitless bank account here on DK. I am here to play all of you and take your great cash prizes. Brian also asked, so what'd you guys do between the sims? I don't know about Moose here. I actually was just in another Zoom trying to fix a computer. So my entertainment between was not compelling.
I don't even know what I did. I grabbed like a snack. I know that. I think I watched a YouTube video, but I don't even remember what it was. I really didn't accomplish anything, that's for sure. I should have been working, but, who really wants to work?
Right? What's that all about? That's why we come and do these. These don't feel like work. These are fun.
Yeah, this is fun.
First
Danny
and 10 for the 38 for number 8. Rolls
there
out,
he goes.
Runs to the right. He's going to get there for the
Danny.
first and more. Danny Dimes, hot start.
Don't trip, Danny. That's one reason why I did fade the RBs, because when you have 2 rushing quarterbacks like that, obviously they can chew up the yards, but I'm not saying that's how it's going to work out. That's just how I hope it works out.
Undercover Boss Tom says Koff's still getting that million per sim, but apparently he's getting paid in DK dollars. Well, listen, Undercover Boss Tom, you should know. You helped work out the deal, man. Don't you hide away from that. Don't stray. You've seen the contract. You know what's up. Short run. Just a couple there. 2nd and 8 coming. Brian says, works for chumps, Jeff.
That's right. Work. Silly.
Mockingjay says you're in the doghouse for the misdiagnosis on Embiid and Simmons, but you're still cool in my book. Yeah, it's true. I heard that was on me. As much as I'd like to go after full-time Felix, that was entirely on me. There was COVID tracing. It was not a diagnosis. That, though, is a touchdown for the Giants halfway through this opening quarter. 43-yard score. Hopefully everyone's got Sterling Shepard.
I rostered Darius Slayton over him.
Yeah, I don't have either.
Yeah.
But hey, good for you guys that do. He's in about a quarter of lineups in the large contest. We'll take a look at our small free roll here, see how many people have him. Looks like about 19% of people, only 1.6% in the captain slot. 17th touchdown of Madden 21 for Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, I mean obviously, I mean the main news on Embiid and Simmons that they're out, right? But
Right.
that's so we got Felix. Felix is if you don't
Be a stickler
follow
for
him on
details.
Twitter. What is Julian's Twitter now? Who cares? You just saw it, but
find him. Just look him
definitely
up.
a good follow.
Felix on Twitter. I'm sure it'll pop
up. He's heavy into the NBA. So is Matt, I know. So Julian, a good follow for sure.
In fairness, too, to him correcting me, which I do not have a problem with, because there is especially, I mean, look, we're still in a pandemic, folks, and I think a lot of us either know people who have had COVID. Hopefully people do not know people who have unfortunately passed because of COVID, but it's a very serious thing. Or at least, I'm sure you know people who have had exposure to COVID. And there is a big difference between, contact tracing and actually contracting the disease. So I do appreciate Julian pointing out the finer details there.
Absolutely, man. That's why we got him.
That's why? Jason says, this is, well, I guess it's kind of for both of us, but I'm going to say it's more toward you. More your sport anyway. Hey, Koff, Jeff, when do we think we might start seeing PGA Top Shot? Because that would be awesome.
I mean, yeah, it would be awesome. Wouldn't be awesome for my bank account, but maybe it would be awesome for my bank account. I don't know, but definitely, I think something that you'll probably once the sports get settled in the NFTs and stuff like that. I will say this about the PGA: they ain't the fastest moving organization when it comes to new things, so they're probably going to be last. Like, if I'm being honest, them in baseball probably.
I mean, they have really. We can't go too deep down this road, but they have certainly embraced some of the finer financial nuances of sports. I mean, we've had our own,
absolutely.
Reed T. Fowler involved in some of the PGA Tour,
it's a good point. Yeah,
online programming there. So you're not seeing that everywhere. Maybe
they'll jump into it. Maybe I'm just being overly sensitive to their broadcasting, because they're doing something cool with the players. They're giving all stuff for free on Thursday, but they can move slow. But again, I guess they're not really alone in that either. So if I had to guess, the NFL will be first. This is just a guess again, to kind of get in on it. They're the next major sport. Obviously, it's created a big boom in interest for the NBA. MLB, PGA, NHL. I think they're all looking into it, but I think those three sports will probably lag behind a bit. Maybe the PGA will move a little faster. You never know. Certainly some great PGA moments that would make great for Top Shot, man.
Oh,
you could have shanks. You could have hole-in-ones, putts, famous putts, majors. Like, PGA and Top Shot would be a perfect fit. So however that comes out, hopefully one day soon, I'll be all over it.
Our guy Drew says, I'd bid high on a Patrick Reed rules infraction card.
Exactly, man. So many things. Oh, God. Some of the shanks you could get, like the Webb Simpson shank at the Masters where he barely cleared the water. Oh, God. There's some absolute gems out there.
What's
the Louis Oosthuizen Albatross from 2012 at Augusta. I'd be all over that.
It's interesting if you haven't really read about it, or for anyone that hasn't, we alluded to it earlier in the last sim, but Rob Gronkowski becoming the first professional athlete to jump into releasing his own NFTs and digital moments, obviously, and numbered 1 through 87, fittingly his jersey number for 4 of them as of this 5, pseudo card digital collection, and then the other is a 1 of 1, and then there's a meet and greet at the game and all this stuff. But what I found to be interesting as compared to what the NBA is doing is these are not videos like the NBA. I mean, the NBA, it's licensed videos like you could see for free on YouTube. What Gronk is doing, these are drawn by a studio, a graphic studio, not like him sitting there doodling, but these are drawn animated versions of some of his championship moments. Yep. So they're not videos in the same way. So it's actually very different. Although obviously the big common denominator is, again, it's NFTs, it's blockchain, it's what Top Shot is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, I assume he doesn't have the rights and stuff like that. So obviously took a bit of a creative approach around it. Not really shocked that Gronk is in on the next new thing. That kind of seems to be his thing. Just kind of move around,
It's
bounce
auction
around,
tomorrow
whatever.
too. It's only like a 5-day auction, maybe not even. I think it's maybe
Yeah.
Thursday to Saturday or Sunday. So I'm curious to see what these go for.
I'll be curious too. I know a couple other people in there have done it. It's you can call it what it is. Probably a bit of a quick money grab, but again, maybe they will hold value or something down the road. So regardless, again, it's a thing that's here to stay for sure. I haven't looked into Gronk's things or anything like that. So I don't even know what they're going for. I'm sure they'll catch more than we think they should. But yeah, like I said, it's a fad. It's not really a fad. I was almost picked.
I mean, maybe. I mean, right now it doesn't feel like it is, but
it's a
could turn out to be one.
blockchain technology is definitely like a disrupting kind of thing. It's new and people are still figuring it out. And selling stuff like this might end up being a fad for sure. I mean, look, Top Shot could end up being a fad, but
Right.
I think in some form or way it's going to, disrupt the collecting industry, the sports industry a bit. And I think we're kind of seeing it with how well certain things are doing. So it's an interesting time to be alive, Kaufman.
Iro says, Koff, El Jefe, what's up, amigos? Thanks for being with us.
Yeah,
You and
absolutely,
everyone else.
guys. Danny
First
Dimes,
and 10.
dropping dimes.
Likely the final play of this
Oh,
opening
there it is.
quarter.
Slayton on the
There
catch.
you go. Yeah, he's doing real well. Got the touchdown and 7-0 lead for the Big Blue here. New York Football Giants at the close of one. Is Jason still with us? Did Jason quit after he saw meteorologist Tara Lynn and her split personality, or is he still he's still hanging out and checking out the sim? Hopefully you're having a good time, you and everyone else. We'll take a look at our contests here, and unofficially we've got young Lassie 45 in front. I'm sitting in 92nd, which is pretty much perfectly middle of the pack. Mediocre, you might say, out of the 189 that we've got here as part of our contest so far. On the ground, you got Shepard, or rather in the air, Shepard 1 for 43 with the touchdown. He's your leading receiver. Drake 2 for 27, the running back 1 for 15 for Slayton. Stats are updated. And let's see, where are some of our other crew members here in this free roll? Where's Wave Goodbye hanging out?
Oh, where am I? Let's see. I'm in
48.
exactly 100. Wow, perfect.
Producer Mike is 49th. Those two guys back to back.
I got 0 for my captain Ingram, but Daniel Jones got me that touchdown. But I got Slayton instead of Shepard. That's going to kill me unless Slayton goes for a long one too. So
Undercover Boss Tom 151. Probably he would prefer I don't highlight that, but what's done is done.
got to highlight the good and the bad. I mean,
Got a great crew with us. Mike, Tom, Drew, Jim, and Game Ops. Thank you.
Long way to go too here. I mean, folks.
Long way to go.
We've just started, so.
Jordan Lindenbaum says it's just a damn Kaufman made a killing on a LaMelo Top Shot moment.
There you go.
For you. Again, I mean, like with anything else, guys, it's supply and demand. It's marketplace. I mean, something is only worth as much as you can get for it, as we know. So if people can turn those things around and, make a ton of, at least for now, unless you're able to cash out digital monopoly money, then great. And then, if it materializes into real cash down the road, those of us who, didn't invest and get involved, then, that you are ahead of the curve.
Yeah. I mean, this is, like I said, I think it's going to evolve as we go. And, it's like anything. I mean, look, a lot of this is just what you pull out of the packs. So the people who even get packs are lucky, right? Let alone, but yeah, absolutely going to be like anything that's new, some money-making opportunities at the start of things, man. So congrats to anyone who's taking advantage of it. And I think long-term, like I said, I'm bullish the idea. I think that and physical card collecting is both something that's here to stay, and it's a fun way to track athletes. That's the main reason why we do it, right? I mean, it's just part of like the sports and why we do DFS and stuff like that too. I was almost picked as well.
Do you think that the digital side of things, ignoring that, it's a new phenomenon. It's a little tough to obviously read that marketplace, but physical trading cards have been around for decades, as we know. I mean, going back to like when our grandparents were kids, at least our parents were kids, they've been around a long time. And the market was so hot and heavy for a while, then obviously it busted, and then for years, unless you had something truly rare and unique, the trading card market was just not what it once was. And now obviously during the pandemic, it has bounced back, and maybe the way in which these things are manufactured and the scarcity of them it's just a different approach from some of these manufacturers than what it was really when we were kids and we were collecting. Is where we're at right now. Is this around to stay? Are we going to see a hot card collecting market, physical cards for a long while here? And by the way, a 63-yard missed field goal.
Yeah, no, I think the difference now is that there's more. Almost got in there. Almost split the D, I should say. I think there's more infrastructure to it. Like there's sites where you can like legitimately send your cards, upload them, and they'll sell them for you. So I think the market's here to stay. Obviously there's going to be ups and downs. I mean, a lot of what's going on is, economically related to things like inflation and stuff like that. So, things go up in price when inflation occurs a bit, and obviously, COVID has things to do with it. Like this is all related. I mean, assets are going up in price everywhere, housing markets. So the card market is just one thing that's going up. And but I think the idea of it is here to stay because, again, just like betting is new and it's kind of breaking out, like people are realizing, well, I can invest in athletes as well now. Not only is like betting kind of more mainstream, but like, this kind of investing idea where you don't just have to like invest in the stock market. You don't just have to like hire a financial advisor. Like it's all part of the interrelated, right? So like I said, it's a cool concept. I love it because it's interrelated with what we do every day. It gives us something to talk about on top of the sports and stuff. So it's all great, man. It's all gravy.
You think you could find a financial advisor that can invest in Top Shot for you?
Well, that's the whole thing, though. Like most financial
advisors, kind of
next
level, wouldn't it?
Would just laugh at you, right? Like traditional financial advisors would be like, what the hell are you talking about, kid? Like, get it in like a ETF and just like get your 5% every year. There's Kyler, by the way. That was too
Russian
easy.
score.
His little rabbit legs. Tom
here's
untraditional investing. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said Tom here's ready to start writing checks to LaMarca.
The LaMarca, yeah.
I had invest for me.
I DM'd LaMarca because I finally got a Top Shot pack, and I had to ask him what it's worth and stuff. I'm like, are these good, LaMarca? So I DM'd him over the weekend. I gave him the old man, like, I don't know what's going on here, but
yeah, for sure.
I'm figuring it out with everyone else, obviously. But untraditional investing is giving very good returns these days. So
yeah,
there's bubble factors to a lot of these things too. Like they're going to come down in price eventually, but I think the main thing is this kind of investing is here to stay. There's the collecting side of it too, man. It's still like, people just do this for collecting. I got cards I'm planning on never selling just because I like them. Like, so.
What are some examples of that? What are some cards that you never want to get rid of? So
I bought a Connor McDavid rookie, and I'm just keeping it. Like it's just gonna stay in my family forever, and I'll probably buy another Oilers, rookie for whatever purpose, So I'll give it to my kids or something. I got a couple of cards like that. I got a couple football cards like that too. A couple of Joe Burrows I like. I might. I'll probably end up just stashing long term, but I think they're actually good investments, especially an athlete like Connor McDavid, who, a guy like Patrick Mahomes too. I think they're good long-term investments. The card market may dip and fall and go up really big one year and go down big the next year, but like McDavid, Mahomes, a guy like Tatis, these guys are star athletes, man. Like they're here to stay. They're the faces of their league, so to speak, and they're good investments. I mean, and we've seen this through other athletes as well. Like a guy like Brady, a guy like Jordan. You buy the big names. These guys are brands. They're bigger than just the game, right? So I'm a big believer in that right now. I think it's a good way to go. And I'm not saying, sell your kidney to get these guys. But if you got a little extra cash and you're thinking about it, I think it's a good investment long term. I really do.
1st and 10 from the 39, 7-7 game. A little more than halfway through this second quarter. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, undercover boss Tom, Mike, Drew, Jim, all here hanging out with you. Thanks for being with us. And man, these QBs are starting to take off.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny Dimes must have heard us pregame about chattering about his ability here. Do I even have the chat open? What is going on here?
I don't know, but I'm monitoring it. I'm making sure that all nice things that are said about you, I'm reading aloud.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
No, I am. I just haven't seen them yet. But if I do, I'm going to read all of them for you. Dwayne says, "Sell your McDavid, spend your kid's inheritance." So if it's a card like that you just like, this is bury this thing with me. Like, I love this card, I'm never getting rid of it. Do you put it in a really fancy case and display it, or is it tucked away somewhere where it can't even be enjoyed?
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to tell you where it is, but it's it's a valuable card. So obviously, it's not something I'm just going to display. Most likely. I mean, you could. It's every different strokes for different folks, but
so it's like a safety deposit box situation.
Yeah,
it's not
something like that, right? So
Gotcha.
I mean, you gotta take some measures. At least I think if you're smart about it, you should be doing that. But it's different strokes for different folks. Like
well, because I know that you can get those like 3-inch thick, really nice card cases that are like UV protected, whatever. You don't have to worry about sunlight, or if you're in a dark room or whatever, without windows, an office. I don't know if that room you're in right now has any windows, and you just put it on your desk now. But that's then you're entering the territory of, like, you're not so much worried about something happening to it physically as much as like somebody stealing it, obviously.
Yeah, no, I mean they're assets. I mean, insurance comes into it too, right? I mean, you gotta take care of it. That's the one downside to it, right? And this is part of the bigger conversation of why NFTs are so interesting, because it lets you collect without having to worry about this stuff, right? You can't lose an NFT. Well, in theory, you can't lose it. You can't get damaged in theory. You don't have to worry about storing it. In theory, the site does it for you. So that's the whole idea behind digital collecting, and why NFTs, I think, as a technology especially, is like a disrupting thing. So
Brian says, Koff, read this. Jeff is the love of my life. Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of Jeff's too. I get it, Brian. That smile, you kidding me?
That's right.
You guys can't see, but he's blushing.
Oh yeah, total blushing here. All choked up.
Let's get to 500 people watching. Tell your friends and family. Tell Jason in case he left in pregame. Get everybody back in here and hang out with us. About a minute to go here in the second quarter. 4th and 10 on the way, but obviously field goal range. So 32-yarder on the way for those of you who opted to roster Graham Gano.
If you don't know, now you can know, folks. Who's going to win?
So is that the...
Oh, go ahead.
Is that the one, that McDavid card? Is that the... or are there many that fall into that category?
I also
have to save these cards.
I have a Tiger Woods 2001 card that's graded. Now, there's a lot of those cards out there, so it's kind of like, it's very pop. Like there's a lot of them floating around. So I don't know how much value that one's ever going to get up to, but it's something I'd probably just hold on to as a piece of Tiger memorabilia. So I actually have a couple extra of them too that I'm going to send out for grading. But the Tiger card is something that's kind of cool. I'll probably just hold on to.
I ask this with complete ignorance of how this works, as I do most questions. How subjective is grading? From the person to person that's grading it, what kind of mood they're in that day. Like if you were to mail, like you said, that Tiger Woods card in to be graded, that's, and never mind having like a handful of them, like one card, singular card. You send that card in to be graded 5 years ago versus sending it in to be graded tomorrow. Could it come back with a different grading, even if absolutely nothing is different about the card?
Yep, that is the. It's another. It's another ding, so to speak, against the physical side of it. You have to send your cards out. You have to pay for shipping. You got to. Grading is subjective. As much as they try to make it an objective thing and put guidelines around it and stuff, it's a human being doing it, right? So you catch them on a bad day, you get your card graded on a bad day for the grader. Maybe he turns what is like a 9.5 into a 9 instead of a 10 or something like that. It's I don't know. It's just a part of the game, so to speak, and something that hopefully the process will get smoothed out over the next couple of years, because it really has exploded on them. The grading companies, they're barely even able to handle the volume right now of the cards are getting sent in. So, but yeah, it's definitely, it's subjective. It's you can have like $1,000 swings, whether you get a card graded a 9 or 10 or something. So
that much, like just with 1 point.
Oh, absolutely, dude. I mean, I've got a couple Burrow
swing.
cards that are off to get graded, and I have one where if it gets a 10, I mean, it's a 10 versus a 9. We're talking like at least $1,000 difference, probably way more than that, to be honest.
Wow. Huh.
But that's the game. I mean, it's you just hope for a good rate over time, and that's why you got to do your due diligence too. Like, you don't want to send in cards that you think will have no chance. So
yeah.
It's a big one now. It's a big one.
How do you first determine that? Before you even go down the process of sending it in, do you first Google around to see what cards are selling for, to see if it even is a valuable card in and of itself, independent?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you're not going to send in like a $5 card. Like if a card is worth like $2 and you get it graded, and even if it comes back at 10, it's going to be $30. Like, it's not worth your time, right? You really only want to send in cards that either A, you think are going to go way up in value soon, or that already have some value attached to them. And if you get them graded, you're going to, instead of making like 10% ROI, you'll make like 100% or 100 times or something like that, right? So yeah, the grading, if you get a rock, like a Joe Burrow rookie might be worth, and again, this is just a ballpark figure, $100 depending on the card. But if you get it graded and it comes back at 10, it might be worth $400. So if you spend $50 to get it graded or whatever it costs, then obviously it's worth it, right? Because you're going to be, if you want to sell it, then right off the bat, you'd already be up $200 more. But yeah, you gotta do your due diligence. Absolutely, man. You gotta put in the work, Kaufman.
Yeah. Clyde here says
that's me. Just lunch pail guy,
You and Lamarca.
Legend. I mean, Lamarca, who does his meetings from his bed.
It's in the dark.
In the dark. That guy's hilarious. Love Lamarca.
He's the best. Yeah, guys, just so you don't think like these conversations are like more for you than for us. And you're always in mind, but definitely like we talk about things that we find interesting and hope obviously that you find interesting as well. But there was a sim the other night, like Lamarca and I got down this road talking about physical cards and digital cards, and I was asking him a lot of the same questions that I'm asking you, just for perspective, but we hung up from the sim, or disconnected from the sim. Because it was Madden After Dark, we were done, and then he and I just stayed on Zoom for another like 45 minutes just talking about this. It's it really is, to me at least, it's such an interesting topic, especially as someone who grew up very passionately collecting cards, and I haven't been in that world at all the last, let's say, 2 decades, but for a solid 15 years I was like in it. So it's how it's changed or evolved. I find it to be really interesting.
I got some older cards from when I was young too. I'm actually going to send a couple in. Like, I got a Jaromir Jagr rookie card I'm going to send in.
Yeah.
I got a Matt Sundin as well. Nothing like crazy, but a couple cards that I like now. Even like just for like random base cards back from the 90s. I mean, they're actually having carry some value now. So I got a Ken Griffey like second year card that's worth a couple pennies. But
Clyde here says, Coffee will appreciate this. In 1990-ish, I was buying 1991 Donruss packs in hopes for a Legend Series, Elite Series card, and I got a number 1408 out of 7500 Nolan Ryan Legend Series, and it's still in a hard case. I like that. I do like that, absolutely. Yeah, all of it is just It really is very interesting to me. Grackle says, can we just go back to the days of getting cards from dealers at flea markets? LOL. Come on, Wade Boggs pull. It's true. I mean, I used to do that absolutely when I was a kid. Go over to a flea market or a card show or whatever and try and get cards for cheap in boxes. I mean, those guys, you know, for the most part, didn't really put a value on those. They were just looking to, you know, just get rid of them more than anything else.
You can still do that. I mean, there's still people who just have cards and they're just, you know, looking to get rid of those. People still exist. I mean, you know, there's people who aren't on the internet every day like us, and
right,
probably don't even realize, right? So it's still doable. It's harder, obviously. Everyone's got a phone and knows the values of things right away, but
10-7 game here, early third quarter. With Moose, Koff, Mike, Tom, Drew, Jim, all here hanging out with you. Hit the like button, getting close to 400. Appreciate that. Tom says, I just did that before the pandemic. There's a flea market that does that in my area.
There you go.
I haven't been to a flea market in years.
Not me neither.
Contrary to what all you people may think of me.
That's true, actually.
as a bargain shopper of DVDs.
There was someone who I would have pegged as like a flea market guy. You would have definitely been number one. So
I will say I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was producer Drew the other day. He sort of said offhandedly, he's like, yeah, I may just get rid of my DVDs. If I do, I'll let you know. Put them in a box for you.
I'll let you know.
And obviously I'm not looking for anybody's handouts, but by all means, like if I heard somebody say like, I'm just going to throw away all of these DVDs.
Right.
Heck yeah. Let me peruse and see if there's any I want.
Well, you can, you know. I mean, you showed me that video of the guy who created the Blockbuster in his basement.
Right.
And like, you had to at least felt like some like kinship with this guy, like, oh, this is actually a good idea and I should look into this. So there had to be a part of you who thought that.
I mean, the size, for anyone that hasn't seen this video.
Yeah, it's actually insane.
I tweeted it out earlier today at Adam M. Kaufman, if you want to look for it. It's so this guy during the pandemic turned, I don't know if he's loaded, has a huge house, or just it occupies his entire basement. I have no idea. But he turned a portion of his house into effectively a Blockbuster. I think it's like just for him and his family. I don't think he's like actively, obviously, trying to start a business and rent out movies or whatever. I think it's just like this. Like this would just be a fun way to display things. I'm gonna have a video rental store in my house, and it really. I mean, I could never fathom doing something like that, and I would be divorced if I tried. But this guy, like, it was really something to behold.
And he's got
I'd love to walk through it.
He's got a lot of movies, man.
Oh my God.
Like he's basically got enough movies to start an actual store if he wanted to.
VHSs.
Yeah.
DVDs. All there for you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna send that video to our team so they can see what we're talking about. But that was just unreal. Second and 12, that one's incomplete by a mile. Robert says, I just bought a shoebox full of 58 tops, 7 Mantle All-Star cards, Maris rookie, Koufax, Williams, Mays, and Aaron. Where? Where'd you find that? What condition are they in?
Sounds like you might be able to retire soon, pal.
Yeah, for real.
Here goes Kyler, down straight out down the middle.
Yeah, it is. Surprisingly, despite all of these conversations we've been having lately, I have not yet gone to look through my old cards. They're just still sitting in a closet. I haven't done it yet, but I feel like I should, because I know I have some cards of value. And I say value, you know, I don't mean like retirement money or anything like that, but I know there are some. I certainly have thousands of like commons that are not worth the paper they're printed on. But I definitely have some good cards in there, or autograph cards in there that I haven't looked at in, again, probably 20 years.
that's kind of how I started. Like I said, I've like a lot of old hockey cards, and a lot of them were in rough shape and weren't even good players. But I do have some, like I had a couple, rookies like Yager and stuff like that had a little bit of value, and I just started looking them up and like, oh, this is actually booming right now.
I don't know if you can hear the noise if it's coming across my microphone, but it's happening above my head somewhere in this house. But it is.
I can't really hear. I don't know if the stream can hear.
Sounds like there is a crime being committed upstairs.
Is there a Madden dispute between the kids, or?
I guess. Ryan says, "Coff, you watched Ted Lasso? Loved it." Yeah, Drew says there must be one Cosmic Brownie left. Oh, those are the best. I still eat those.
Cosmic Brownie, what is that?
Little Debbie. You don't know? You don't know the Cosmic Brownie?
I don't know.
Google it.
Little Debbie, I don't know Cosmic Brownie. This is
You don't
flag.
know? Do you not have fun in Canada?
What is? Is
Were you about to say what is fun? Were you about to say what is fun? Yeah, Little Debbie.
Well, I don't know if you're referring to a product or what, or now if you're just making fun of me, which I assume now you are. So.
Yeah, the latter was me making fun of you, but hang on. I'm going to send you, not that anyone else could appreciate this because I'm sending you a direct message here or whatever.
Oh, Tyler again, folks.
Man.
On the end around.
How good is that guy?
Whoop.
I'm sending you.
Well, I'm in 16th. I'm doing good this sim. Yeah. Faded the running backs. The running QBs. Okay, send it to me in the Slack.
Go ahead, click. I just slacked it to you. Click that link I sent you. Those are some Cosmic Brownies. And while you're at, hit buy.
I mean,
those things are delicious.
Fantastic. I'm not going to lie. Oh, they're on Amazon? Maybe I can get them. Cosmic Brownies.
Before you do just buy, by the way, I did not look around to see if that was a good price. I just sent you the item.
All right. Those look good. Not gonna lie.
They're delicious.
I don't know if I'll be able to get them in Canada, but.
Yeah, Crackle says, I just picked up Cosmic Brownies for my kid within the last hour. You're nicer than me. I don't even like to share them with the kids. They are delicious.
I don't even like to share.
They are for me. Put them out of their reach.
Let's see here. Can I get Cosmic Brownies in Canada? I don't know if I can.
That's the kind of sim I want to be part of. The one that Jeff, sits here and actually orders Cosmic Brownies to be delivered to his home.
Oh no, I think we're good. Oh yeah, I even get like the free shipping with it. Okay. When will it be delivered?
Yeah, let's go. And then tries them on the air, says Drew. Yeah.
Three cart changes. What's my wife ordering? This is okay. Well, that's. Anyways.
That's one of my favorite games to play. Like at the end of the day, just go into the family Amazon cart and find out what my wife's been buying.
Oh, this stuff just gets delivered here. Like I don't even get a heads
daily.
Up.
No, I get no heads up.
That's why absolutely daily.
That's why I need to look in the cart.
You got 2 delivered today. I don't want to look because I don't want to know the price. So
you know, this is another. She's probably upstairs. Like if the kids have this on, she's listening. Maybe this is another game I like to play. Not that I can't do it myself, but it's more fun this way. Occasionally, like if there's something I kind of want but don't like, not like, oh, I have to have this, you know what I mean? Like maybe it's maybe it's a book, or maybe it's whatever. I mean, not something kind of trivial. I'll before I'll go to bed, I'll put it in the cart. I'll just leave it in the cart and see if and see if anyone accidentally orders it. and
wow.
And like 9 times out of 10, I'll go back in the next day and she'll have ordered something else, and the thing that I put in there got added to that save for later section.
Oh.
instead of being ordered.
She's very on to you then, yeah.
Yeah, she's paying attention. I'm not just going to buy something because it's sitting here. What are you kidding me?
No. I'm sure you've caught her off guard a couple times.
This is the ways one entertains themselves during a pandemic.
Let's put it this way. If it didn't work at least once, you wouldn't do it. So
exactly. Mike says the Amazon driver thinks they live at my house. Yeah.
Very relatable. compared to the other people in my neighborhood too, like I feel like we just get packages constantly. Actually, our neighbors are almost as bad, but I'm pretty sure they probably have conversations about us at like the delivery spot, whoever does this. But
14-7, couple of Kyler Murray touchdowns on the Zona side. Defense celebrating. So you're going to order those brownies? Where'd we land on this?
yeah, absolutely. No, I just I want to think about other stuff I need to get, but they're in the cart. They're going to get it.
Yeah.
And like honestly, my wife has a sweet tooth too, so it's not like she's going to look at them and be like, "Oh, what are these?" She'll probably ask me about them. Like,
now I got to look at the one that I sent you just to see what kind of what kind of box you're getting here in terms of quantity. Oh, it's 6 boxes. That's why. I was trying to figure out why this was so expensive.
oh, why? How much was the one you sent me?
The one I sent you was like $20, but because it's 6 boxes with I think 5 or 6 brownies in, 6 in each. So you're getting 36 brownies for the $18 or whatever. So that's actually not a bad buy.
That's a great deal.
Yeah, I don't know what it is that you landed on, but same item anyway.
I don't know. We're in Canada here. We just take what we get and don't complain. So.
Now, James. See you in the chat. Stats are updated through 3, 14-10.
What's with this Little Debbie thing? Is this does she make good stuff here? I see these oatmeal cream pies. They look pretty good too.
Yeah, it's just a snack, junk food snack producer. Killa says, going back to the card topic, Killa says, Comp, you can download the Beckett app and find out how much cards are worth. So that's another thing. I used to go out to the card store or subscribe, and I'd be getting the Beckett every month or every couple months, because obviously card value did and does fluctuate. I've never done the online looking up of cards. I've never been to like Beckett's website. Or do you? What is your mode of evaluating the value of a card? Do you go to Beckett, or do you just look strictly at what things are selling for on eBay?
Yeah, I mean, they're both kind of interrelated because a lot of what Beckett and PSA will give you is based off of like eBay sales and auctions and stuff. So, but what you can do with the Beckett and the PSA site is you can see how many are in circulation. So like, if you want to know how many perfectly graded like cards exist of your card, then PSA will have that information. Like, and that becomes more valuable. Like that's why there's things like, that's why like a Wayne Gretzky rookie that's graded 10. Like I think there's only 2 of them in the world, and one of them like sold for $1 million something because it's just rare. Like there's only 2 of those that exist. So if you've got a card that is rare, hasn't been graded, there aren't many 10s out there, it's going to be worth more. So Jordan says Little Debbie's are crappy.
Hey, we will put you right in timeout, Jordan. Don't you think we won't? I do need to
Edward says Little Debbie's is a brand. No, I get it's a brand, but I'm just, it's like Wendy's. She makes good food, so. Classic. What else do I need to order for Amazon?
Brandon says, each of you pick a player. I'll send you guys cards to DK.
Oh, sweet.
Hello. Who's your guy? Who do you want?
Well,
what you don't want is them going to the DK office while you're out in Canada.
Oh, that's okay. You can caretake them for me or give them to Buchanan. I trust him.
Yeah, good idea.
I don't know, man. Josh Allen? Hey, whatever you got. I'm not going to make like demands on you. So you want to send some in though for Kaufman? Absolutely. Yeah.
Man, who would I land on?
Russ Wilson, Josh Allen. I mean, again, I don't want to put some vicious demands on you. I'm not going to ask for a Justin Herbert like 101 or something. There goes Kyler Murray.
You know what? I mean, this just let's stay on brand of stuff that I've spent plenty of time talking about. If you can believe it, I think it synced up perfectly with like when I stopped collecting. I don't think I own a single Tom Brady card.
So, not a nice Brady for Hoffman.
So how about Tom Brady? Let's roll with him, Brandon. Real special one. Real one of one with the portion of the jersey autograph.
Diamond encrusted.
Yeah, something that's really valuable, obviously, is what we're seeking here. Did you see a Brady rookie sold the other day for, I don't know, it was over $1 million, I think. Or it wasn't a rookie. I'm sorry, but it was an incredibly valuable card.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.3 million, says Drew.
Is that what it did? Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure. I mean, there's been so many big sales
for an insane number too.
What's that? Sorry.
A Kobe card sold recently too for.
Yeah, that was the last ones I saw. It was like a refractor, 10 out of 10. You know, it was I think it was BGS graded. It was that one sold for a lot. I don't think I saw the Brady one that sold. I did hear about that one, but there's been a lot of big sales lately. Like there's Damian Lillard card, Anthony Davis card selling for a lot. A lot of these guys, man, they're just crazy.
Bad Boys Bop and welcome. Good to see you. Says I probably have the largest personal collection of Shaquille O'Neal rookie cards. I even have an uncut sheet of blue chips cards. That's awesome. Get in, Kyler. Stopped at the 1. So what was Brandon saying? Brandon says, he says, I got you guys. Oh, Brandon, you're the best. Brandon says he's got an Instagram card shop. Is that?
Yeah, Brandon was in the chat there saying I typed back to him, but
I want to see if I can find it. I'm going to search on
that's
Gram.
awesome.
What's this thing called?
You have to go back. There's something B. You're still there, Brandon. Throw in the chat again.
Caught. Touchdown.
Oh, man. Big game for Tyler.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Reynolds.
These are Cardi B.
Cardi B.
Cardi B card shop. There it is.
I like that.
I'm going to give you a follow.
36.2 points for Kyler. 5.3% captained. Actually, a low captain spot on Kyler. It's a good QB to captain just because he's got that rushing touchdown upside. 74% owned, so that's not shocking. He's definitely out rushing Daniel Jones. Already has the rushing bonus, so.
I see you, Brandon. I see you. Got some cool cards here. I'm just scrolling through. Threw some of those in there. Oh, I see a Brady. Legends of the Fall. $21-10, 3.5 to go, fourth quarter.
Yeah, Arizona killing it. More specifically, Kyler killing it so far. This game has actually really trucked along, man. Are we seriously in the back half of the fourth quarter? Crazy. We even start on time.
Lions.
Saquon with the catch and then ran the wrong direction. That could have been hilarious.
All that noise that I alluded to earlier, by the way, I texted my wife. I said, what in the world is going on up there? She writes back, I'm not sure, I ran away.
Good strategy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let them figure it out themselves.
You will learn your lesson. Or get hurt trying. AE says, Kyler's terrible in these sims. Guess every dog really does have their day. What are you talking about? Kyler's getting 20 points a sim.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Where are you hanging out of the 189 here in the happy hour, the Will Daniel Jones outrush Kyler Murray free roll?
I'm in 53rd, so not bad, but I mean, I've gotten production from a lot of my guys, but I mean, Kirk only has 2 catches, Fitz 3. I mean, I guess I should have gone. If you're going to roster Kyler, it does make sense.
Kyler does have the rushing bonus. He's up over about 55 points in the captain spot.
I mean, I guess this isn't like the norm for Kyler. He's hit the rushing bonus quite a few times. Probably not a great QB to double stack with, so that was probably a fairly big mistake by me. If you're going to roster a guy who rushes that much, just use him with one guy. Who's that? Oh, that was Drake. Yeah, Drake's free agent. Lots of guys like that floating around for RBs. Connor. I don't think the Packers will have too much trouble replacing Aaron Jones. I think the more interesting question is where does Aaron Jones go? Steelers are a possibility.
They'll get a play before the 2-minute warning. They do. Kyler's got time, space, completes the pass, shy of the first, out to the 5. There's that 2-minute warning. 2nd and 2 coming up. And a grab right there for Max Williams. For all those people not happy with Kenyon Drake's performance in this one, hasn't been bad. He's underwhelmed a bit, I suppose. He does have around 15 points. He's looking for more there. Stopped short. Lost yards, as a matter of fact. About 500 people watching the Dream Stream on the YouTube. Thank you for being with us. Wild Weather Wednesday continues after we are done here with a couple of snow sims.
Ooh, nice. Stand the day. Those are fun. I like the snow sims.
I agree. Prime time and Madden After Dark. Coming
Who's
up
on Madden After Dark?
Got
there's
there.
a Chris Kirk.
Touchdown.
Chris John Kirk.
Very nice. Very nice.
Arizona's an interesting team. You know, if Seattle goes downhill and San Francisco can't bounce back, could just be them and the Rams. Could be a tight race. Tighter race than people think. Got Watt there, anchoring the D a bit. This one's over, though. Kyler Murray is just destroying this game. What's he up to? 61.3 points in the captain spot. 40.92 in the flex. He ain't going to get the double bonus, but he's got 4 touchdowns, 2 of them on the ground.
22nd touchdown for Christian Kirk here in the Madden 21 Sims. Jason Rossi and Tom Ace, Tom Carroll will be with you for the next 2 Sims. At 8 o'clock prime time, it's Ravens-Browns, and then 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark, Chiefs and Patriots. Both those games, as mentioned, in the snow.
Little Rusty, Tommy action. Tom Ross action.
They're going to keep it fun.
Oh, absolutely. Those guys are both great.
Fun, keep it loose. Oh, Danielson. Got rid of it to Saquon.
Oh, do you know what I watched the other day? Karate Kid Part 3.
Why?
Holy cow, is that a bad movie? It is.
Why would you subject yourself to that?
I don't. It's just so bad that it bears watching. Probably much like Wonder Woman, you know. Like
I was gonna say, you still.
Like the performances are. The performances are just. What are you thinking?
Now remind me, Zapka's not in the third one, right? He's just in the first 2.
Who?
Billy Zapka.
Oh, Zapka. Yeah, he's not in it. No, he's not in it at all. Yeah. They bring in Mike Barnes, the bad boy of karate, and he's not even the worst part of it. It's honestly, it's Ralph Macchio. Like, his performance is so bad in it. It's terrible. Like, he's everywhere.
And look, all due respect to Ralph Macchio, who has obviously gone on to have far more notoriety than I ever will.
Yeah, and he's a talented dude. Like, he's legitimately, like, he does plays and stuff. So I'm not knocking him as an actor, but his performance in this movie is terrible.
I was about
ludicrous.
to knock him as an actor. I mean, does anyone really think that he's this, like, great actor? Does he do a lot of?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, he's done other stuff than. Let's put it this way. Yeah, I agree. Like, that's a fair point.
Like, I think he can play a part and he can play it well. Like, I think he's great on Cobra Kai. You know, I loved him when he would, like, pop up in cameos in, like, Psych or How I Met Your Mother, stuff like that. But
Well,
you know,
yeah.
he's sort of playing like
Sure.
he's sort of playing parodies of himself. This isn't like dramatic acting, you know, or not even parodies of himself, parodies of like Daniel LaRusso, you know. So I want to know if he can like act.
He's got some chops though, like outside of like movies. Like he absolutely does. He's done Broadways and stuff like that. So
yeah, I didn't realize
I think he can act. It's just, even if you just look at his performance in Karate Kid 1, which is absolutely fine. I think it's actually really good. You know, he's like the new kid kind of bumbling along. He's a little bit hyper, whatever, he gets himself in trouble. To compare it to Karate Kid 3, like it's such a big difference in like what's going on with his performance that like you just can't take your eyes away from it. Like I actually was like excited to keep watching it because I'm like, this can't get worse, can it? And it just did. And then you've got the villain, the Terry Silver guy. I can't remember what that dude's name is, who's like a legitimate like combat expert, I think, but like he's just such a ludicrous character. Like it's so ludicrous. This guy's like supposed to be a multi-billionaire, and he's like out there like plotting like to ruin a teenager's life. Like it makes
Get a
no
hobby
sense.
guy. What are you doing?
It makes no sense. So anyways,
I like this from Silly Sally Wants to Play. It's a good observation. The problem with Ralph Macchio in The Karate Kid 3 is that he still has that look of being scared, even after he won 2 tournaments and had a life and death battle in Okinawa.
Exactly. That's a great point, Silly Sally. You know, he comes back from Japan, Okinawa, fights to the death and wins. And now what? He's like scared of like a dude who does karate. What are we doing here? Like
you're better in this, Daniel-san. Come on.
Totally. Like you just like could have killed the guy, and now it's like, oh my god, I got to go back in the tournament.
Lindenbaum says,
but it's great. It's so ludicrous. It's great.
A better actor. I think Zapka's absolutely a better actor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He is. At least he has crushed it on Cobra Kai. I can't speak for really anything else that he's done. I mean, he sort of, fell out of the limelight for a little while, but yeah, Cobra Kai, he's crushed it. He's incredible, legit, good actor on that show. So all that being said here, in what ultimately turned out to be a 21-10 Arizona win, your Krusty Koff player of the game, is it Kyler or bust after the 60+ points in the captain spot?
Oh yeah, we got to give it to Kyler here, no doubt. This is a slate breaker. Just busting it out. Massive game for him. I don't know who we're going to give the bust to. I might have to give it to my boy Evan Ingram.
Yeah, Ingram.
Saquon, actually. Oh, no, we got to give it to Saquon, man. 11.6 points.
Yeah, for that ownership.
It's about half of what he normally averages. We'll give it to Saquon Barkley. Not a good day for him. Like I said, it was a great day to fade the running backs, but
Yep, agree with you. Bob Daddy says, thanks you too, and behind the scenes too. I like the rhyme. I'm in on it. We want to remind you, make sure you join us here on YouTube and Twitch. Next Tuesday, a special NCAA tournament preview show coming your way. We're going to give you the sportsbook perspective on which teams are coming out of each and every region, okay? Who could be on upset alert, which spreads, totals, props the public is putting their money on, all that fun stuff that you want to know. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs Tuesday at 11 o'clock Eastern time right here on the Dream Stream, so do not miss out on that. I'm sure a wonderful cast of characters will be along to guide you through all of that. As far as the Dream Stream future for at least the two of us, because as we told you, Ravens, Browns, Chiefs, Patriots, both in the snow on the way, 8 o'clock and 10 respectively, Primetime and Madden After Dark. Both Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll will be with you for those. Jeff will be back along in Simland on Friday after taking tomorrow to just lounge around and watch the Players Championship, but we'll be together again Friday night. Look forward to that. I will be back for first two Sims tomorrow, both with Christian, so catch us for the Nooner and the Madden Matinee. Be a good time. Now, it's hard to leave, Jeff, but after a few hours together, I think that time has come. We want to thank Mike and Undercover Boss Tom and Drew and Jim and everybody involved.
The two terrorists.
Well, I can only imagine what, lies in front of us in terms of, the meteorologist Tara Lynn getting ready for a big snow event in Simland. There is a blizzard coming your way, and she undoubtedly, when it comes time, will be dressed for the occasion. Till then, Jump in those contests. Look forward to talking to y'all again real soon. Jeff, pleasure, bud.
All right. Check you later, guys.
Why, thank you, Bozo Koff and lovely Jeff. It's meteorologist Carolyn. She's back again, coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. Let me tell you, folks, the weather, it's going to get tougher here on Wild Weather Wednesday, as we have to deal with a lot of snow in this matchup between the Ravens and the Browns, with Jason Rossi and Tommy Carroll on the call for that one. Let's send it back, though, to DK Carolyn. I know she has something to tell you. Hey, what's up? All right, so the showdown, it's featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry, it's going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize. In the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first place. Believe it or not, baseball season is just around the corner. And to get you ready every week, we've been featuring a preview of a new division. This week, we got Steve Buchanan, Gary Thorne, and Adam Kaufman. He's everywhere. They're going to take a look at the AL Central. Let's take a peek.
Just as we do each and every week, it is time to break down one of baseball's many divisions as we look ahead to, of course, a new season on the horizon starting next month. Looking forward to it. He is Gary Thorne. The other one, Steve Buchanan. Guys, wink, I guess, when I say your names. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we're going to look at DFS, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook, whole lot of different things. Bukes, let's start with you here in the AL Central, the Minnesota Twins. As we know, postseason has not been kind to the Twins over the last several years, but still entering this season with high hopes. Byron Buxton is, if he can find a way to stay healthy, can this team make some real noise?
Yeah, it's a big if, because Byron Buxton is usually not able to stay healthy, which is unfortunate, though, because you look at the numbers that when he's healthy, it feels like we haven't been able to tap into his full potential. I mean, since joining the majors in 2015, he hasn't played more than 92 games in all but one of those seasons. But you do look at his power progression, especially over the past two seasons. It's really had an uptick as of late, and we know he has that speed on the base pass as well. The Twins don't have the offensive firepower like we've seen over the past couple of seasons, but they're still going to be very, very competitive. And Buxton is one of those small pieces of the puzzle that, if he can stay healthy, will be a big-time contributor.
So that in mind, Gary, and what is the fantasy upside here for Buxton if he is on the field?
I mean, upside is the key word. He is nothing but fantasy upside. In an era of baseball where we're all searching for stolen bases, this is someone who not only has the potential to be a 2020 guy, but possibly a 30-20 guy. I mean, as Steve was talking about, his power potential has been off the charts the past two seasons. In fact, among players with at least 400 plate appearances the last two seasons, his 273 isolated power is the 16th highest in all of baseball. It is higher than Aaron Judge's isolated power across the same span of time. And you just don't think about Byron Buxton as that type of player, but he has, again, the upside and the potential to be. So I do think he's such a key piece of what the Twins are trying to do in 2021, because the way this team is built, you know, Steve kind of mentioned that they're not quite the offensive team they were maybe 2 years ago, but they're still an offensive team at the end of the day. That is how they're going to win games. And then they're kind of hoping that that middle of the infield and middle of the outfield defense that Buxton and Andrelton Simmons can provide you kind of gives a little bit of a floor to that pitching staff that has a lot of questions. So he might be the most important player on the Twins, as crazy as that sounds, in 2021.
Crazy sounding, Garion, is the Twins have lost 18 straight postseason games, which is a North American professional sports record. The DK Sportsbook has this team at 88.5 wins going into this year. You going to go over or under?
It's just too high a number for me. I could see them going 85, 86, something like that. I just have so many question marks when it comes to this pitching staff. I mean, again, I do like the offense. I mean, Nelson Cruz, say what you will about the guy's age, but until I see him not hit 35 home runs, I'm just going to assume he hits 35 home runs. You know, Josh Donaldson still in the mix in the middle of that lineup. Miguel Sano is a bit of a question mark, but we know he has upside as well. And again, I think Andrelton Simmons is like the perfect guy to put in this lineup because you need nothing offensively from the shortstop position. Just go out there and save 25 runs defensively this season. Alex Kirilloff might come up and be a pretty good middle of the order hitter. So there's potential here, but once you get past like Barrios and Maeda, what can you even rely on here? We've got Happ. I guess he'll lead innings. Fun. That's something you can't say about Michael Pineda, who's never thrown 200 innings in a season. Don't think he'll start this year. Randy Dobnak, like it just gets a little dicey, a little quick for me. And I think even though I trust their offense, I trust their defense, I think the pitching is going to be their downfall, which keeps them from being like an elite MLB team this year.
Bukes, over under 88.5.
Yeah, this number is just a tad bit too high for me. I mean, Garion was, I think, being a little bit generous about that rotation. And let me tell you, he wasn't exactly ringing their endorsement either. Really, for me, after Kenta Maeda, it's like a lot of maybes, could be's. That word potential has been thrown out in these two questions 7 times already. Like, I don't want to take an over on a team just under 90 wins for their, their projection there and take the over there. I mean, we need a lot of that potential to click, and that's not exactly what's been happening with the Twins. I mean, look at all that playoff misery that they've endured. So I think if the number is just a tad bit too high, can they be in the high 80s? Absolutely. Could they get 84, 85 wins? Yes. But if that's where you're landing on, then the under is the answer for this one.
The White Sox, of course, coming off their first playoff appearance since 2008, and now a new manager. Not that they went young. They've got Tony La Russa in there. I don't know exactly what to expect, Steve, from this team, but we do know there's a lot of young talent there, especially Eloy Jimenez and Luis Robert. Who do you like better between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a big Luis Robert backer. I mean, really, since he came up to the majors here. And even after a September last year where he was slumping, Robert still ended up hitting 11 home runs, knocked in 31, finished with a 203 isolated power in that shortened, weird season that we had last year. Like, we saw the potential that this kid has, and there's a reason why he was so hyped up coming through the minors and making it to the majors. He's going to make the adjustments. I have no worries about him at all. Both Jimenez and Robert aren't exactly the poster boys for defense, but offensively, both of these players are going to shine, and that's where it's going to be important for the White Sox.
What about you, Gary, and which one stands out?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this from a fantasy perspective, it just has to be Robert. I mean, Jimenez might have the safer profile just from a pure hitting perspective. I think he's going to strike out less. I think the power is a little bit higher than it is for Robert. But again, stolen bases are just this entity that is so hard to find right now in fantasy baseball. And I think Robert has the potential for 20-20, 25-25, maybe even 30-30, depending on how much the White Sox actually want to run this season and where he sort of ends up in this lineup. Like, if he bats 6th or 7th, he might really just be given the green light on the base pass to make things happen. So that's kind of something to keep an eye out throughout spring training, kind of where he's hitting in this lineup. But just the ability to give you that stolen base upside makes Robert the better fantasy play. And again, just so much untapped potential here that both are great, but you got to side with the guy who is the 5-tool player.
Sox are, Gary, and the favorites to win the division. And as a Red Sox fan, I just wanted to hear those words come out of my mouth. But we're talking about the White Sox here, obviously, minus 130. Can they get it done?
I think so. I think this is pretty good value. The projection systems aren't in love with this team, which is understandable. The track record isn't great. So some of the projection systems aren't loving the individual players as much as maybe, an individual could. I think Fangraphs has them tied with the Twins for 87 wins this season. Pacoda really doesn't like this team. They have them finishing 3rd in the AL Central, which I think is crazy. But you just look at the top end of this rotation. And again, we could spend all day comparing the Twins and the White Sox, but I think you don't have to do anything else aside from the White Sox can roll out Giolito, Lynn, depending on how you feel about someone like Dallas Keuchel and maybe a bit of regression from last season. All right. But he's still by far the 5th best pitcher between these two teams. And I think the back end of their rotation has a lot more upside and talent, if we're just being perfectly honest too. So I'm going to lean with the better overall pitching staff when I think these two offenses could basically be a wash.
Bukes rotation getting the edge for you too?
When you're about to go bungee jumping and they give you like this waiver and you just like gloss over and be like, yeah, whatever. And you sign your name. That's what I think about the projections that, aren't in love with the White Sox. Like, get out of here. Like, the Twins aren't going to win this division. I mean, come on. They're one of 3 teams that you aren't getting plus money on to win a division. It's the Dodgers, it's the Yankees, and it's the White Sox. Look, this division is basically coming down to 2 teams. It's either going to be the White Sox or the Twins. I don't think any of the other teams are going to surprise us and steal the division away. So even though you're not getting the plus money on here, it's a long season. Many things can happen, of course, but the White Sox in that division feel like the safest play. I have no problem going minus 130 for them to win the division in this one here. A lot better value than I think than taking the Yankees or the Dodgers, who are minus 200 and more. So minus 130, yeah, it's not the best bang for your buck. It's not the most exciting bet you can make, but I think it's a safe one.
We got a busy slate tonight in the NHL. Let's talk a little bit about it, at least the games that have not yet started with Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman, and of course in the DK lobby there, Moose, you got the 3K Twine contest here for DraftKings and for the NHL. $1,000 going to first place, and in particular, a showdown between the Oilers and the Senators. Now, the Sens, they've been better of late, as we know, wins in 5 out of their last 8. They've been scoring more readily, which is always nice to see. But when you're thinking about a captain for this contest, are you going to go to the Ottawa side, or is it just too hard to ignore all that offensive firepower for Edmonton?
No, look, I mean, you can play one of the studs on the Oilers here. You probably don't need to hear me tell you to play Leon Draisaitl or Connor McDavid, right? Those guys are obviously captain's options anytime Edmonton's involved in a showdown contest. But look, Edmonton allows the 6th most scoring chances against in the league thus far, the 5th most shots on goal per game. They're a really good matchup for opposing forwards. And let's not forget these two teams played to an 8-5 game earlier in the year, so there's plenty of opportunities on both sides here. I would stay away from the goalies, but as far as Ottawa goes, yeah, I think for some contrarian builds, a guy like Brady Tkachuk is a great candidate here. You know, he's averaging over 5 shots on goal over his last 10 games. I mean, that's just fantastic production from a DraftKings perspective, where you get the shots on goal bonus if your player reaches 5 shots on goal on the night. He's cheaper than Draisaitl and McDavid as well, so I do like Brady Tkachuk as an option. And putting him in the captain, it's going to save you that salary cough. Then you can, you know, maybe roster both Edmonton studs. And I think the other Ottawa player target here is Jake Batherson. He's got, you know, 18 points on the year, so he's actually right up there with Tkachuk in terms of point production. 8 of his 18 points come on the power play as well. He's really cheap. He's playing on line 1 now with Tkachuk, so you could try and stack those guys, maybe even putting Batherson in the captain spot. Again, going to save you a ton of salary.
So obviously, if you're going to pay up for, like you mentioned, a McDavid, a Draisaitl on the captain spot, you're really going to need to spend down elsewhere when it comes to the flex. Where are you finding value in this showdown?
Yeah, realistically, I mean, again, these are two teams who allow a ton of scoring chances. You can look to both sides. And for me, one of the players I definitely like targeting in this showdown is Tim Stützle on the Ottawa Senators. He's only 6,400. You know, German rookie, he's really picked up his game over the last couple of weeks. He's averaging over 3 shots on goal per game now over his last 10 games. He's got 8 points over his last 10 games. And look, the Ottawa Senators don't have many options here, but they are starting to get some secondary scoring. And Stützle is a big reason why. They're giving him minutes on the power play 1 beside guys like Brady Tkachuk. So again, you going up against the Oilers here, a team who has a ton of scoring chances, ton of shots on goal. I think Stützle is in a really good spot. And then on the Oilers, I think there's some better opportunities for deeper value guys like an Alex Chiasson, you know, around 3K in price. He's getting power play 1 exposure too, alongside guys like McDavid and Draisaitl. And look, Chiasson's like a guy who's probably going to get you a goal or he's not going to do much. But again, it's going up against the Sens here, and the Oilers power play, again, really starting to pick up steam. So I think 3,200, you know, for Alex Chiasson, a very fair price to take a shot for a showdown. Kailer Yamamoto, one other player, a really good value still at 7,600. He's got that promotion to the top line. He's got 3 points his last 2 games. So Yamamoto is a guy, again, if you can get up to him, he makes for a fantastic play too.
8K Twine contest available for the 3-game late slate, and obviously some good matchups, compelling ones here for you to dive into. But is there that one guy or 2 guys that you really like as far as a pay up spot?
I mean, look, obviously we got the Avs on the late slate. They're on the late slate a lot, and you can pay up for Nate McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, and you can pair them together, absolutely. And look, I think getting exposure here to Nate McKinnon, just because we don't have a ton of studs to pay up for anyways, kind of does make some sense. But if I'm being honest, the one guy I really do want kind of to target tonight is Tyler Toffoli. He's 7K. You look at him and Mikko Rantanen, you know, Rantanen's more expensive, but they're really similar players. I mean, Toffoli's coming in, you know, over 10 goals on the year. They just have similar stats. And realistically, Toffoli's got the better matchup here tonight going up against Vancouver. Vancouver's been a little bit better defensively, but they still have a ton of shots on goal, scoring chances, don't really have the greatest defense or goaltending either. And look, the Canadians, they've been through a brutal slump, but, you know, 7 goals a couple nights ago. I really expect them to bounce back here against Vancouver. You know, it's kind of the second matchup of the series. Looked a little bit rusty again in the first one, but Toffoli's been really consistent lately. He's kind of been carrying that Canadians offense as well. And with him having the better matchup, I'd prefer to get a piece of him over Rantanen probably tonight.
So with this 3-game late slate here, where's the value coming from?
You know, we have a couple of sort of uglier teams going up against each other in the Ducks and the Kings here, but when these two teams, you know, get together, I mean, they also have bad defense and bad goaltending at times. The Kings goaltending has been good, but, you know, the last week or two, it's definitely regressed a bit. These two teams played to, you know, a 5-4 game a couple nights ago. Definitely, actually, it was 6-5 game, excuse me. So a lot more scoring in that one than I think most people predicted. And, you know, I think for me, you could definitely side with some of the cheaper forwards on the Kings. You know, Adrian Kempe coming off a couple big games. He's great on the power play, 4,600. But I think the best value is Maxime Comtois for the Anaheim Ducks here. I mean, 4K. This guy's, they're just giving him a ton of minutes on the first line. And quite frankly, he's probably one of the most skilled young forwards in between these two teams anyways. So playing better. Looks like the Ducks have been getting a little bit more scoring chances over their last couple of weeks. And maybe it's finally going to pay off here for Comtois. So 4K, I really like this one. Again, LA's defense has been regressing. So Max Comtois at 4K, definitely like the value that stands out there.
Let's go from DFS to the DK Sportsbook side of things. Take a look at some of the opportunities there. Is there one team in particular that you'd be interested in taking plus money on tonight?
So as far as like a straight up underdog, you could go back to the Ducks here, but I think that if I was looking for a plus money bet tonight, I would be going to the puck line. The Avalanche have just absolutely owned the Arizona Coyotes over the last couple of years, and the Coyotes eked out a 3-2 win, a couple nights ago. That's nice and all, but realistically, I mean, the Avalanche here, they're the better team. Arizona has been well coached this year. They've got a nice record. They're keeping themselves in contention. You definitely give them credit for that, but I fully expect the Avalanche here to bounce back. And a plus 120 on the puck line, going up against a team they've just dominated over the last couple of years. That's where I would go if I'm looking for a little bit, extra juice sort of in my odds here, or I'm not necessarily looking to take a team like with heavy on the money line or anything like that. I think the Avalanche here are ripe for a bounce back. They're at home as well. They're getting a little bit healthier. Give me them at plus 120 to cover that minus 1.5 spread.
So which game tonight's going to give us a lot of goals? Where are you going to hit the over?
Yeah, I really do think that, there's not a ton of super interesting spots for the over, but I would go back to the Kings and the Ducks here and hit the over there again. Again, we've seen LA over the last few games here. They've just started to regress a little bit defensively. And you look at their last few contests, 3 of their last 5 games have now hit 7 goals or more. Allowing 6 goals to the Ducks is never a good sign. And as I talked about, Anaheim is creating more chances. You look at their advanced stats over the last couple of weeks. This is a team that's starting to get a few more shots on net, a few more, quality scoring chances. Guys like Maxime Comtois starting to come through again for them on the score sheet. So I like hitting the over here. We're still getting a really good price. It's only 5.5 on the over under. And realistically, like at minus 103, which it is right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I like that. I think you're getting a good price to take another shot on a low total there for the over. All
right. Finally, favorite bet of the night. Lock it in for us.
Yeah. I mean, let's go for the Canadians bounce back here. The Canucks, they eked out the 2-1 win in the first contest between these two. But realistically, this is a team that, the Canadians are just a better team here. They got the deeper defense. I think they have probably even the deeper forward group right now. Elias Pettersson is out for the Canucks. I'm just not sure if the Canucks can do it 2 games in a row here. Again, Montreal, they showed some offensive firepower, some backbone, so to speak, scoring 7 goals against Winnipeg a couple nights ago. I really do think they bounce back. They're minus 150 on the money line for the DraftKings Sportsbook. I actually think that's a fair price because I do think that Montreal, again, is the more quality team here. I don't even mind going to the puck line at plus 170 if you want to go there. But realistically, my favorite bet is just take Montreal on the puck line or on the money line, at minus 152. That way, if it is a close game, again, you don't have to worry about them covering the spread. And again, I just feel like Montreal's a better team. Vancouver a little bit banged up. So give me the Canadians here to take the victory.
Hockey talk on a Wednesday. Can't beat it. Moose, thanks, buddy.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Let's take a look at the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day with a major tournament on the PGA Tour taking place this week. The $2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire Contest for the Players Championship pays out that $1 million prize to first place. But also our first ticket to the 2021-2022 Tournament of Champions Live Final. And if you enter the contest, why not take part in the Millionaire Bonus Blast? Enter multiple lineups in the $2.5 million Golf Millionaire Contest. And if these outcomes below occur, you're going to win some future tickets. So enter 2 lineups, and if a golfer with a salary of $10,000 plus wins, you're going to get a $3 contest ticket. Enter 3 to 4 lineups, and if a golfer with a salary of $8,500 plus wins, you get a $5 contest ticket. Or enter 5 plus lineups, and if a golfer with a salary of $7,000 plus wins, you get a $10 contest ticket. One of the best parts of DK is that we don't only offer your only way to win. If you're excited about the players, you can enter the huge DFS contest I just told you about, but you can also find out a ton of action over on the DK Sportsbook as well. And for a sports betting focused preview of the tournament, here are the guys from the No Laying Up podcast.
Shall we get to some picks?
Let's do that.
I'd love to.
I'm going to go ahead and fire mine away. I was told myself after concession that I was going to pick this guy to win, but I don't really have much of a spine. And, I don't know. Outright winners at like 25, 2,500 or lower. Colin Morikawa for a top 10, plus 300. I think that's tremendous odds. I'm putting 40 nuggets on that one. A little podcast boost for something that's going to be published here on Tuesday. Kevin Na for a top 10 plus 900, 10 nuggets. The way he talked about how he should compete on this golf course, I'm convinced. He sold me. Victor Hovland.
What did he say? I mean, what?
That's inside information. I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay. I thought you were part of the NLU integrity program. That's why I didn't say it. The integrity program is no integrity.
Victor Hovland is going to win, though, at plus 2,800, 10 nuggets on that one.
Thought about him.
Paul Casey, I feel like I see him on the leaderboard so often. Every time I see it, I'm like, why didn't I bet a top 20, top 10 play on him? He's up there every time.
Saw him on A1A today also. So I'm actually very comfortable.
Congratulations.
He did. He looked like he was having a great drive.
20 nuggets plus 400 on Paul Casey to top 10. And then another guy that I believe was scouted around Jacksonville this week, a top 20 for Adam Scott, 20 nuggets for plus 335.
Saw him at Bold Bean earlier.
Home game factor. His caddy is a local here in Jacksonville.
Practically a home game.
Practically a home game for them. So that's my picks.
That's good stuff. TC, who you got? Gosh, there's so many different directions.
So many different ways.
I'm going to lead it off with doing what you wouldn't. I'm going to go with Colin Morikawa plus 2,200. I deleted all of my values out of here. I got to go to my screenshot here. We're going 20 nuggies plus 2,200. Next up, we're going Tommy Fleetwood plus 550 for a top 10. 10 nuggies.
Are you concerned about what we've seen on Sundays? It's been not good.
You know what? We're getting there. It's fine.
We're not. We're going the wrong way, I feel like.
We're fine. I thought about Adam Scott. I just, I only have so many plays. You guys have constrained me too much. Next up, I feel really good about this one. I think he's playing well right now. I think it's his kind of golf course, very tactical, surgical place. Mav McNeely, top 30, plus 300 for 20 nuggets.
Ooh, love that one.
Right?
Value.
Next up, we're going Webb Simpson, top 10, plus 300 for 40 nuggies.
His caddy, also a local.
Practically home game.
And then lastly, we're going with Joaquin Neiman, plus 550 for a top 10 for 10 nuggies.
Love it.
Don't ask me if I'm hurt.
So,
Neil, you want to go or you want me to go?
I got a pinata play this week.
What does that mean?
Pinata play.
That means that I am
chucking them from the
waving it around the dark. I'm going 5 winners. Picks. I just got the worst out of the pouch.
Me too.
Okay. I need to flip the mo. Okay. So we're going 20 nuggies on each guy. I'm picking Rory. It's always darkest before the dawn.
Another guy that looked great this week.
No, but I think
Did you see his quotes after? Where
Yeah,
just
he's
like
like
so despondent.
I know, but I think he might have maybe bottomed out, and
now
then
he's got one way to go.
And it's like, hey, there's maybe that's it. So
Technically
1,600
defending champ, right?
No. Yeah.
Hideki's the defending champ.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I would, I'm going to pick Xander. Plus 2,000, 20 nuggies. I just feel like it might be the Ricky moment, If a guy like Ricky can win out here, a guy like Xander, maybe he breaks through
That
here.
one felt, I don't know, those odds felt weird to me with Xander, where he's up in, He's ahead of JT. He's ahead of Cantlay. He's ahead of Finau. He's ahead of Morikawa. I just don't know if that's warranted. I'm just not seeing the value there, dog.
Maybe I know something you don't. Okay. Doubtful. I'm going Cantlay plus 2,200 to win. I'm going Victor Hovland plus 2,800 to win. And I'm going Tommy Fleetwood plus 4,500 to win. So I'm sprinkling. I'm hoping one of these guys breaks through. Cantlay and Schauffele, if they won and I didn't bet on them, and this is the week I pick all winners, I would,
or Ches.
Cantlay was prime.
I thought about including Ches in there as just to make the cut.
Ceremonial marker.
Just to make the cut. But I thought, you know what? It's time to you have to play boldly to win. So that's what we're doing this week.
All right. Well, I'm
the pinata play, baby. Give it to me.
I'm a little horrified to say that I had the exact same strategy as Neil. I am, after having a really respectable season last season, I am in the wilderness. A lot of 0 for 5 weeks. So I'm with you. I'm trying to absolutely flip it, trying to get a big score.
This is what happened to me last year. I just got down and then just went for big plays.
This is truly why the casinos are so big in Vegas.
Didn't work out well.
But
You need to go to Cotter. You need to just do
I
all Euro
that.
Tour plays.
I thought about that. A lot of different ways I could go. I'm going 5 winners as well.
Hell yes.
I'm going with another NLU bump. Did a little video work with John Rahm today. Feels like a great golf course for him. He's plus 1,600, 20 nuggets there. Dustin Johnson has played awesome here. I know he's only plus 1,200. He is the favorite, but I mean, he's won everything else. He's probably going to win this too. Morikawa, no surprise, plus 2,200. I'll go 20 nuggets there. Sorry, 30 nuggets on Dustin, by the way. Another guy, let's just keep rolling with great iron play. Dan Berger. Feels like a great spot for him.
I was going to raise my hand and say, Dan Berger gets no respect.
Yeah.
I'm in on calling him Dan. That's
South Florida guy, practically a home game. And then a guy getting absolutely disrespected in the odds.
Hideki?
No. Great iron player, world-class iron player. No, I'm being a complete homer.
Max Homa.
Total romantic pick. Max is plus 11,000 to win this week. So 10 nuggets on that.
Weather girl Tara Lynn here. The flurries have started as snow is coming in hot for our 8 p.m. Eastern Madden Sim. Obviously, I'm not describing the snow as hot because the weather girl would never do that. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. Let's send it back to DK host Tara Lynn. She's patiently waiting. Yes, you still have a few minutes to enter our big NBA contest, meteorologist Tara Lynn. You have to celebrate the return of the association from the All-Star break. Get those lineups in for the NBA. 1 million return from break contest. It's going to pay out $250K to first place for just a $10 entry. And it locks in just a few minutes at 8 p.m. Eastern. In the NHL, we have a 3-game late slate. It's included in the NHL AK Twine contest. For a $10 entry fee, you earn a shot at a $2K top prize. That classic contest closes at 9 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget to check out all of the action for those leagues, plus the PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and college basketball conference tournaments over on the DK Sportsbook. Check it out. Time to get back to our wild weather Wednesday of Madden Sims. The snow is falling, like meteorologist Tara Lynn said, in Sim Cleveland. In Ravens, they're going to get set to take on the Browns. And we got a dynamic duo coming your way. We're going to send it over to Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll for the call on that one. Take it away, guys.
Oh, thank you, weather woman, meteorologist, and DraftKings lady Tara Lynn. Hold on. Now it is professional broadcaster Jason Rossi with you. And with me, as always, on these Mount Rushmore conversations, it's Tom Carroll. Tom, what the heck's going on, my dude?
What's up, dude? I need to get me a coat with one of those crazy hoods.
No, you just need to do this and things happen.
So if I just do this, does it appear?
Whoa!
If I do
look
it
at that.
right
There
way?
it is. Oh! You moved too quick. Oh,
No, it's just my microwave.
Sick microwave, though. Tara Lynn is jealous of your microwave. I can promise you that. While we heat up some like frozen burritos in that bad boy, we got Cleveland, we got Ravens. Lineups have locked in, baby. So what do you got? What's the lineup looking like, and why is it a top 10er?
So I got Lamar Jackson in the captain spot.
Shock!
Expensive, but had to do it. Dude is just an absolute monster. So then the rest of the way, I was thinking, oh no, I got the expensive dude in my captain spot. What am I going to do? But you know what? I actually feel pretty good about the rest of my lineup here. Mark Andrews, Odell Beckham Jr., Higgins, Hunt, Landry.
Love it. I countered you with Landry in the captain spot because someone always seems to go off in the snow games. And I'm only pretending like I knew this was a snow game when I set this lineup at whatever, 3 in the afternoon. Lamar Jackson's got to be in there because you don't be foolish enough to fade him. I got Baker, Hollywood, Snead, and Dobbins. No kickers in the snow, so we'll see. A lot of Ravens there. I'm kind of now getting a little more insecure about the lineup. It's not as bad as my 10 o'clock, which we'll be together for as well. But just in case you're new to the Rossi Freeze Pop Express here, we got ourselves second half, the sim. If big things happen, we'll be telling you. But all off season, and it's a wild off season because the quote unquote massacre is just Jason Voorhees is slaying the off season so far in these lineups and rosters. As Lamar Jackson tells me, "Shut up, dude! I'm about to just take this puppy to the house." What a run there, Lamar.
In my captain spot.
Looking good there. Looking good. Michael lets us know, our producer extraordinaire tonight, 89% owned, 42 in the free showdown in the captain spot. So second half, I don't know if you have a preference, but we're going to do Mount Rushmores of the franchises of the Baltimore Ravens and the sorry, it's really funny. Mount Rushmore, Cleveland Browns. It's maybe the hardest task yet. Cleveland Browns, Mount Rushmore. Basically, pull out the old like encyclopedias and almanacs of the Browns because we're going to like the 40s here, baby.
Yeah, honestly. I'll be honest, though, I do have one modern era player on there.
Me too. Okay. And I wonder if we'll sync up on that. We'll get
I have to imagine we will.
I hope so because there's not much. Lamar Jackson takes off again in the snow. Bumbles the ball! Cleveland! Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks. Place I once thought I would live.
Fumble.
Cleveland takes over. I say we go Cleveland third quarter. You against it?
Let's do it because it's gonna
be a
Ravens
bloodbath.
Be more interesting. Maybe we can use part of the third quarter to start the Ravens. Ravens were at one point the Browns, so
I was just gonna say this is a very fitting, funny conversation. We'll get into it all in a second. So appreciate you all being here. DK SimFam, our Twitch homies, everybody on YouTube, those watching through Game Center, the millions and millions watching throughout the universe and the universe's universe and the multiverse and all that.
You know what would be hilarious if we did a Mount Rushmore for the modern era Browns? You know, what the 1998 or what was their first season back was 99? Yeah, 99 forward. I mean,
there's only one player.
Baker's probably on that list. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil anything about the Mount Rushmore, so I'm going to stop.
Okay, yeah, let's stop because I was about to say
99 forward would be hilarious.
Yeah, I agree. We can maybe make that part of the conversation. But, big shout out to Michael, as we mentioned. He is our producer. We got Jimbo over on Ops. We have the tag teaming advisors of technicality.
We have like 8 producers tonight.
Yeah, TP and Andrew. I'm loving life, though. I'm happy to be here with everybody.
Heck yeah.
Me and Tom going to bring them good vibes to you on a Wednesday, hump day. We'll get it done for you. So, yeah, we'll talk Mount Rushmores in the second half of this game. So far, your Captain Lamar has good rushing yards, but did cough up the fumble.
Andrew sharing that iconic picture of the Tim Couch Browns jersey with the name crossed out. That then has every single Browns quarterback. Oh, I love this picture.
I don't know who made it.
And there's been more since then. That's the hilarious thing.
I don't know who made it. I feel like it was the team of Colin Cowherd, which maybe I'm 100% wrong because I don't feel like he has the social powers, but maybe he used to have a producer or somebody there, but they had the "we didn't start the fire" to the Browns quarterback as a dumpster fire. And they went through every quarterback since they rejoined, and it's one of the most remarkable videos I've seen. I'm going
to have to pull that list up, actually, to talk about in the second half.
But I don't know who exactly. It's on YouTube or wherever. You can probably look it up on Twitter. But it was like to the beat of "we didn't start the fire." So, like, Seneca Wallace, Tim Coach, I can't think of other quarterbacks. Jeff Garcia, Josh McCown, Jason Campbell, Baker.
I mean, this isn't technically a part of the Mount Rushmore conversation, so I don't feel bad listing off every Browns quarterback as fast as I can.
Hold on.
Since 99.
Can I guess some?
Sure.
I almost want to say I can go for a little while.
Okay, let me try and track them.
You don't have to go that in depth, but I
no, well, I don't want to repeat any,
Okay, and I'm not looking at Andrew's image. I didn't see it. I do remember. So Tim Couch.
Yeah, you got Tim Couch.
You don't have to do this. We have 18 people here. I think we can all keep track.
I got it.
Kelly Holcomb.
Yep.
Has to be somebody else in here. I know, Charlie Fry.
Yeah, I'm surprised you got that
one. He has a great stat. He started week 1 for a game, was traded by week 2 to Seattle. It's a historical. It's the first quarterback and only quarterback in history of the NFL
in 2007.
To start a season as a quarterback. There's a bunch more before him though. Okay, Jeff Garcia.
Yep.
Seneca Wallace.
Yep.
Derek Anderson.
Oh yeah, Derek Anderson, legend.
The legend. Should have been a playoff quarterback if it wasn't for Vince Young. Were some of those quarterbacks there before, like the Jeff Garcia era had like 2 or 3
There's so many good names on this list of guys that are like, oh yeah, he played for the Browns.
Yeah, Jason Campbell.
Yep.
Josh McCown.
Yep.
Luke McCown.
Luke McCown.
Yeah, it was one of them. There was another McCown.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, early. Okay.
Yeah, because he started
Multiple
against the Patriots.
McCowns.
Yeah, he started against the Patriots one game. Texas quarterback Colt McCoy.
Yep.
I believe he was a Monday night.
You're at 10, by the way.
Okay. There's a 4th and 2. Horrible play call. And Hunt could not get it, so Baltimore takes back over here in the snow. Oh, babe. No, Elvis. Who else? No, I'm trying to think. Vinny Testaverde was never there, was he?
Not the current Browns. Old Browns.
Okay. Jeff Garcia. I'm trying to really focus on that Jeff Garcia. Okay, so I can go a little bit sooner, I guess. Obviously Baker Mayfield's on there. You have who was the Jesus guy? The guy with the hair. I think he was the Chargers quarterback for a hot minute too. He started a game for them. I'm losing steam, clearly.
He's not on there. I know.
Michael says, hold on, he just says something. You're forgetting someone big that was a bust. Oh, Brandon Whedon.
Well, yes, he's on there, but that's not. I don't think that's who he was talking about.
I just know he's a first round pick. Oh, another big bust?
Yeah.
Cleveland? I feel like everybody. Why am I missing this? Number 1 pick?
Well, he's a first round pick. Yep.
Wait a minute. A first round pick with that Brandon Whedon. Is it recent? Am I missing something? Wait. They also had what's his name? From that was it Denver. They made the stupid trade for tall guy, Brock Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler.
Oh, he's on there, baby.
Brock Osweiler.
Brock was in there. Maybe he never started.
He might not have ever started for them because he's not on this list.
You're right. They may have traded for him and then traded him.
Yeah, everyone like was talking about how it was such a smart financial move. It's like
Johnny Manziel. Sorry.
Yep, there you go.
You know why? He is so short-lived. Like, he is forgotten about, dude.
Yep. Fan-controlled football.
Yeah, good for him. I honestly am starting to think, like, there was a bunch of veterans there for a while.
You've gotten 13.
How many are there, give or take?
Oh, man. Let's see. They probably say it at the top of this article.
I'm really. There's got to.
They don't list it out. I'd have to count.
Okay, we got a first and goal here. Less than 20 to play.
You know
Bob
what?
and weaving stuff. So that's gonna be the.
All right, you got to count for me. I'm gonna just start saying the names. Ready? Yep. Starting in 99. Tim Couch, Ty Detmer, Doug Peterson, Spurgeon Wynn, Kelly Holcomb, Jeff Garcia, Luke McCown, Trent Dilfer, Charlie Fry, Derek Anderson, Brady Quinn, Ken Dorsey in 2008.
Brady Quinn.
Which I thought was hilarious. Bruce Gradkowski. Colt McCoy. Jake Delhomme in 2010 started 4 games. Seneca Wallace. Brandon Whedon. Thad Lewis started a game. Jason Campbell.
20.
Brian Hoyer. Johnny Manziel. Connor Shaw started a game in 2014. Connor Shaw of Michigan State fame.
Dude, literally never heard of that guy.
Josh McCown, Austin Davis, Cody Kessler started 8 games in 2016.
I should remember that.
RG3, 5 games.
Oh, duh. Yeah.
Yep. Deshaun Kaiser, we all remember him, 15
Notre
games.
Dame.
Kevin Hogan, the former Stanford quarterback.
Hogs.
Baker Mayfield, and Tyrod Taylor.
How many is that? Just 30. That was so dumb.
30 quarterbacks?
Yep. Brady Quinn is the biggest dumb one for me. I'm a huge Notre Dame fan. And Kaiser, and there's a touchdown, by the way. Stats were updated through 1, and they're going to be updated again after the free agent right now gets his way, Mark Ingram, into the end zone. By the way, funny news. Get it. One funny thing today, Gus Edwards got a second-round tender put on him. I found that hilarious. Like, who's giving a second-round pick for Gus Edwards? Like,
right?
What are you doing, Ravens? What are you doing?
So strange.
Yeah, put a third. You might get it. You might if someone's desperate. I just found that funny.
I laughed out loud at that as well.
With everything going on. So sorry, everybody. I didn't look at the chat. I barely looked at our Slack channel, but I am now looking over at the chat because I didn't want to get people tipping me off. But yeah, people saying Cody Kessler in there. I really feel the Brady Quinn one is by far the dumbest because I remember listening to John Kincaid, speaking about your own stopping grounds, when he was on ESPN radio on the weekend. The day after Brady Quinn was taken late in the first round and Calvin Johnson was taken by the Cleveland Browns, and Calvin Johnson was taken, I believe, second overall by the Detroit Lions. And he said, how fun is it going to be in 3 years when it's Detroit versus Cleveland, both teams that have never been to the Super Bowl, playing each other? And I loved it. That's when I was all in on that guy. So I used to do overnight radio. And I used to listen to him on my ride home when I
All
used
in
to,
on Kincaid, baby.
Yeah. Oh, I love that dude. I'm so proud. I'm so happy that he has found another landing spot in Philly. He does the Shaq podcast. People that may be familiar with him, but good dude.
That's right.
But yeah, so he, the one thing I'll say about him, when he said that, I was like, I'm listening to this guy all the time. I used to drive home from doing overnight radio. So I get home at about 8 a.m., but I used to pick up a McGriddle from Mickey D's.
Yes.
With hotcakes and sausage. Dude, there was a point in my life when I was real heavy, and I completely understand why. I used to eat that, then go to sleep for like 4 or 5 hours on a Sunday.
Was it that 24-hour McDonald's in Brighton?
No, this was one right near me in Chelsea. It didn't need to be 24 hours. It was 8 a.m. when I went there.
Good call. Good call.
I was all in. I used to, like, I remember my dad one time said something to me like, you sure you really want to be eating this every Sunday on your way back? I'm like, it's my treat.
You're like, dude, I just worked overnight radio. I don't care. That's the thing. When you're working hours like that, you're just like, I don't care. I don't care.
Dude, honestly. Well, you know, it's funny. TP says you must have had the wildest dreams, dude. Not to get all serious, but I did have a near stroke when I was younger.
Oh, my God.
That really turned some things around. It could have been a half panic attack, half part stroke. We'll laugh about it now, but I had a real scary night one time.
No, it's true, though. When you eat, like, crazy stuff like that that's full of just, like, chemicals and stuff right before bed, and it's, like, you're going to bed at a weird time of day, too. It's just all sorts of weird stuff. Like, I used to have some wild dreams doing overnights.
Yeah, it's
I'm like you. I'd grab quote unquote dinner at 7 a.m. from, Burger King or McDonald's or something. And you're just widling out in bed, sweating. You're like, what is happening?
I woke up in the afternoon. I woke up, my arms didn't move. It was terrifying. It's funny now, but at the time I was literally like, I think this might be it, boys and girls.
It's kind of scary when you fall asleep on an arm and it's just so limp.
Oh, that
when you
tingles?
fully fall asleep on it. I hate that.
Forget it. That's why I take like nighttime sleep agents. So I'm like, if I fall asleep, my arm falls asleep, like I don't wake up either. I'll see you in the morning or when my son screams. But anywho, back over here to the Sims. 7-0 Ravens. They're not scared of no medical emergencies. They're just battling their way through, as Tarolin said, the hot snow. 7-0. It was a touchdown by Mark Ingram. Technical advisor 1 and/or 2, Andrew, says, we were talking about Gus Edwards. He goes, he's not even an RB2 here in Simland.
It's so true.
Also, the Ravens, there's a little bit of a buzz about them with all these free agent wide receivers, as another team kind of starved for a extra set of hands. Last year dipping into Des Bryant at whatever you still think he can potentially do.
Yep.
I feel like they're going to land somebody. I feel like Emmanuel Sanders just feels like he's going to the Ravens.
I was just going to say Emmanuel Sanders. He's the type of guy that seems like he's bouncing around from like contender to contender now. It's almost like he's an assassin looking to get a ring.
An assassin.
I like that. I like that.
He's just coming in.
He's the hired gun.
I want to give a shout out to Jordan Lindenbaum. I think his mini mush recently he's been telling me. So hopefully he wins big tonight. Hopefully he went in that $300 contest. That ball's fumble. It goes out of bounds. Baker didn't lose it all the way. So 2nd and 1. Again, once we hit half, we can start breaking it down. But it is going to be very interesting talking about Mount Rushmore for these teams. Again, Ravens, not overly historical. Browns, obviously, we're taking it from the OG Browns. We're not we're joking about the 99 on, but the 30 quarterbacks that have started since 1999.
That list is incredible.
I think if I had $1 million to win, I probably, and really focus on it, wasn't thinking about working around it, I probably could have named Connor Shaw was never going to come out of my mouth. So I'm thinking somewhere I would have got probably 25, 26.
Ken Dorsey in 2008 starting multiple games for the Browns blew me away.
2007, 2008, or 2008 was the same year that Charlie Fry won, I believe, right? Isn't that when he?
Oh, I'd have to pull up the list. There were so many quarterbacks. Yes.
I think that was one. I remember.
No, Charlie Fry was 07 because that was the Derek Anderson.
He took over.
Right.
Okay, so Think about those 2 years, though. So what happened to Derek? He obviously got hurt the next year. But, like, man, what? Just so snake-bitten. And this year, almost we're a Super Bowl team.
That's right.
We're almost an
Finally.
AFC title contender. Right there. Good for
They're
them.
right
And-
there.
Yeah. That's why
They
truly
finally got the
believe-
right coach. That's why. I really believe that.
I would even argue this. I think they have the right system. I think Stefanski knows run the ball, dominate on the offensive line and defensive line like most successful football teams, and put your quarterback in a position to be successful. And it took about 8 weeks to get there. And I was on the train of, Odell Beckham gone's going to help Baker. But no, I think he finally got comfortable in what this system is and wasn't forcing things. And that's why I truly believe Odell's going to be back for this team. Because if you remind me, Tom, how much did the Browns lose by to the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs, if you remember?
It wasn't by much.
1 score. And if you remember, there was a flub there as Higgins going into the end zone fumbles for the old touchback dumbest rule in sports.
Yep.
That likely doesn't happen to an Odell or moving positions around. That's maybe Jarvis there. So
You're right.
I think they realize they're that player away. So I don't think he's going anywhere. And I like the Twitter rumors, and now everyone's a reporter. So he's going to Tampa. Like, oh yeah, sure, everyone's going to
Of course he is. Right.
Yeah.
Just like JJ Watt was.
Yep. Remember that? So I think it's going to be interesting. I think the Browns are definitely going to try to run it back, have both the running backs, most of their offensive line back. You've noticed they have not made any significant cuts. You're seeing cuts across the league. I was looking at the Browns. Nobody of stature, like a couple of third string guys. I saw them trying to free a little bit of cap space.
Yeah, no, the Odell thing is really interesting because they went on this run without him, and he's known as this kind of volatile guy in the locker room and, give me the ball, I need to be fed, blah, blah, blah. But if you're Odell, you have to look at the situation and say, and unless I'm forgetting a really good Giants team, which I don't think I am, this has to be the best team he's been on as a pro. So he's got to sit back and think, okay, I just need to fit in where it makes sense for me to fit in within this system, and let's go out and try and, play for a Super Bowl here.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I also want to say, yes, he is known almost there. Look at that. Just booting, trying. Oh, no, he got that in. Sorry, I apologize. That looked like it was a little under.
Just over the crossbar.
Nice job. By the way, Ashley Edwards says OBJ 5 times, just in case we missed it. Looking forward to some of the conversation of people dropping off. Jim saying his Ravens Mount Rushmore. Going to be interesting. I didn't go as in-depth with that one because I feel like I have a better feel for the Ravens because they're a more modern team from, 96 on.
Right.
And where the Browns, I was like, I think I might have to actually do the research on this one. I already knew 3 names pretty clearly in my head. Austin Seibert there, boots in the 49-yarder, 10% owned. Thank you, Michael. Jimbo updating the stats. But yeah, I just think that Odell, all the things you've heard about him in New York, you really haven't heard, especially this last year in Cleveland.
Oh, what a move by Lamar.
Look at him go.
Bounds.
Hold on to the ball, dude. He does. And don't forget, the Stefanski offense also frustrated both Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs. Diggs to the point where he left town, even though they were changing said coordinator. But I'm really fascinated with that situation. I just think OBJ should be back, and I think it is going to be a top tier contender next year with the way that team was playing.
If he could fit in and be a good soldier, no doubt, because his talent is undeniable.
Yeah, he really is. Sure-handed, exactly what the team needs. And that defense is starting to really ball. How much better are the Steelers going to be realistically? I don't know. I don't see them being better. The Ravens are okay. Cleveland has every right to the throne of that division.
The Steelers scream regression to me, don't they?
Or one last shot. They scream one last shot. They're going to do everything they can. Because I think they're in kind of a similar to the Chicago Bears where, their coach, their GMs, they realize this is it. I think if Mike Tomlin has another one of those 11-5 seasons, gets bounced in the first round of the playoffs, it's just, while he hasn't made the playoffs all these years, it just seems to be an endless loop for the Steelers. But yeah, we'll see. Ben coming back, basically giving the Steelers $15 million. Hey guys, I want to play, but here's a donation of $15 million. Go get me some players.
I respect that.
Me too.
That's how you
gets
win a
it.
championship. He knows that's what he has to do at this point in his career.
Yeah, we'll see if they re-sign Stanky Juju, which I doubt they will. Juju Smith-Schuster, great number 3 receiver.
Or as Rossi likes to refer to him as, Poo-Poo Smith-Schuster.
Yeah, I don't think he's a bad person. I don't even care about the TikTok stuff. I just think his on-the-field game is not a dynamic number 1 receiver in the NFL. He is a very strong 3 and a good 2.
I like how you're throwing him in the 3 category.
And that's not even disrespectful. Like, people make like these comments seem like I'm being like this really bad person, but like there's 32 number 1s. There's then followed up by 32 number 2s if you technically break it down. He is not, to me, a top 60 receiver, realistic. That's just my opinion. I think he is at best, good receiver. I don't think he brings the school. He is personally regressed for me. I've watched this man not take over games where you thought, this is where the guy, he had all the right to be it too, after Antonio Brown.
I love it.
Herb Dog says, Rossi, I love you. I love you too, Herb Dog. But you need to stop the Juju and LeBron hate. First of all, that is not hate. I do not hate anyone. And second of all, no, I will not. I will stand my ground on Juju. And I don't know what I said about LeBron. I
was going to say, I didn't know you were a LeBron hater.
I'm not a LeBron fan, but
same.
I'm definitely not a hater.
I am a LeBron hater. I dislike LeBron strongly.
TP says, number 1 receiver on TikTok, though. Ain't that the truth? Like, do you really want that guy on your team? I'm sorry. BW Park says, hey, OBJ is great until his helmet meets the fan. You know what I mean? Happens, dude. He's a little bit of a hothead there on the sideline, but I kind of like that. I like a fiery player.
Me too. He's good though. Like he's legitimately. If you have everything in place, he's worth the trouble.
Love it. Some people starting the conversation about Cleveland. Just so you know, I see you guys dropping names here. Everyone's in play. Owners, GMs, heck, fans. The Dog Pound has as much stage claim to the Mount Rushmore as any player does right now.
I like that.
Their fandom, because they are one of the most diehard fan bases in the history of the NFL.
Honorable mention, no doubt.
Dude, honorable mention, there might be a fight. There might be a legit dog mask on Mount Rushmore in Cleveland.
Oh, that's great.
Right up there. Wait till we get to Washington one day. Just going to put the hogs on there.
Yes.
I love those
all
old
of them.
fan bases. Yes. All right, so we have a follow-up. Justin Tucker now. Another 49-yarder. Boot. Give me all of it. It's good. Justin Tucker, the kicker you don't deserve. Because I didn't roster him either.
J-Tuck in the discussion for Mount Rushmore? Question mark?
Maybe the best kicker in the history of the NFL that no one seems to want to give credit to. He literally might be the best kicker ever.
I mean, when we had Jan Stenerud on the pod with Morton, 2 of the 3 best kickers ever,
yep.
They said that they both agreed Justin Tucker will get in the Hall of Fame one day.
Wow. Not only that comment, but Justin Tucker, 26% owned in the flex. Kisses to the DK Sim fam. I, by the way, also appreciate the 141 of you that got in our contest here. Looks like Greg Coffin, the mayor of Simland, is rocking the number 1. Looks like I'm in 30th, and I really don't know how.
You know what? This is a good time to check where I am.
Yeah, do a little roll call. Well, just they're so low scores, that's why.
77th. Not good.
Bad Boys of Pops says kickers in there kicking rocks for 50 yards. You know it. On Tuck it says Kareem. Big Cheese says Green Bay fans are all time. Are best fans of all time.
Yeah, they own the team.
Yeah, I don't know if they're the best fans because of that, but argument can be made, I'm sure. And by the way, you're Big Cheese, sounds like you might be a little biased.
Yeah, ranking fan bases is a weird thing. It's easy to spot a bad fan base, but I feel like it's hard to say which. I mean, there's good fan bases and there's bad fan bases.
I
don't really find it. There's in betweens. That just doesn't exist to me. Does that make sense?
No, I'm with you. I always default to what I believe is the most underrated fan bases in all of sports for every major sport they have, because they're literally like they pack the house regardless. Well, they did for years now. Like ticket prices are out of control, so I understand why people don't. But I always go with Pittsburgh. I feel like Pittsburgh just has a really like the most like blue collar, like working 9 to 5, grinding it out at the mill.
Yeah.
Going to, PNC Park to support the Pirates or the Penguins or the Steelers. Yep. I give them a lot of credit. Yeah,
the Yinzers, baby. Any group of people that calls themselves Yinzers, I'm all in on.
Oh, wow. What an effort. Is he hurt? He looked like he was tapping his helmet. Take me out, coach.
It didn't look good.
It didn't, but luckily here in Simland, it's land of the free. No one gets hurt. No sicknesses. No worries.
Big fan of the Yinzers.
William says Steelers have the best fan base, especially on the road. See, that's fine. I just look at them as I feel like they just represent their city very well. Unlike Philadelphia.
Oh.
Ew.
No, Eagles fans are insane.
Yeah, that could equal, but I also not a big fan of disrespectfulness in a fan.
Yeah, they threw snowballs at Santa.
They booed Santa, that's one thing, but I think once...
How dare they?
When Michael Irvin got hurt and they were all cheering, like literally sounded like a Stone Cold Steve Austin pop back in the day. By the way, a 60-yarder. What are we doing?
Not
I love
even
it.
Close.
Doesn't matter. Austin Seibert already getting the Tommy Freeze pop, freaking awesome player of the game. Holy smokes. He just tried to line up legit a 60-yard bomb in the snow. Oh, here comes Lamar picking up that garbage time points. Skidamarinky dinky dink, skidamarinky do down to the...
We'll take the extra
19
few yards.
Yeah, nice play. As we get here to the half, it's Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, producer Michael, Andrew, and TP, our advisors of technicality, Jimbo, in ops, Brother Phil, Lewis, Mike, Frank, I don't even know, Indulgent, Carter, Chef. Look at all these guys. Dream Guy. We got a loaded room here. We appreciate all these. We'll ask it just this one time. Smash that like button. We appreciate you all so very much.
Did I do it already?
Yeah, supporting us. I think I might save it till the 10. We might need it. But I really, really do appreciate each and every single one of you. And I want to give you a little heads up that this Tuesday, you can join us right here on the old YouTubes or on Twitch for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We'll give you the Sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region and who could be on the upset alert. Woo, woo, woo. Which spreads, totals, props, the public is putting in their money on, and we'll have the Sweat March to the Tournament airs this Tuesday at 11 a.m. right here on the Dream Stream. Anyway, so that's some exciting stuff.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, dude, I'm in on that. I
love the tournament.
I think I'm going to get buck wild. I'm going to try to just get my mortgage for the rest of the year. I'm going to find the Loyola Chicago and just ride that pup.
Yeah, this would be the year, right, of a weird thing to happen with all of the weirdness that we've dealt with in the college basketball season. I know everyone's like, oh, Gonzaga and Baylor, they're the giants, and then it's everybody else. Like,
give me Illinois.
Not so
Give me
fast.
Illinois.
Oh, I love Illinois. If DeSumo can be healthy, I love Kofi. That's a team I watch really closely working here in St. Louis.
I'm a big Kofi Kingston guy, former WWE champion, first African-American born.
Coburn.
What?
Kofi Coburn, one of the best big men in the country.
Oh, I'm more of a Kofi Kingston guy. But anyways, all right. Second half, we got a great crew. We're flying through in the half here, 8:30 Eastern. So we know we don't got time to waste. Oh, never mind. Edit all the names we just said in post. We did not name anybody. We only said Kofi Kingston. All right, so all-time Mount Rushmore, top 4 players. We're putting them on a wall, or I don't even know if Cleveland has mountains, but we'll put it somewhere near the old Jake. Here we go. Let's go back and forth. For me, the first one, let's just lock it in, Jim Brown. We don't even have to say the resume. When you think Cleveland Brown, you think Jim Brown. The name, obviously, Brown and Brown, one, and he might be arguably the greatest running back in the history of the NFL. Did things that were unheard of during his era, like running for 2,000 yards. I don't know, just dominating, looking like a legit linebacker. Could have played offensive line. So Jim Brown, I think, is an absolute lock.
Absolutely. People still consider him one of the greatest running backs of all time, even playing all the way back when he did. Number 6 overall pick in 1957. Just an absolute
Who was
legend,
picked before
dude.
him? What are we doing?
That's actually a great conversation. Quickly, we'll run through that. Top 5 picks ahead of Jim Brown. Paul Hornung, pretty good at number 1 to the Packers.
Fair.
John Arnett was a Pro Bowler. John Brody was good. He was quarterback for the Niners. And then Ron Kramer and Len Dawson. Okay, so that's actually a really good top 5 ahead of him, but still, Jim Brown is clearly the guy you take above all those guys.
Yeah, just so people know, like every year was a Pro Bowler. Every single year was an All-Pro, all but 1 year. Hall of Famer, 32 retired, all NFL 60s decade team, most valuable player, 2 years, 65 Rookie of the Year. I'm sorry, was most valuable player 3 times, including his final season with the Browns. Was a Rookie of the Year as well. GOAT. All right, I think he's the greatest Brown of all time.
Yep, he is an All-American lacrosse player at Syracuse. People forget.
Yeah, very important to the conversation. So what's next?
So I'm going to go modern era next. And I want to see if we have the same guy, Joe Thomas.
Nailed it. He is like Mr. Brown of the new Browns, and I really feel bad for him.
I feel so bad for Joe Thomas.
The 1 year he finally retires after all the rumors, loses a ton of weight, looks great. I think he did the Kilimanjaro, a lot of these offensive. Yeah, I think he was a part of that, but literally retires after 2017. What happens in 2018? Browns are good.
Yeah, they get their first win in over a calendar year. And it's funny, he was working as a broadcaster on that Thursday night game when the Browns beat the Jets to get their first win after, X amount of games.
And they unleashed those brouhahas.
Yes. So Joe Thomas was just an absolute monster. It's funny, a guy is good when he plays offensive line for the worst team of his generation, and we all know that he was still that good. 10-time Pro Bowler.
Never missed a game.
Never missed a game. 8-time All-Pro. All-Rookie team. All-Decades team, 2010. Mm-hmm. Outland Trophy winner in college.
Speaking of the Browns, very quickly, sorry to interrupt, but we just get ourselves an Austin Hooper bomb touchdown from Baker Mayfield. Yeah, he was the Iron Man, and honestly, what they say, the modern day greatest Iron Man in the NFL. He was on the field for 10,363 consecutive snaps until a tricep injury that ended his career after 11 seasons. So an injury ended, so he technically never missed just a couple plays. He, Cal Ripken, eat your heart out. This is the dude.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Jordan Lindenbaum catching it late. Yes, we were talking about Joe Thomas. We've only mentioned 2 names on the list. Yes. So Joe Thomas, lock him in. Those are the 2 locks. So next one for me, Paul Brown.
Okay, so this is where it could get interesting, but it's going to be hard. I think with the next 2 are kind of locks for us, but we'll see. But you have to. Paul Brown, not only one of the best owners in the NFL, the innovation of the game, bringing the AFL, NFL together, being part of that scenario as well. He's iconic. And again, one of those names, it fits the team name again that's where it came from. That's where it came from.
The team, yeah.
It's not the Cleveland Browns because there was some brown object somewhere. This is literally named after a human being.
Yeah, absolutely. In 1946, he finds the team. I guess he founded the team would be the right way to say that.
Yeah,
he just found these guys playing. Hey, this is my team. No, so he founded the team. He was the owner. He was the head coach from 46 to 62. Innovator. You always see that classic film of him doing the chalkboard work, and it's kind of in fast motion.
With the killer cap he was wearing.
Absolutely. So Paul Brown, and have to have him on here. And it kind of helps that this franchise, as bad as they've been, has a guy like this for us to point to. Because look, even as a head coach, he was incredibly successful. 4-time AAFC champion, 3-time NFL champion. So the AAFC, for people that don't know, was a league that existed that had the Browns and the Niners that ended up being absorbed by the NFL. Was the AP NFL Coach of the Year in 1970, towards the end of his career with the Bengals. He actually founded the Bengals as well. People forget that. in the same state, use the same color scheme. We can get into that in a different day.
Sure.
But
never
just
actually.
an absolute legend here.
Yeah. Also, just so people know, you mentioned all this championship. Remind me, how many Cleveland Browns Super Bowl appearances have there been?
0.
Exactly. So anything that has anything to do with championships had to do with Paul Brown. So that, again, always in the 40s, where I don't even know if my dad was a twinkle in his parents' eyes, but nonetheless, again.
One more Paul Brown thing. He won a national championship as head coach at Ohio State back in the 40s as well.
Again, nothing to do with this
dude
argument,
is a legend.
but I like it.
It's good. It's good
Did
fodder.
Did he play lacrosse?
You know what? That's a good question.
All right, so I'll wrap up what I think. I had Paul Brown as my number 4. Not that we've ranked them in any order specifically. As Lamar is in the bonus, dances around, takes the sack. It's 10-10 here with 3:30 left to go here in the third quarter.
Here's where it gets interesting, Rossi.
All right, so for me, I don't think it's as interesting, or it shouldn't be, because this is one of the guys, again, when we're talking about innovation, we're talking about legacies.
Oh, this is where you're going? Okay.
We're talking about Frank Minifield. No, I'm talking about I think, one of the greats, and a lot of people compare to this day. We talked about some of the other Mount Rushmores and moving and mobility. Otto Graham. Otto Graham was a guy, when I started watching football as a young kid, he was always mentioned in a lot of the conversation. So he, to me, is the guy who I think deserves a spot here for the innovation. And on most of those championships we were talking about, he was quarterback and he was running. He was doing, he played 18 positions. He's one of the best all time. Still to this day, people will talk about him. Before the modern day, he was getting whacked by, linebackers that are probably lighter than him technically, but quarterback from, sorry, I just lost my place here. By the way, no good receivers. The best receivers they've ever had are current. I know there's one other player who
How dare you disrespect Paul Warfield like that?
Yeah, whatever. He was with the Browns. That is... Oh, Stoink! That ball bounced back further than I think it was kicked.
While you're looking for that, Rossi, Otto Graham's resume: 3-time NFL champion, 3-time MVP, first-team All-Pro 4 times, 5-time Pro Bowler, 2-time NFL passing leader, 2-time NFL passer rating leader, 4-time AAFC champion. So if you're keeping track at home, that is 7 championships for Otto Graham between the AAFC and the NFL.
For 9 years with the team, 7 titles, awards in 5 of those years. And he's a Hall of Famer. So
75th anniversary team and still 100th anniversary team. Yep. So we've had the opportunity to throw the guy off of these teams after all these years, and the smart people that put these things together keep putting him on there. And with all of that said, I still didn't have him on mine.
Who'd you go with?
Because I just feel
Peyton
like
Hillis?
the modern era stuff.
Peyton Hillis.
And while we're going through it out loud, I'm wrong. I should have had him on there, but but we can admit our mistakes here. I had Ozzie Newsome on there, Hall of Fame tight end, one of the better tight ends in the history of the NFL. Amazing player in the 80s for that Browns team that made this, or got close to the Super Bowl, I should say.
Yeah,
Bernie Kosar,
the fumble against the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. So I had Ozzie Newsome on there over Otto Graham. But, I mean, even when you're looking at, okay, he played a long time ago, he was playing against, scrubs, it's still incredible resume, and all the smart people continue to put him in these conversations. So I got to listen to the smart people, right?
I think so, not to be rude. James says Newsome over Thomas. A couple other people say Ozzie Newsome here.
Yeah, so I had Newsome on mine, but I don't know. It's hard for me to ignore Otto Graham's resume.
Yeah. Otto Graham is, like you said, he was in the 75th anniversary team. That was, I think, in late 90s. And then you have 25 years later, he still makes that team. That includes the 100 year was recently. With 2 years ago?
2 seasons ago. Yep.
So that includes Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, all these arguably best quarterbacks of all time. So take that for what it's worth. Lisa Robinson says Tim Brown. Well, we'll get to the Raiders one day, Lisa.
Yeah, Tim Brown, not.
We're not just
on the
talking about
Browns.
players with the name Brown. All right, so we're gonna wrap it up. We've reached the end of the third. So the only other one
I think we're locking it in.
Yeah, 2 honorable mentions for me, real quick. Honestly, the dog pound. I literally had them, arguably, because they fought to get their damn team back. All right.
Yeah, I respect it.
And number 2, I wasn't going to put him there, but when it comes to the modern era, there's not a lot of players to really argue. I mean, modern.
I'm really curious where you're going here.
Josh Cribbs. I know it sounds crazy.
He was great. He was
all-decade team, 4-time Pro Bowler.
Yep.
Yes, I understand it's kind of a weirder return position, but he was electric.
No, he was incredible. For what he did, he's one of the best ever. There's no question. As a specialist, an amazing specialist. I had a bunch of honorable mentions. I'll rattle them off quick. Paul Warfield, like I mentioned, one of the great receivers of the 1960s, was on that Dolphins team later, so he's more known for that, but great on the Browns. Lou Graza, who's an amazing kicker back in the day and played offensive line. Marion Motley, Clay Matthews Jr., Bernie Kosar. Those are my honorable mentions.
Kosar stinks. Just kidding.
Honorable mention.
Yeah, he's fine. All right. The Baltimore Ravens, I don't need the resumes, I don't think, here, personally. Maybe showboating, maybe being the cock of the walk.
Got to fill a quarter here, Rossi. We might as well read some resumes.
No, we can, but I'm going to just start. And again,
you're just going to say your names?
I'm going to start with the name that you don't need the resume. You think about the Baltimore Ravens, this player's visual, this player's, everything about the heart. He's the heart and soul of the Ravens. I think people would say to this day, and maybe it's going to take a long time to replace the image of this man, 2-time Super Bowl winner.
All right, let's say it at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Jonathan Ogden.
Ray Lewis is by far that stupid dance, that iconic Madden commercial when he was on the cover, when he picked up the first down line as Baker Mayfield's going to do a little shimmy shake into the end zone. Well, speaking about that, Shamrock Shake's coming back? Never had one of those.
Great call.
All right, here's the deal. If they come back.
They are back. They have to be back. I might drive one, drive out and get one at 10 a.m. No, at 10 p.m. when this ends.
Do not do that.
10 p.m. I might do it.
We are going to do like we did with the McRib. I've never had a Shamrock Shake.
Okay, I think we're together on Sunday. Shamrock Shake Sunday.
All right, let's do it. I will save my calories for that day. 9th rushing touchdown for Mayfield. I'm sure that's going to be near 1,000 calories, so I'm going to have to really...
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of late night chemicals.
Let's go grab a green minty drink from McDonald's at night. Ooh. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have...
No, that's great. I love mint. I love mint.
Yeah, it's like a mint. It's basically like a mint chocolate chip, but without the chocolate chips as a milkshake. It's good. It's refreshing.
Cool. Okay. Anyways, Ray Lewis, Hall of Famer, Pro Bowler, Dominator. Like I said, that Madden, I want to say it was like 06. It was when they made the hit stick, and he picked up the first down marker. That was like the innovation thing. I'm watching TV now. We all see like the first down, like where the ball is currently. There's a line on TV, and where the first down is. This is before the line of like scrimmage, and he picks it up. He goes, "Is this what you want?" And he drags it. It's epic commercial. But anyways, Ray Lewis,
first defensive player to ever be on the cover of Madden. Ray Lewis.
Yeah, that's an awesome point. And so like it ties in here again. That's where the hit stick that we all know and love to this day. That's where Bobby Wagner and guys like Jamal Adams are just laying the hammer on these players, making them fumble. So I am locking that dude in because there's no argument.
Yeah, there's no question. And then number 2 is Jonathan Ogden. And we don't even really need to discuss it the same way that we don't need to discuss Ray Lewis. Best tackle of his generation, drafted the same year as Ray Lewis. That's how they started that franchise.
Ravens, first pick.
Ravens become the Ravens in Baltimore, moving from Cleveland, and they pick Ogden and Lewis. I mean, talk about just getting your absolute studs in place, your leaders in your locker room. And credit to Ozzie Newsome, who's in the honorable mention category for the Browns Mount Rushmore for putting that team together all those years.
Maybe the best GM. And that ball's fumbled, picked up by Cleveland. Lamar choking down the stretch here. This is a huge possession here for Cleveland. But no, I agree with everything you're saying thus far.
And I just want to read off his resume quick. Obviously, 2000 won the Super Bowl, 4-time All-Pro on the first team, 5-time second team, 11-time Pro Bowler, Offensive Lineman of the Year in 2002, 2000's All-Decade Team, 100th Anniversary NFL Team, Baltimore Ravens Ring of Honor, all the college awards you'd want, first ballot Hall of Famer. dude was incredible.
Absolutely. I just dropped the next name I think I would nominate. I think another lock. I said it to Jared, be a little patient, my man. He said, don't forget the name Ed Reed.
Who's forgetting Ed Reed?
Well, I think he's just trying to make sure we don't. That ball I thought was fumbled as well. Cleveland has a chance to put this game out of reach on a 2nd and goal from the 9.
Ed Reed was amazing. Maybe one of my favorite non-Patriots ever.
Agreed. He Brian Dawkins. Same here. I always say, quote the Ravens. I hate you. Ed Reed. Here's the thing about him. Brian Dawkins was the coolest, looking because he loved Wolverine. He had this look. Ed Reed feels like he was
crawl onto the field.
Ed Reed looked like he was 6'5". As Baker scrambles to his left, going to take off and get another one. Wow. 2nd touchdown for Baker, putting the team on his back, saying, don't forget about me, dudes. Have this conversation a year from now when I'm a Super Bowl winner.
Baker is on the post-99 Browns Mount Rushmore. Continue.
Anyways, no, Cribbs is going to definitely be on there. I think
no
Peyton
doubt.
Hillius.
Thomas, Cribbs.
No, Peyton Hillius. Get him in there.
Maybe.
Anyway, so Ed Reed literally, by the way, I do see DeMacklin there saying Rossi Reed could be number 1 over Lewis. I just said Lewis first because I think he's literally if the Ravens had a silhouette for a logo, it would be Ray Lewis doing his own dance coming out. But anyways,
any of those 3 could be number 1 if we were power ranking. Yeah. Any of those 3.
Ed Reed literally looked like he was 6'3", looked like a receiver playing safety and came flying off the edge. May have been one of the best timing blitzing safeties in the history, at least modern history, of the NFL. He could get to the quarterback like that. And that was a pretty good snap. He was just incredible. He's a Hall of Famer. Again, several-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion, just an absolute wrecking safety and made everybody think twice. And there's clearly a lot of respect for him from Tom Brady, who, again, always said he was the hardest guy to go up against because he was so versatile and he moved more than any safety in the well, I don't want to say history, but Tom Brady said this on the airwaves of the station I worked for. He moved. So Brady would be ready for the play. He'd call out the linebackers. Lamar takes off here. And Ed Reed would go from, let's say, a high safety position to in a linebacker position. So he lost him on the field several times. Very innovative and just difference-making safety.
When you would watch those Ravens play, I don't know that there's a player on the defensive side of the ball that I ever saw have a bigger impact on a game consistently than Ed Reed in his prime. It felt like every single defensive play he had a part in, whether he was near the ball or causing a turnover or was in on the gang tackle, whatever, was throwing in a false blitz pre-snap, whatever you want to do to be a part of the conversation on the field. Ed Reed was there. Just so fun to watch that guy play. A little bit bummed out the way he ended his career. Sort of, it bounced around. He was on the Texans for a year, I think. Then he went to the Jets. It's too bad he couldn't retire on top after they won that Super Bowl. He should have just did what Ray Lewis did. But dude, absolute legend. I love Ed Reed. And it's funny, his current job is chief of staff for the University of Miami football team.
Dude, that is just
Miami had a nice year. You bring Ed Reed in the fold,
Yeah, like that quarterback.
Do good things.
Forget his name, but I like him, but I don't think we can say his name.
I do too, and I forgot it.
But good. I think college players, I think that's what I'm getting the hint at from behind the scenes.
It's too bad. I like college players. Okay, so the fourth guy is tough. I put Terrell Suggs because I just think when you're talking Baltimore Ravens, to not have majority defense is a sin. I mean, that franchise has been, a preeminent defensive force since it became, a franchise in '96. So I put Suggs there, but I'm willing to lose him on that list because I hate Terrell Suggs, and there's a ton of deserving guys for that fourth spot. But he did it for such a long time at a high level and was very impactful in his prime. you could make the argument he's one of the best players in the league in his prime. So I have Suggs there.
Resume-wise, it's going to be hard to beat Suggs. And I had Suggs, honestly, like these guys I was neck and neck with because I also looked at this player as, looking at it from the eyes of like a Ravens fan as the Ravens try to pull within a score but stopped at the 1 with 3:20 left. This might be, people could say, they're crazy. Like, here's some of the players I was thinking about. 1, Jamal Lewis, even though
he's on my honorable mention.
He didn't tip the scales in the right direction. Todd Heap, who was another one of those just like felt like a franchise
Very good
guy.
Player.
Gutsy. Say what you want about what I'm going to say, but I still will argue the best quarterback in franchise history is there's Lamar, not him, throwing a touchdown pass to Miles Boykin, baby. Dance, baby, dance. So this will have a one-score game. Flacco. You can't spell elite without Flacco. Actually, you can, but he once called himself elite because what are you going to say? Flacco was great he was a big game quarterback. When it came to major games, you needed a big performance. He wasn't a choke artist. He just wasn't. Even the games they lost in the playoffs, if you look back, like he played well. So that's always, again,
Flacco's 100% in the conversation. 100%. He didn't get there for me, but totally in the conversation for the same reason why I wanted to have a quarterback on our Chargers Mount Rushmore, and I was outvoted and I didn't like it.
Boo-hoo. We're not getting one here. Dilfer, not even close.
No.
Gerback has the best name. I wish we could, but the guy
Someone threw Tony Saragusa out there, which is hilarious. No, but
absolutely for being a sideline commentator and then disappearing. I don't know where there's an missing in action report on that guy. This is a player that I think was like another one of those like Baltimore Ravens. Suggs more than likely going to win out, but I wanted to make the argument for Derek Mason.
Mason. Okay.
I know it may sound a little crazy. I feel like for a stretch of time, he is like I don't think he should make it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to.
No, you just want to show some love for Derek Mason.
Yeah, I do. I like D Mace. I just think he was like when that team was in the middle of that, like becoming a Super Bowl contender, making their runs. Like he was like just such a possession receiver for that team. I know he played with Tennessee, but I feel like there was something about that organization and Derek Mason there. I only brought him up because he was the most rare out of the crew. I can't argue, though, at the end of the day, away from Terrell Suggs.
Yeah, it's got to be Suggs, unfortunately. And no one likes him here, but it is what it is. But the honorable mentions, you already said it, Joe Flacco is in there. John Harbaugh has to be in the mix for the amount of success that he's had year after year with that franchise. I think he is more deserving of that spot than Brian Billick was. If you look at the end of his tenure there in Baltimore wasn't very good as far as winning go, whereas Harbaugh's been consistent throughout. Marshall Yanda is going to be in the Hall of Fame one day, just retired, the guard for Baltimore. Many Pro Bowls, many All-Pros. The dude is an absolute beast. Marshall Yanda needs to be given some love here. You mentioned Jamal Lewis, who was great for a stretch. And my last two, Justin Tucker, who we talked about earlier, got to show some love to the kickers. And then Lamar Jackson deserves some love here. Only Raven to ever win MVP.
No,
he needs to be in the discussion. Honorable mention. Clearly on a path.
No,
I mean, he's honorable mention.
Yeah,
if we're putting Derek Mason as an honorable mention, Lamar Jackson, who won MVP of the league, is an honorable mention.
Yeah, that's fine.
In 5 years, if he continues at this pace,
gone. This guy's done in 5 years. I will stake my claim.
He could be.
2025, Lamar Jackson, Dunzo.
So many people throwing Saragusa out there, guys.
I think it's just because
he was at the end of his career. He was at the end of his career.
He's a character, though. I think that's why he's memorable. But no Bernie Kosar. Kevin
Mack. Played for the Browns.
Yeah, those are the Browns.
Bernie Kosar was on my honorable mention that I speed read through. I agree with Brother Phil. Anquan Bolden would be ahead of Derek Mason if we're going to do sort of.
No, absolutely not. I love Anquan Bolden, but he when I think of him, he's an Arizona Cardinal.
No, but when I think of Derek Mason, I think of a Titan. Like if we're
you're right.
Listen,
throwing out
end of the career receivers on Baltimore, Bolden was much better.
No,
than
Bolden
Mason.
won.
Honestly, Steve Smith was great on Baltimore for a few years too.
If you look at Mason's number, they're better than both of theirs for Baltimore. So whatever. Nonetheless, Suggs, Lewis, Reed, and Ogden. And again, I really like what you brought up, Jonathan
Newsome.
Ogden.
Ozzie Newsome could also be on this
honorable mention.
He could be on both Mount Rushmores.
He really could. He could, as we're going to get a looks like ball game here with no timeouts remaining. Cleveland going to escape with a dub.
You know who's a fun Ravens player to remember, even though he wasn't there very long, but it's just people forget he played there. Steve McNair. Remember the year or two he had up in Baltimore? He was great.
He was good.
Steve the Air McNair. One of my favorite players as a kid.
We're not going to get into it, of course, but a lot of tainted legacies on this Ravens team when you really think about it. Lots if you keep going through.
Yes.
But nonetheless, so Suggs in there, everyone. That was, Lisa Robinson screaming for Suggs. We got you.
Yeah, we said him.
Yeah, no, she wasn't saying it bad. I think she's just rooting him on. For those making the former running back that wore 27, I won't even say his stupid name. No way. No how. But yeah, good times. Let's see. Reed, Ray Lewis, Ogden. I think it has to go down to Suggs or Flacco, says Jim. Yep. Basically, that's kind of, I think, the big five. Like, my Derek Mason comment might have been a little out of control.
Yeah, it was insane. And honestly, Ozzie Newsome, we both
right
were,
there.
Honestly, he might even be more. I mean, Suggs was Defensive Player of the Year, so it's tough to take him off. If the Mount Rushmore had 5, Newsome would be on there.
It would be hard. It would be hard to put him over Flacco just because of what Flacco did. But I know what you mean. At the end of the day, there's probably not going to be a GM that makes this, unless owner GM maybe. But we can talk about that when we get to those teams. But
Paul Brown was, but yeah,
but that's what I mean. Like I think, owner surpasses the GM role. But I don't know. It was interesting. But this one's all said and done. It's in the books. Cleveland taking the dub. Baker 207 a tud. 143 means I love you. Also, the amount of Lamar Jackson yards in through the air, also throwing a tud. Before we wrap up, let me just take a quick look. Who won this contest? Chubb 75. Look at Lamar 141, but had the 2 fumbles, so that hurt. As Jimbo is finalizing the score right now, Tay Baby 233. Lamar in the captain. Landry, Mayfield, Brown, Tucker. Hunt. That's some nice stuff. By the way, Hunt with 7 grabs. That's what the snow does for you. Great job. Where did you end up, Tom?
I ended up in 98th, which is not good. But I'm going to give Lamar Jackson the crusty cough, wooded nickel player of the game award winner.
Wait a minute. You're giving it to Lamar?
Lamar, 141 on the ground. I mean, come on. I know he had 2 fumbles, but I had him in the captain spot, 37.29.
Yeah. Well, Baker outscored him, technically. But I don't care. This is your award, and we're not calling it that. We call it the Tommy Freeze Pop freaking awesome player of the game tonight.
I just think when a quarterback runs for 141, it's hard for me to ignore that. So he gets the wooden nickel. And for me, the Babysitter Billy Award, Mark Andrews, just nothing. No shot.
Where are you, dude? Where are you? All right, to wrap up, before we get out of here, we'll be back with you in less than an hour. Your Baltimore Ravens Mount Rushmore, according to Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, unofficially through DraftKings officially, is Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, brain fart, Jonathan Ogden, and Terrell Suggs. For the Cleveland Browns, it is Otto Graham, Paul Brown, Jim Brown, and why am I forgetting the 4th?
Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas. Thank you very much. By the way, check that man out on Instagram. Inspirational and just looks phenomenal.
And shout out to Ozzie Newsome for both franchises.
Honestly, I think if we had the bridge to just bring it all back together, the bridge guy is Ozzie Newsome. He was a Pro Bowler for the Ravens. Is he a Hall of Famer as well?
Yes, in the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame tight end for the Browns and Hall of Fame GM for the Ravens.
So he is the perfect, put those 2 teams, smack them together like a nice PB&J. I don't like fluff, but if you want to add the fluff, he is that. Or Nutella, whatever the kids are into, he is that. He bridges it all and makes it all yummy, yummy. Shake that thing. Anyways, On behalf of Michael, our producer, Andrew and TP, our technical advisors, and our guy Jimbo, who just said deuces, I'll be back in an hour in ops. We'll be back with you. We're going to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs Mount Rushmore, so get those thoughts together. We already did New England, so we'll just maybe talk about, their prospects of what happens this offseason. But here, ladies and gentlemen, is the wonderful weather woman from up north, down south, east to west coast. She's got it all covered. It's Tara Lynn Azak.
Well, thank you very much. It's Weather Woman Tara Lynn Azak. We have more weather on the way as the snow, well, it keeps on falling hot. Just kidding, not hot. Already cleared that up earlier. In virtual Foxborough for the Chiefs and the Patriots at 10 p.m. Eastern. Rossi and Tom will be back on the call for all of the action for Madden After Dark. Let's send it over to DK host Tara Lynn. Why, thanks, Tarlin. We have the same coat. How weird is that? You have good style. So that sim is featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry for a shot at a $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim, it features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. Earlier, you heard Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne. They started breaking down the AL Central. So here's part 2 of that conversation. They're going to dive into the Cleveland Indians.
Let's go to the Cleveland Indians here.
Who is this guy?
My God. Francisco Lindor, as we know, he is gone, but of course has led that offense, or at least did the last half dozen years. So now with Lindor gone, I mean, Jose Ramirez, is there anyone more fantasy relevant on this team, Bukes?
I think one of the most underrated signings this offseason was Eddie Rosario to the Indians. I mean, he has an isolated power of at least 191 in 4 straight seasons when he was with the Twins. He's been with the Twins his entire career. The knock on him is that he's not great defensively. He's certainly not going to draw a walk for you, but he's going to do one thing that's important. He's going to park the ball out of the ballpark, and that's what the Twins need. That heart of the lineup for the Indians, say what you want about this team. They're not going to go very far, but at least the 3, 4, and 5 hitters are going to be a problem for opposing pitchers, and Rosario is going to be in that mix there. He's going to knock guys in. He's going to collect some RBIs. So I think this is a great spot for him. They got him on the cheap. He had a down year in 2020, so it wasn't all that expensive to get him here, but I think he's going to be somebody that once we're a couple months into the season, people are going to realize that Rosario is a big player on the Indians.
What about you, Garion? Other than Jose Ramirez, who stands out to you?
I got to agree with Bukes. I mean, really, when you're talking about Cleveland positional players, let's be honest, it's kind of slim pickings. It's pitchers that really drive this team to fantasy relevance. But Rosario is like unimpressively consistent. That is what I would say about his career to this point. Like, is he someone who's going to blow you away? No. Is he someone who you're like legitimately excited about to grab at a fantasy draft? Probably not. But at the end of the year, you're going to look up and he's going to have batted 272 with 31 home runs and probably around 100 RBI because he's going to be batting in the middle of this Cleveland lineup. He's also someone who doesn't strike out a lot. Now, there are different versions of that type of player. Like there are guys who don't strike out a lot because they have good plate discipline. That is not Eddie Rosario. He just swings at everything. So eventually he gets a hit before he gets to 2 strikes, but that's fine too. He puts the ball in play. That's all you want, especially when putting the ball in play results in home runs as often as it does for someone like Rosario.
So from the bats to the pitching staff here for the Indians, Gary, and you've got Shane Bieber, who of course is coming off a 1.63 ERA last year, his very first Cy Young Award. It was a heck of a year during the pandemic shortened season, plus 400 on the DK Sportsbook to repeat as Cy Young. Do you think he will?
Here's the thing that I think is important to note about the AL Cy Young versus the NL Cy Young. There is no good pitchers in the American League. Like, let's just start there. If we want to compare the odds, Clayton Kershaw right now is 20-1 to win NL Cy Young. Marco Gonzalez is 25-1 to win the American League Cy Young. So here's Garion's definitely going to lose you money tip of the 2021 MLB season. Just put money on Garrett Cole at plus 350 and Shane Bieber at plus 400 to win the American League Cy Young, because no one else has a chance to win this award aside from maybe Lucas Giolito, but I'm not that scared of that guy anyway. These two pitchers are so much better than every other pitcher in this league. It is insanity. So one of those two guys is going to win. Put money on both. Forget about it.
You fall in line with that, Bukes?
Kind of, some of it, not all of it. I mean, The American League is very wide open when it comes to American League Cy Young. I absolutely agree with Gary in there. Tyler Glasnow is plus 950 to win the Cy Young. You want to talk about strikeouts? You want to talk about what people get excited about? That's what Glasnow is going to bring. He didn't have the best 2020, but I mean, we could say that for more than 75% of the league last year. The thing with Shane Bieber too, and this really goes for all the pitchers. I mean, if there was a season last year that favored one side, the pitchers absolutely had the advantage over hitters last year. And I think we definitely saw that over the first month or so, that hitters are just kind of getting acclimated, where pitchers are kind of, they don't really take as much to kind of get into that game mode where hitters do with timing and whatnot. So nothing against Shane Bieber, nothing against any of the pitchers last year, but let's see what Shane Bieber looks like in a full season here. He has the stuff. He has the strikeout ability, the swing and miss stuff, the highest of his career last year. Everything was fantastic, but I think the American League is one of those long shot ones. You can get some decent, return on your investment with Garrett Cole, with Shane Bieber, but it is so wide open right now that I think this is either a bet to ignore or just take a long shot.
Bukes, we're only a half dozen years removed from the Royals winning the World Series, and as we know, rebuilding in Kansas City at this point in time, long ways off from all that success. Is there anyone on this roster that excites you?
Yeah, Adalberto Mondesi had a really slow start to the year, but really came on fire at the end. But it was easy to overlook because the Royals were basically out of it when game one started. They had no chance. They're not going to have a huge chance this year either to contend. But if Mondesi, from an individual perspective, if he's going to do anything, if he gets on base, which was a bit of a struggle for him last year, he's going to steal a bag or maybe even 7. I don't know how he does it, but he just ends up doing it. Of the 128 attempts that he's made since he's been with the majors, he's stolen 113 bases. He's got some decent pop too. Like, he's definitely somebody that can hit between 11 and 13 home runs during the season. So I think he's somebody that near the bottom of the lineup, it's not the best spot to hit, but when he gets on base, he is a threat. He's one of the lone stolen base threats really overall that's left in the league that you can count on for 30 plus stolen bases.
So Mondesi for Bukes. What about you, Gary, and anyone else?
I mean, there's not a lot of guys who really get me too interested on this team, but I will say a squad like the Royals is one of those environments where I think you're trying to attack from the bottom. I think you're trying to find guys who are in spots for bounce back seasons who are just dirt cheap. And someone who fits that bill for as awful as he looked last season is Andrew Benintendi. He's going outside the top 220 picks in NFBC formats right now. And I mean, I don't mean to keep harping on this, but it's true. We are looking for stolen bases wherever we possibly can. And Benintendi is someone who had 220 stolen base seasons in his time with the Red Sox. And during those 2 seasons, he was a 121 WRC plus hitter. He had a really good swinging strike rate. All that went out the door in 2019 and 2020. So we do kind of have to fudge the numbers a little bit to make it seem like he's a palatable outfielder. But again, the risk is so mitigated by where he's going in drafts. And we know what the Royals want to do. They are a team that lives and dies with the stolen base. So if Benintendi is going to get 700 plate appearances batting in the 2 spot behind Whit Merrifield in this order, there's a decent chance he ends up with 15 to 20 stolen bases this season. And at his ADP, I think that's a lot of value.
The DK Sportsbook has the Royals at 72.5 wins. And just listening to the two of you guys break down this roster with very tepid upside, obviously, I don't know, Gary. And I mean, are you going to go over, or is this an automatic under for you?
I wouldn't say it's automatic, but I don't really have a great read for this team. I think for me, at the end of the day, this just comes down to someone has to lose games in the American League. And you start looking at these divisions, you can make the case that there are 4 above average or maybe good, depending on how you want to classify the Red Sox in the American League East. There are 3 above average teams in this division. We just went over the 3 of them. And I know Steve likes the Mariners. There are 4 above average decent teams in the AL West. The only 3 teams I can legitimately say I think the Royals are better than are the Orioles, the Tigers, and the Rangers. And I just think when you get in that class of team, like I said, someone's got to lose some games, and their pitching staff is atrocious. So I think they're going to end up below this number.
Bukes, where do you land?
Are they atrocious? Is that pitching staff really atrocious? Gary and Danny Duffy, Brad Keller. I wouldn't say they're the worst 1-2 punch that you have. What if they can milk something out of Mike Minor too? What if they can rejuvenate Mike Minor's career? Here's what I think is possible. This Royals team is going to score some runs. I actually really believe that this offense is better than you'd expect. Carlos Santana, Andrew Benintendi with Merrifield. I mean, if you look at last year, they actually tied the Indians for runs scored. They both scored 248 runs.
I don't think that's a positive.
It's not a positive, but here's what it was. The Indians were able to squeak in and make the playoffs. So at least offensively, they were kind of sort of aligned there, at least with runs scored. I think they're going to be a bit of a surprise this year. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but I do think that taking the over on their win total is something that is extremely possible.
All right. Well, we'll wrap it with this team, and that is, of course, the Tigers. Rebuilding just like the Royals. Bukes, we'll stay with you here. Is there anyone who's fantasy relevant on this team?
I think Robbie Grossman playing in the leadoff spot is a great signing for the Tigers. He's played 132 games in the leadoff spot, has a career 331 on base percentage in that spot, and he's going to get consistent at bats. What the problem with Robbie Grossman has been in the past that he's always been kind of a bench player. He's been that role player. He's not going to get that with the Tigers. He's going to be an everyday player. He's a switch hitter, obviously at the top of the Tigers lineup to set the table. I think is going to be something that's going to help his fantasy value. So I think Robbie Grossman is somebody that, again, just looking at the name, it doesn't get you excited. But a couple of months in, you might realize that Robbie Grossman can actually get some things done when he gets some consistent at-bats, and he's absolutely going to get that in Detroit. So I think that's going to be somebody to keep an eye on.
Garion, is there a more exciting name than Robbie Grossman here?
There might be, I guess, especially for people who have a history in DFS. I think Matthew Boyd, anytime you talk about someone who's got a 30% strikeout rate going outside the top 300 picks, that at least gets your attention. But I'll back Steve up entirely here. I think Grossman is just one of the best values in redraft this year. There are questions, obviously. I mean, he's someone who is a switch hitter, but there's a reason he hasn't gotten many at-bats against left-handed pitching. He's just not been that good as a right-handed bat. But playing for the Tigers, they might not care. They might just see someone who can play every day, like Steve said. So if we see in April that he's still leading off, regardless of the handedness of the starting pitcher, at that point, he's someone who could outproduce his pick value right now by 100, 150 spots. It's crazy how much value he could possibly bring back. I think Tariq Skubal is someone who's kind of interesting too. High strikeout rate coming into his sophomore season. Jonathan Scope is just a cleanup hitter you can get for nothing in redraft formats. So there's some value to be had here, but none of it is exciting.
Casey Mize, Garion, is a plus 1,500 odds on the DK Sportsbook to win AL Rookie of the Year. We haven't seen a lot of him to this point, obviously, but do you like those odds?
Not really. I think they are long enough, I guess. And it seems like I know the Tigers are saying right now that he's kind of fighting for a rotation spot. I know it's a different animal than 2020, but I would be surprised if he started the year in AAA. I think he's just up now. But I look at guys ahead of him on these odds, particularly position players who could just rack up volume stats. And I think there's a reason Randy Arozarena is the odds-on favorite here. But even someone like Ryan Mountcastle, who's 12-1 right now, yes, his 141 WRC plus from last season was heavily assisted by a 400 BABIP. That's not going to happen again, but he could just bat third or fourth for the Orioles for 150 games this season and finish with, 90 RBI and 90 runs scored and 30 home runs. And I think that's just enough to win Rookie of the Year over a pitcher who, might have a 4 ERA across 25 starts this year.
Bukes, how do you like Mize's chances?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the positional players that are eligible for the award this year. It's really deep. I would be shocked if a pitcher of any caliber, relief or a starting pitcher, wins the award this year. Obviously, anything can happen here, but Casey Mize is not somebody that exactly jumps out to me as a good candidate, even at 15-1 odds. The hype was there last year when he was called up. They were excited about him, and he kind of, didn't really perform as we expected. I mean, granted, it was his first go around in the majors, but walks were an issue for him. They weren't really an issue for him in the minors. Home runs was a big issue for him when he first came up. And, like I said, not going to hold it against him in that season, but I didn't see enough from him, even in those 7 starts, that I said, yeah, maybe we will get something out of him in a full season next year. 15-1 odds, they're nice long odds, but at least from what I saw last year, I don't even know if that's enough to get me enticed.
This time next week, we pivot back to the National League and continue our tour division previews across Major League Baseball, getting you ready for the start of the 2021 season. For Gary and Bukes, I'm Kaufman. Thanks so much, guys.
Okay, people, the Players Championship, it tees off tomorrow, which is a perfect transition into our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So the 2.5 million fantasy golf millionaire contest for the Players Championship pays out that $1 million top prize to first place, but also our first ticket to the 2021-2022 Tournament of Champions live final. And if you enter the contest, why not take part in the Millionaire Bonus Blast? Well, enter multiple lineups in the 2.5 million golf millionaire contest. And if these outcomes below occur, you're going to win some future contest tickets. Enter 2 lineups, and if a golfer with a salary of 10,000 plus wins, you get a $3 contest ticket. Enter 3 to 4 lineups, and if a golfer with a salary of 8,500 plus wins, you get a $5 contest ticket. Or enter 5+ lineups, and if a golfer with a salary of 7,000 plus wins, you get a $10 contest ticket. Easy as that. It's a huge contest. And if before you enter your lineup, you want to hear some advice from the reigning DFS writer of the year, then boy, are you in the right place. Here's RotoWire senior golf writer Len Hochberg joining Krusty Kaufman to preview the Players.
Main stage for golf, at least one of them anyway. We got the Players Championship coming up this week. Very exciting, and here to talk about it from a DFS perspective, it is Len Hochberg from RotoWire. I'm Adam Kaufman. Len, how are you?
Doing well, Adam. Yeah, good to see you. And yeah, this is one of the biggies of the whole year. So it's going to be a good week, hopefully.
Well, a thrilling win, obviously, last time out at the API for Bryson DeChambeau. We'll get to him, but let's start with DJ. Dustin Johnson, he is priced very high, understandably. Top golfer in the world, $11,200. But is that price a little too steep for you?
Yeah, you know, this is, I'll stay at the top. This is one of the more challenging weeks. Every good golfer in the world is here. They don't let the aging former champs in. They don't let the sectional qualifiers in. You've got to earn your way through, weeks and months of play to get into this tournament. So it's really challenging and it's very loaded at the top. And, I'm sort of hearing some anti-DJ love this week on Twitter and beyond. And, I'm not quite feeling it. 11-2 is a very low price for a #1 guy on the DraftKings board. It's a very fair price. I realize DJ had a bad week, his worst week in some time, last time out. Interestingly, he was on TV yesterday and he was talking how he likes this course more in March. In fact, back in 2019, he had his best finish ever in March. He was tied for 5th. His last 3 visits, he's starting to get the knack of it, his 3 best finishes. So, and I think at 11-2, you don't quite need a win from DJ to justify picking him. I'm in favor of DJ this week. I like him.
How about in the 10K range? Rory McIlroy, defending champ at this event. He obviously has a great course history. He's done very well the last 5-10 years, has a handful of top 10 finishes. How do you feel about him? Is he your favorite in that range?
He is really great for golf. He is just a rare athlete that he just speaks his mind. And after Bay Hill the other day, just another disappointing, ho-hum top 10, but not great for Rory, great for 99% of the guys. He was questioning himself and he didn't know what was going on and what was going wrong. And it was really, just enlightening. It doesn't make me want to pick Rory though, but really just one of the most forthright guys out there. He was on with Jimmy Fallon last night and they were even talking Domino's Pizza where Rory was caught on a hot mic a few weeks or months back saying how he loved Domino's and Fallon called him out on it and said, come on, New York Pizza. And Rory negotiated it very, very smoothly. But he clearly doesn't feel great about himself right now and really doesn't know why. So it's kind of hard to back him this week.
I thought you were going to say that ends with him getting a Domino's endorsement deal. Isn't that how these things are supposed to unfold?
Well, he sort of backtracked it a little bit that his, his absolute love for Domino's, he negotiated it very well. He said, when there's nothing else, Domino's is great type of thing, So maybe not just yet, maybe not the endorsement deal just yet.
All right. Well, you have Justin Thomas, who is the highest priced in the $9,000 range. He's actually all the way up to 9,900. The thing is, with Thomas, he only has one top 10 finish this year. So is he appealing to you?
Yeah, he's getting a lot of love out there in social media this week because he's always in the 10,000s. And this time around, he's 9,900, just misses. But there's a reason for that. He has not been playing well. He's just not been his usual self ever since Kapalua. He said something he shouldn't have said. Then last month or about a month ago, his grandfather passed away. So it's been challenging off the course for Justin Thomas. And, it's unfortunate because he really seems to have been bothered by what he said at Kapalua and has really been trying to work at getting better and not repeating the situation. And he admits it's been affecting his golf. And it's unfortunate. Yes, it's a self-inflicted wound, but on the other hand, somebody else who might say the same thing and brush it off and say, I didn't mean it, would just go back and keep playing the way they're doing. So it's unfortunate, but it clearly is affecting his game, and it's hard to jump on board with him right now. He's also very candid in discussing his situation like Rory is.
7 other golfers in that $9,000 range. So obviously, if Thomas is more of a fade for you, who is a guy that you're going to gravitate to?
Yeah, there are a lot of guys who are good fits here. DeChambeau at 9,700. It's hard to turn away from him, but not really a fade. But he won last week. He hasn't been great here. He's only been here twice, one top 20. Colin Morikawa at 94 or 9,500. They're saying that he's never played this track before, but there was one round last year before the tournament was canceled, and he shot 68. So that doesn't mean that he's going to win the tournament or shoot 468s, but it does tell me that the learning curve for him is over, that once you can shoot 68 at Sawgrass, then okay, then you can't use he's never played here before as an excuse. So I do like Morikawa this week. Cantlay, who's going to be very popular at 9,200. Tony Finau at 9,100. Also a good fit for him. There are a lot of guys in the nines who I like.
Where's your value coming from for this event?
One of the real challenges this week is that there are no horses for the course. There are guys who do very well here many times, but they alternately have missed a lot of cuts. One guy who is close to being a horse for a course is Adam Scott. He is one of actually 2 guys in the field who's won this tournament in March. Granted, it was 17 years ago in 2004, but he's also finished top 12 the last 4 years. And now down at $8,100, he's not in the top 20 on the DraftKings board price-wise. So you get another top 12 out of Adam Scott and maybe make a couple of putts here or there and get a top 10. He could be great value. Sergio, very polarizing figure, 7,500, way down there. He's made 16 straight cuts. If he could make a few cuts, he was top 25 last time. Christian Bezuidenhout, the South African, $7,100. Also, he played this course last year, 1 round and shot 65. So that tells me he can play this course, and he's coming off a top 10 last week. And Chris Kirk, I like. He's at 7,000, 4 top 16s already this year. And lastly, my bottom guy I'll offer, $6,700, Emiliano Grillo. Usually don't like him. Not a great putter. Great ball striker. You're looking for a 6th guy to make the cut. You could do worse than Emiliano Grillo.
The 17th hole here is known as Island Green, can really make or break this tournament. Is there a stud, a high-priced golfer that stands out to you who maybe historically struggles with this hole?
It's fantastic that we talk about the 17th hole every year, that people look forward to it. Sawgrass itself is not considered a great course. It's not on par with some of the great ones, but I think everyone kind of thinks that maybe Sawgrass 17th hole could be the top hole in the entire world. It's the most recognizable hole. I mean, maybe you have 12 in Augusta, you have the road hole at St. Andrews, but everyone has visions of balls going in the water, in the water, in the water. And we're going to see a lot more water balls on Thursday and Friday. Just math. There were a lot more golfers going on. I was reading an article on Golf Digest written by Shane Ryan and Mark Brody, the strokes gain guru, and they were going over that. And poor Adam Baddeley. Adam Baddeley's not in the field, but he leads with 13 water balls. Mickelson has 9, but Mickelson has played this tournament more than 25 times. Sergio, 8 water balls, but he's played almost 20 times. The answer to your question would have been Brooks Koepka, who's gone in the water 8 times. He's not here. We know that now. He's only played 18 rounds and he's gone in 8 times. That's a lot. Bryson DeChambeau, 8 for 8, not going in the water. He's one of the best, or tied for the best. I would say 2 guys to worry about this week. Rory McIlroy, whose iron play has been a real weak spot, 125 to 150. He has not been great. This hole is 137. McIlroy and Justin Thomas, who are questioning their play right now, when you get over that ball, over that tee ball on 17, and you're thinking, I don't want to go in the water, I don't want to go in the water. If you're thinking about other things, you're going to be in trouble, and those 2 might be prime candidates.
Last one for you, Len, and always my favorite. Who's going to win? Who is taking the crown, so to speak, at the 2021 Players Championship?
Well, if it wasn't hard enough already, because there are so many variables this week, they added 10 golfers to the field, going up from 144 to 154 to make it just a little bit harder. John Rahm, a couple of years ago in 2019, had the 54-hole lead, and he went into Sunday, and we remember what happened. He had that implosion on number 11 where he went in the water and he got into an argument with his caddy for all of us to see. He tumbled out of the top 10 and he tied for 12th. I think there's a new John Rahm, certainly from 2 years ago. He is much more tempered, much more in control of his emotions. This course really aligns very well for him. He does not have a real signature win in his PGA Tour career. This would do it for him, and I think he's a great candidate to get it done this week.
RotoWire's Len Hochberg, always bringing the great insight. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you.
All right, my beautiful people of Simland, we made it to the part of the night that we like to call Madden After Dark. If you've never been a part of it before, you're in for a treat. It's our 10 p.m. Eastern Madden Sim featuring the Chiefs and the Patriots. The snow is falling in Foxborough. Meteorologist Tara Lynn is out there somewhere. I don't know where she is. I lost connection to her. So let's send it out to my buds, Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll, for the call of that one. Good night, everybody, and smash that like button.
Sweet dreams, Tara Lynn, weather woman Tara Lynn, news reporter Tara Lynn, and every in between. Much appreciated. Yeah, every single version of Tara Lynn. We wish her the sweetest of dreams and the best night ever, and happy belated International Women's Day to her. All right, Tom, we got Chiefs, we got Pats. We're going to talk Mount Rushmores because when you see these two knuckleheads together, you know it means Mount Rushmore talk. We've already done the Patriots. We'll give a quick recap, but later. But we'll talk third quarter. We'll get into the Chiefs. But when it came to this lineup, we have TP, our advisor of technicalities, talking a big game. He's got a number one lineup. What does your lineup look like, and where do you project to finish in the Rossi Freeze Pop contest out of 70 something?
Where I predict to finish will be towards the bottom because that's generally where I end up.
Good confidence.
You know, it is what it is at this point. Let's call a spade a spade. I am going with Patrick Mahomes in the captain spot. I have avoided him there in Chief Sims in recent Simland history, but I decided, you know what? I just feel like having the best player on the field in my captain spot. So I put him there. $17,700, and I just figured it out the rest of the way. And you know what? I'm not all that upset with where I went the rest of the way. I got Butker, shout out to the kickers, CEH, Travis Kelce, Robinson, Sony Michel. So could be worse.
Always can be worse. Remember that, because wait till
always can be worse.
Wait till you hear this lineup before you suggest yours the worst. Cam Newton in the captain spot. The dude's hot as fire here in the snow. He's gonna melt that pup.
Also hot in real life. Hot dude.
Very attractive, sure. Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, and Mahomes fit them all in there. And this is where it just goes off the rails. Demarcus Robinson, which I'm actually not mad at.
He's not the worst.
And then I threw Marquise Lee because I literally had 1,600 left.
Well, that's bad.
Well, now it's getting offensive, and we'll start off the ball there. Wait, was that our guy, Tyreek? Was getting the first catch or whoever?
I do not have Tyreek.
So, yes, it's hard. When you captain one of the big three, it's hard to fit the other two in. By the way, Chiefs absolutely stink in Simland, like record-wise. They are not impressive. They are 10-12. Patriots, meanwhile, are 16-7. So will that play a factor in the lineups? Who knows? But it's the truth. That's where we're at right now. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, they've been bad since that Simper Bowl. I don't know what happened.
It's a hangover.
Wheels have fallen off.
We talk a lot here. It is Madden After Dark, brought to you by Moose Air. Give a big shout out to our guy Moose. Jason Ward says, "What the heck is up, Rossi and Freeze Pops?" I'll tell you what's up. Tom's roof. That thing is way up there. Deep ball throw here. Oh, intercepted. Petey Mahomes. You know what? His mom can come after me until he starts throwing better. I'm calling him absolute Pat. He's just Pat Mahomes.
Well, you just called him Petey, which I thought was good.
Yeah, that too. Tater Hater says that was a 1-yard run by Patrick Rossi. No, it's Jason Rossi. I know what you meant, Tater. Sorry, dude. I have to pay attention sometimes. Adam Kaufman's in there. What's up, dude? Says, have a sim. Well, dude, nothing else we can do. If you want to hang around till the third quarter, which I know you won't, we're going to talk Mount Rushmores if you want to drop.
That's why he's locked in. He wants to know.
Maybe. Kaufman, if you want to drop your Mount Rushmore of Chiefs all time, we'll probably forget what it is by the third, but drop it in there, dude. So, obviously, we have a team that made it to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs in reality. Don't know, again, another team that doesn't seem to have to cut their roster just yet, somehow making it with a $500 million quarterback. You got Tyreek Hill was locked in. Sammy Watkins is the only one that may potentially, isn't he? Or maybe he has one more year. I thought he was a free agent.
He's a free agent.
Okay, so he more than likely, maybe they move on. Maybe he takes a discount, seeing kind of what's going on across the league. Not a lot of, I think, movement there. Chris Jones still holding it down defense. Tyrann Mathieu. Basically, the team's going to be back, it seems. But Patriots, on the other hand, just looks, it's like a ball of clay. Things could change at any moment. Trading for Trent Brown, looking like the
Loved that.
Yeah, me too. Last time Trent Brown was the left tackle of the Patriots, Super Bowl. Does one equal the other? No, but still part of the argument. Mo says Rossi and Freeze Pops. You know it.
That's us.
But yeah, I think the one thing that's, maybe the sexiest and easiest conversation to have at 10 p.m. Eastern here is look at the wide receivers right now that are available. That's where I was kind of leading this conversation. Okay. There are so many, aside from like Aaron Jones, maybe I'm missing another running back. Like obviously that's big, but I feel like running backs it's just a different conversation. But for wide receivers themselves, we talked about in the last one, Emmanuel Sanders released today, whatever you think of him at this point. But you got guys
He's a gamer. I love him.
Okay. I don't know if he's just like a game changer at this point. That's my take on it. I still think he's somebody that could play a great role. But you got like legit stars out there. I know Juju's out there as well. But you have like Kenny Golladay, who I think arguably top 10 talent when healthy. Him and Stafford.
At that position, yes.
Yeah, like those two are just money. So like we can pull up the list in a minute. I know Will Fuller, also one that has a lot of buzz around him as a free agent. Who's the other big? I feel like there's one other big name that people are talking about. But like, well, again, I'll pull up the list in a minute. But like, out of the ones we just mentioned, at least, like, where do you see someone like Kenny Golladay? Are these players you think going to wait for the Russell Wilson / Deshaun Watson shoe to fall to see where people are going to go? Allen Robinson getting that guarantee, getting the tag put on him, which good move by Chicago.
Yeah, I think these guys would like to wait if they can. And I feel like they'll all know sort of where guys are going maybe before the general public does, right? Like if you see these guys start to sign places, maybe you know that things have been healed behind the scenes with Wilson and Deshaun. You have to imagine that the big ticket receivers want to know who they're going to be having throwing them the ball. So yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys sign later than normal. Because Wilson and Deshaun Watson, I mean, if those guys change teams, that changes everything.
Let's be realistic. This is all going to happen in the next 2 weeks because not only is free agency start a week from today, but I don't think players are going to wait because the money to be spent is going to be spent early. So someone like Kenny Golladay, for instance, if he's looking to cash in, but some of them maybe just like, hey, sign me 2 years, 30. Like I'll take $15 million for 2 years with like a guarantee of, let's say 22 as we get the Chiefs barreling down to the 3-yard line. Like I could see that happening too. And if Sammy Watkins moves on, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I could see a big star trying to get over there. Why not play with Patrick Mahomes for a year?
Yep.
Some of the names, just so you know, we mentioned a few other names like AJ Green, T.Y. Hilton, Larry Fitzgerald, Golden Tate, Deshaun Jackson, Sammy Watkins, Adam Humphries. There's a touchdown, slides in. I'm not going to say it's Tyreek Hill this time because it's Petey Mahomes, baby. Lighten up your captain spot. Ownership through the roof, baby, when it comes to Patrick Mahomes, 82%.
Andy Reid's fired up.
Of course he is. Dropped about 100 pounds too here. 82% in the free showdown, 17% here, and the captain spot as well. So good start there after.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good receivers on the market right now, and I do think that at least one of these guys is going to say, "I'll take a discount or a 1-year flyer to go with Mahomes." Right? Like, especially if Watkins walks, which he's a free agent, he has every right to do that. Why wouldn't you try and go win a ring with this guy? Like, not every single dude you just listed out is going to say they want the money and that's the most important thing. I can see a guy like AJ Green taking a discount to go to Kansas City and be the wide receiver 2 next to Tyreek Hill. Oof. With Kelsey,
that ring.
That would be scary.
See, I agree.
AJ Green is healthy.
Yep. A guy like Tim Patrick available,
T.Y. Hilton, another guy too. I could see saying, you know what, I've been doing this for a long enough time. I haven't come close to a Super Bowl in a while since the Andrew Luck surprise retirement. I still have enough gas left in the tank that I think I can be a real contributor to a Super Bowl team. Go take a 2-year flyer deal with the Chiefs. Go get your ring, bro.
Yeah, I could see that. That one's a good one. Sneaky players that I think have like some talent in them. Well, I should say above talent in them that I think people wouldn't see like as a big one. But like Alan Lazard is a free agent. Like could be a guy that
he's got talent, no doubt.
Yeah. There was another one I just saw here. Oh, Curtis Samuel. Antonio Brown, by the way. Yeah, Curtis Samuel I think is a guy that, may not be like a top 5 free agent in the market, but like, man, such a dynamic playmaker.
He's a guy that's been rumored to go to New England, and I've been pumped about it. If that happens, I'll be excited.
A guy, we're both Patriots fans here, so we want to keep it focused there, but a guy who I really like, and I feel like kind of had himself a hell of a year, and just with consistency, and as we get a challenge from the Patriots here, and a heck of a, I think a guy that kind of had a breakout year a year too late to consider himself a stud while he's a free agent, 26 years old. Corey Davis. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I think he gets paid.
Me too. See, I think he's the type of guy that's not going to take that short-term deal. I think he's going to try to – I don't think there's a ton of money for him. I don't think he's probably somewhere in that 12 range as a receiver for multiple years. But, that's a guy I could see a team like, I don't know, Washington, a team that's going to have to pay to just get some compliments to Scary Terry, especially with whatever that quarterback situation is going to look like, whether they give it to the Heineke.
I think that he's looking at his career so far and saying, first 2 years, fumble
picked up by the Chiefs. Smash. There's that hit stick we were talking about last sim.
First 2 years of his career sort of a wash because of all the injuries and just inconsistency, and now he has a year where he stays healthy, and the Titans really found a way to make him a huge part of their offense.
Yep.
And him and A.J. Brown together were a great 1-2 there in Tennessee. And I know Derrick Henry drove everything there and probably will continue to do so until he can't, because the guy is just an absolute freight train. But Corey Davis showed me that he can be a legit dude in this league.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to re-sign at Tennessee too, because I think unless he's just unhappy with the scenario there, but he had some monster games last year.
Yep.
Got to give a shout out. Lisa Robinson says, Captain Rossi, which you're buttering me up because I'm here, but I appreciate it. Says flex freeze pop, flex cough, flex splash, flex moose, and throw Ducey in my punt play. Hey, you got to throw him in there. He's a wild card. By the way, I want to give a little shout for the 3 people that may have said me and Ducey kind of went at it yesterday for a minute. Guy messaged me at like 12:30 last night. Was like, hey man. I was like, hey. He's like, yeah. He's like, appreciate your spirit. I was like, you got it. He's like, we're good, right? And I'm like, of course we're good, dude.
What happened? Lay it on me.
No, I won't. It wasn't a big.
No, you got to.
I will tell you. I will tell you.
You can't bring it to the table and then not serve the dish.
So what happened was we were having a conversation about free agents, just like we are here. He started to tell me why the New York Jets are going to be a destination. And he tried to say that people want to, look at this. Wait a minute before we get into it. Pat Mahomes tosses a touchdown. Classic Mahomes style.
Robinson
scrambles away. Oh, look at that. Look at that little cutie.
That's good for us.
Yeah, go us. Go Team Ross Pops. The Mount Rushmore boys. So long story short, as by the way, Demarcus Robinson. I was going to call him Dante Robinson. He comes in. I thought I just saw his numbers. Sorry, looking for it. My God, Michael is just so good at what he does, by the way. And I'm not just saying that. Like, dude is just dropping numbers everywhere. He's probably going to drop it right now. It says Michael is typing. Big shout out to our guy, Michael. Yeah, 42% Robinson. Wow. It's actually much higher than I would have expected, but
it's because you get such good value there with the guy in the wide receiver 3 spot. He's about $3,000 in the flex.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a no-brainer for me in these sims.
Yeah, get me Marquise Lee here, and then we're talking business. But yeah, Michael, our producer, by the way, we got TP and Andrew, our technical advisors. Jimbo is doing the stats. 14 zip Chiefs. We're about to wrap up the first, but just very quickly, because I don't want this to be an on-camera combo. Basically, he said like that the Jets were a destination. I said, I don't think so. TP says, check that top 10. He's pulling a Robbie Noble. But basically, the whole thing was that he was thinking like, because Robert Saleh players want to play for. And I said, the only reason people would want to go to the Jets is money. That was the basis of the argument. Then he didn't want to have the conversation anymore, so he basically told me to stop. And that was it. So I was like, that's not how it works. but that's okay. I said you could always pivot the conversation, dude. You could always just take me in a different direction.
He's got a Jets complex, I just avoid Jets with him.
It's
I
New
haven't
York
really
people.
worked with Ducey all that much. He's a trip though.
Oh, listen, he is something. I'll say
He's
that.
his own brand of crazy.
Crazy is right. As I told him in legit Slack, I said, man, you're all good in my book. You're nuts, but you're all good in my book. Just like everybody here. We're all crazy and unique, and that's what makes all these sims fun. You never know. You never know what the combos are going to bring. You never know what we're going to do. Like tomorrow, I'm teaming up with my guy Lamarca, BK. I think I'm back with you this weekend. Well, we're all over the place.
Good times. Good times to be had.
Always. But yeah, we were talking a little bit about wide receiver free agents. A couple other just names I'm just looking at here that I think bring just slight intrigue as well, just based on whether it's age group. A guy like John Ross, 27 years old, the burner for Cincinnati, who literally didn't play in Cincinnati. Like this year, he was basically benched, asked to be traded, was told, nah, we're just going to let you sit there. It was the weirdest thing. Carlos Dunlap sent off to Seattle. By the way, he's going to be a free agent again. But John Ross, who probably would have got them maybe a 5th round pick, team desperate at the end, maybe a team even like Green Bay would have said,
dude is fast.
Yeah, let's see. We haven't seen his potential at all. It has been a weird career for him. I think that is a guy that might find a place, and he's not going to be Will Fuller. I'm not saying he'll be that good, but he might be that one to maybe a McCole Hardman style, 3 or 4 plays in the playbook offensively to just give him a shot, get him deep, get the ball in his hands if he can be a playmaker.
Yep. 100%. And he can do some stuff in the backfield too, right? Some end around stuff. I mean, when you have that type of ability, that's legit. You can do a lot of stuff with that if you're in the right system.
He smells like a Raider to me. It just feels like the Raiders always find room for those, just speedsters, to, team up with, Ruggs, young guy. They may need a possession guy in that offense as well, depending, because it looks like they might be making some room for Russ as well.
Eyeballs emoji.
Yeah. Ooh. John Gruden. He's a grinder. I like that kid. Get him in here.
Oh, yeah. I like those grinders.
Yeah, Russ. I'll let Russ cook. What's he want to make? Macaroni? Does he like chicken pot pie? The wife makes a killer chicken pot pie. I'll let Russ cook whatever he wants. We won't even run the ball if he doesn't want. I'll just stack up 7 offensive linemen, let Russ get back there, throw the 3 wide. I don't even know who's playing. We'll get
Spider
Rudsy.
Y2 banana.
Yeah, just a lot of bananas, good potassium. Spiders are good too, dude. Delectable, actually. Ever eat a spider? All the good quarterbacks have. 2 things good quarterbacks
I
have
heard
done.
it gives you heartburn.
That's all right. We got Tums on the lock. Gotta get that kid in here. I hear he's a chef. Sierra, I like the tunes. I have her on my iPod. The one that still has the buttons on it.
I miss iPods.
Everybody does. iPod was the greatest creation since the toaster.
Wow. Maybe.
Take it. Listen, since then, it's been the air fryer. But
since the toaster, the iPod.
Yep. Ain't that
I guess
the
I'd
truth?
just have to look at when things were released to have a real argument here.
Yeah. Oh, Bry Guy, one of our other technical advisors, doing big things. He's in there. Also,
Doing big
Obi-Wan,
things, baby.
I must just admit it, still seeing Cough in the chat. Obi-Wan has joined the Mount Rushmore of Rossi haters, and I'm okay with it. Now, there's been a lot of people that jump off and on that top 4. Brother Phil used to be a big...
I am on the Rossi lovers Mount Rushmore at all times.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate all criticism, too. I take anything. Any feedback I'll take. Like Michael, when he probably wants to doink me in the head when I don't do a read that he asked me to do. I get it. Yeah, it happens. I ain't perfect. Nice punt there. Oh, dips into the end zone, though. 5.
Jay Duncan saying Gruden suddenly sounded like Hulk Hogan. Yeah, my Gruden sounds a lot like Hulk Hogan.
Listen here, brother.
Come
we
on,
got
brother.
quarterbacks. We got vitamins. We're going to
Get a
let
grinder
Russ
in the building,
cook.
brother.
Only grinders I eat have protein all over them. And what you gonna do when the Raiders sign Russell Wilson over you?
It would be fun if Russ Wilson was opening that stadium to the public in Vegas. That would be really cool. But
Oh, yeah.
I just have to think Seattle figures it out with that guy. I mean, he's the best player in the history of that franchise. No disrespect to all of the great players that have been there, Walter Jones and Steve Largent. We'll do their Mount Rushmore some other day, but Russell Wilson is the guy. He's taken them to the next level. So,
yeah, I just don't want to see him. I've been saying this. I don't want to see him in another uniform. Not even that I actually particularly like Seattle. He's their franchise quarterback. Come on, man. Like, figure it out, talk it out. Like, you know, I said Brady started a very awful trend. I feel like all these guys, like him winning in the first year, like, is, as a fan, I've already gone through my 5 steps of depression here. But like, and I've come to acceptance. Don't worry. There's a sack there by the Pats.
You didn't watch the game, right?
Well, I didn't watch the Washington playoff game. I did the second round, was that the New Orleans Saints? Didn't watch a snap. Then I watched the NFC title game in the Super Bowl.
Okay. For whatever reason, I thought you didn't watch the Super Bowl.
No, that was the end, the Saints game when I told you send me a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I was very, very, very sad. I'm very uncomfortable.
It's sad.
It was tough times, dude. Tough times. But we've been there, done that. It's over now. Congrats to Brady. But Brady winning the Super Bowl in year 1 is showing, like, Russell Wilson, like Deshaun Watson, be like,
yeah, they're all sort of blink eye emoji at him, like, what?
Yeah,
what
like,
just
wait,
happened?
Yeah, that can happen. Okay, let's look around the leagues. Like, look at my situation now. Then let me look around here. And then it was like, oh, that looks like a good team. I'll go there. Wait a minute.
Right.
We have breaking news. This is breaking news on the DraftKings stream. Congo Cab, the official Raiders representative of the DraftKings stream says.
Oh, yeah, he's a big Raiders fan.
Oh, fumble there by Cam. Picked up by the DST. Take it to the high. Touchdown, Chiefs.
Wow. That was a fantastic touchdown call.
Got excited when the DST, big man touchdowns, gets me all giddy inside.
Do you have Chiefs DST, or are you just fired up for life?
Fired up for life, dude. 10:20 at night. I'm
love
talking
that.
with you.
Absolutely love it.
We got TP. We got Andrew.
Absolutely love it.
We got Michael. We got Jimbo. We got the DK Sid fan, baby. I am high on life. And I took a shower.
Go. Wow. You took a shower in between Sims.
Yeah, dude. I did the thing.
I noticed there was a shirt change. Was that because of the shower?
Yeah. Because you can't wear the same shirt you wore before. But actually, I did a sin.
Yeah,
I'll tell you in a second. I did a bad thing today. But first, Congo Cab, back to the official breaking news on the DraftKings stream. Congo Cab, the representative of the fan base of the Gruden Grinders, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Raider Nation.
Says, we are not trading for us. All right, that is your update.
I'm sure they want to, but he seems like he's just not thinking it's going to happen.
I'm still going to say I still find him. The Chicago rumors are nice. I just think the Raiders always find a way. They are a team to make the ridiculous move to make it happen. See, I don't know if the Bears are willing, but
my money is on him staying in Seattle. If we're going, who do we think has the better chance of moving, Deshaun or Russell Wilson? I would say Deshaun, because it seems like that situation is not salvageable.
Neil Hatrick Harris, shout out to How I Met Your Mother, or that would be How I Hatched Your Mother. Anyways, he says, I captained the Chiefs defense in the public. Going so well so far. You know it.
Lol.
Lou said the audio glitched on my end, and it sounded like Jason Rossi said I took a, a blind creek, which I always call that show Schlitz Creek, just in case people were wondering.
Oh, okay. I think you're allowed. I think you're technically allowed to say the name of that show because it's a proper noun.
Yeah, I ain't playing that
name
game.
of the show. Neither will I. But I remember when it first came out, one of the stars of the show was on Colbert. And when they came out on stage, he was like, and our next guest is the star of, and then he'd like point to the bottom of his screen before he'd say it, and they'd put the name of the show on there, just so he'd like very clearly say, like, this is why I'm saying that word.
I believe the actress that's in that show, I don't know them all that well. She's going to be in some things. She's going to be in the next season of Russian Doll. Her name's, I think, Anna Murphy. All I'm going to say is swing. Tater Hater says, Rossi, that's a beta move to change shirts on a nighttime shower. Throw that shirt back on or go topless for the rest of the dark hours.
No.
Tater, first of all, never throw the shirt back on. Topless, 100%. If I wasn't here at the Dream Stream and I wasn't going to be censored because of just too much sexuality on the Dream Stream, I absolutely would be pop the top, dude. By the way, so earlier today, I worked out, but then I had two in the 2 o'clock
Sick
hour.
flex.
Yeah, that's it, dude. Just running on that tread. But it was warm in Boston, so I had my garage door open. That was cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, anyways, it was in the 2 o'clock. I had a 3 o'clock meeting. 3 o'clock meeting rolls into the 4 o'clock hour. 4 o'clock hour turned into dinner time with the little guy. Shower time, bath time. Next thing you know, I have to make dinner, knowing I have the 8 o'clock. I didn't shower. I went from working out, sweating, gross, same clothes on, drying. And I think that's like a cardinal sin. When you wear clothes that go from sweat to dry, that's some gnarly stuff. That's how you get back knee, baby.
Yeah. So that's just how you're just real stanky. That's how you get that stank in the mix.
Dude, that's what you saw in the 8 o'clock. I was all stank.
And that's the beauty of being remote here. I didn't have to smell your stankage.
I wish I could. I wish there was a scratch and sniff.
I wouldn't have minded it, though.
I'll be honest.
I like some good stank every now and then.
I'll be 100% honest. If you don't like your own smell, there's something wrong with you.
I sort of miss the stank of my high school football locker room, Like everyone's pads just smell gross. You have the same practice pants in your locker room that you don't wash the entire season. Those old socks that you have in there as spare socks, you throw them on, never wash them.
They never sprayed them down. Especially the pads, they just hung them up. You come down there, you just know you're in a men's locker room.
Yeah, I sort of miss that.
Yeah.
If I could only strap on the pads one last time.
If I could turn back time, I'd go to my high school locker room, smelling other guys' stinky pads, and I want to bed.
It's more about just being a part of that experience again, Sometimes a smell can just bring you right back to the moment.
TP said no one ever. Andrew says, Tom. We got problems, dude. We got problems. It's fine.
It's like the smell of freshly baked cookies on Christmas morning. That brings you to a certain place.
No, two things. No one has freshly baked cookies on Christmas morning. Santa already ate those babies. It's Christmas Eve, you weirdo. Second of all, no. Don't ever put freshly baked cookies in the same category with the smell of your boys' locker room. Not even men. It was literally the worst because you probably didn't even really know how to apply deodorant when you're like 16, 17 years old. You're like, in your like hair. Oh, gross, dude. Just bad times, but good times.
No, man. I'd go back. If I could go back again. I don't even know what song I was trying to sing.
Adam Kaufman says, I like some good stank every now and then. The Tom Carroll story.
It's good to get a little stank in the mix,
Oh, dude.
Keeps you honest. Then you realize, that's why it's important to shower. You gotta smell the bottom layer of society before you can really appreciate, getting that good body wash in the mix.
Robinson getting down to like the 3-yard line here. Our guy, formerly Jimmy B, Lou, says high school football locker room smell like Parmesan cheese and feet. Dude, you know what?
Sign me up, baby.
Sometimes
extra
that smells
parm, baby.
Yeah, I like it. Maybe a little Romano mix too. By the way, I haven't promoted it because there's no such thing as we'll just call it the After Dark. Oh baby, we'll call it. I don't know what we can call it. We'll call it Club After Dark. I think that's cool, Michael. If you're cool with that, I still got the football. If this thing have any juice left? That's the real question. I don't think it does. Oh, wait. I spoke too soon.
Oh.
Hold on. It's giving me this like blinking thing. Will it turn the... Oh, yeah. We're going to get a little taste of it. It's Man After Dark. I understand it's a Wednesday night, but it's Friday Eve, baby. and we are going to get buck wild, like the smell of cookies on Christmas morning and
That's right,
Parmesan
baby.
cheese and toes.
Big three, if you will.
You know it. So we'll get down at halftime. It is 28-0. Absolute whooping the Chiefs are putting on the Patriots.
Down.
Coming into this, Chiefs 10-12 in Madden 21. Pats, I think it was 12-16-7. They had a good record. I apologize that I even have to. I was looking at it right before, scrolling through our ridiculous chat that we've had going on here. The Pats were. No, it's the Browns. Damn it. I messed up. Doesn't matter. The Patriots had a really good record, and it's not showing here. 28-0 going to the half. I'm going to do a little update, give you guys some information what's going down next week. CEH, that was his 43rd touchdown. Thank you, Michael. 24 seconds remaining. Can the Pats do anything? Also, we're going to go over the Chiefs' Mount Rushmore in the third quarter, in case it bleeds into the second half. 16-7. Thank you, Michael. The Patriots were 16-7 heading into this one. Wow. Yikes.
I like where I'm at right now, Rossi. I am in standby. Second. I am in second place.
Is TP ahead of you? No, I see.
Oh my God. I'm in second place. Oh my God.
Screenshot it. DeMacklin's up there. Big Bad John 78. I'm just reading off random names. So we'll see if the Pats.
Crazy. I'm in a position to win here, folks.
Hooligan, I see in there. Twitch homies, what's good? Yeah, I'm currently sitting in 64th. Which is not good.
Not as good as me.
Listen, maybe you'll get one like in Mario Kart. You get one of those blue shells that just went right to the first guy. Knock him out.
Yeah, give me one of those blue shells.
Hey, baby. Socks after dark, says Obi-Wan. No, I'm not even wearing socks, dude. After a shower?
I have on my, so I have two pairs of slippers. One that I wear with socks and one that I wear without socks. My nice pair I always wear with socks. My less nice pair I wear without socks. Notice they are still nice. They're just less nice.
Yeah, the papa
I take care of my slippers.
Oh, and I'm
Slippers
going
are an
deep here.
important thing for me. I have stinky feet. Hi, my name's Tom Carroll, and I have stinky feet. So I am the type of guy that when I am home or I am in someone else's home, I bring slippers so people don't have to smell my feet.
Thank you for that. While we were talking about your stank. Oh, look at this. Let's get it. 54
Folk hero.
yards. Folk. Oh! Close. Close. All right, we're going to the half here. 28. Goose egg. We are heading to a little after dark, baby. I don't know, that other light. Should I shut that too?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to do this, we got to go all the way. Yeah.
Can't see.
Can you even see where you are, man?
Barely. All right, dudes and dudettes. We are here. It is a Wednesday night. It is 10:33 Eastern. Patty Mahomes with 2. We got CH with a tud. And we got the DST scoring as well.
Let the beat drop.
This is special for all y'all. You've been seeing Glash come out here with this little light in the background, being all leafy and whatnot with Tom. But tonight, it's Wednesday. You don't get this on a Wednesday. This is Friday, Saturday stuff. Sunday on a remix long weekend. But we're giving it to you tonight. It is a little special after dark in a club. But we're having some fun here. Hope you're having fun. We appreciate you being here. Smash that like. I do want to let you all know of something. This is a remix version of an announcement. Tara Lynn, eat your heart out. Let me just get back to where that announcement is on the sheet. Here we go. All right, this.
Should I
join
turn
us
my
right-
light off? I'm going to turn my light off.
Take your shirt off. It's all good. Join us right here on YouTube and on Twitch next Tuesday for a special NCAA preview show. We'll be giving you sports
we're off camera.
perspective. Which team? I don't care. I'm still going. Put it back on. Forget about the game. Which team is coming out of each region? Who could be an upset alert, and which spreads, totals, prop bets, and the public are putting their money on. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs Tuesday at 11 a.m. right here on the Dream Stream. So make sure you mark your calendar for this coming Tuesday, Dream Stream, 11 a.m.
All right, we're here for the main event here. It is Chiefs Mount Rushmore time. Before we get into that, I'm going to give you a quick recap of the Patriots Mount Rushmore we did a few weekends ago.
Yeah, I think it was a
Tom
week
Brady,
ago, right?
Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, John Hanna. That was our 4. Fairly easy 4, I'd say, for us to come to terms with.
Very quickly, shout out to Tom for not saying today it was easy and no brainer. You've yet to say it, and I'm giving you credit. We went a whole thing
because none of the Mount Rushmores we've done so far have fallen into those categories.
Okay, fair enough. I just feel like it's part of your repertoire.
But the Chiefs was difficult for me. It was, because a franchise that has been a lot of mediocre in their history, but has seen some big highs. The Hank Stram era, and obviously what they're doing right now.
Yep.
And the beginning of the 2000s, that explosive offense. Everything in between hits pretty mediocre.
Yeah, like, I'll be honest. I know we usually don't start this way, but we have more time. As you mentioned, we already did the Patriots. This Patriots team needs a Mount Rushmore of touchdowns to get back into it. But one thing with the Chiefs that I think was really interesting, now they weren't really like a Super Bowl contender for most of this time. I think their best chance came, I think it was 2006, one of the Larry Johnson years, but Bob Sanders came back for the playoffs and wiped the floor with them offensive, just shut down the offense. Yep. So that led to the
2003 Chiefs was a historically great offense too. That lost.
Yes,
also to Peyton in the playoffs.
That was a great year because that matched up the two best offenses in league history at the time. It was Buffalo versus the Chiefs. I think it was week 4. Both of them were ridiculous through the first 3 weeks, and then it was literally one of the worst offensive output games. It was low scoring.
I remember that.
It was everybody was, because I remember the Patriots, I think, had a Sunday night, and obviously I'm a big Bledsoe guy. So Bledsoe was with the Chiefs. With the Bills. And I was like, oh my God, Trent Green has been throwing the ball. It was the two statuesque quarterbacks just slinging it.
Bledsoe slinging the rock to Stevie Johnson.
Yeah, Stevie Johnson. I wish they had it together. It was more Eric Moulds.
Oh, it was Eric Moulds and Peerless Price.
Yeah, Price might have been gone. Might have been with the Falcons at that point. But nonetheless, he had some playmakers. It might have been early Lee Evans. Anyways, but yeah, then they stunk out the joint. Anyway, so here we go. Let's look at it here. Here's just, I'm going to say this player just because I want to give him credit. I want to give a guy Larry Johnson credit because he followed up Priest Mahomes as an all-timer.
Whoa.
Are you thinking?
You're going honorable mention here?
We have more time. I just wanted to start the conversation a little different.
Okay.
If you're mad at me, please feel free. I'm going to just name something. I'm not even talking about
he's fine in the honorable mention category.
This is what I'm saying. These 3 running backs basically kind of followed each other, and I think it's kind of a remarkable time in the franchise history. You had Priest Mahomes, Larry Johnson literally right after him. There was a little year break, but then you got Jamal Charles, who all 3 of those guys in their best years are some of the best seasons for running backs ever. It's extraordinary. The that riches that they had in the 2000s into the early 2010s of having stud running backs. Jamal Charles is completely forgotten in 2021. Turn the clock back 6-7 years ago. This guy is too hot to trot, a fantasy stud, a guy totally. Every Sunday you're keeping your eyes on because he was just so dynamic. Mm-hmm. So I just found that a fascinating. You don't see that a lot in sports, especially on a team where you have running back following running back that are all great players.
I completely agree with you. Really good pedigree at running back here in the new millennium. And since we're going to start out with some honorable mentions here, one thing I want to mention with this franchise is the AFL Chiefs. That 1960s era with Hank Stram was loaded with a capital L. Hall of Famers. 7 of them during that decade. Len Dawson, Buck Buchanan, Bobby Bell, Jan Stenerud, Emmett Thomas, Willie Lanier, Curly Culp, Johnny Robinson. That was a stacked team. And I know it was different. You know, there was no real salary cap in place, so the teams with the money could go out and get the guys that, you know, locally were the best players, and the Kansas City was in the middle of the country, so they brought all these dudes in. But you have to give them credit because they went out and they scouted the HBCU schools that a lot of these teams weren't going to, and they ended up going out and getting one of the greatest defenses the league has ever seen with all those Hall of Famers as Cam Newton takes a bad sack there.
Been a weird drive here, but hey, he still got 3rd and goal. We'll see what
And
they
I
can
miscounted.
do.
That's 8. There was 8 Hall of Fame players for the Chiefs during that era. So just incredible. None of those dudes are on my Mount Rushmore for them.
Sure.
But I'd be remiss not to mention an incredible era of football for those Chiefs. Dominated the AFL.
So do you want to start here? Or do you want me to start? Let me start. We'll do the same way. We'll go back and forth. Again, you put who you want up there. The other person can say, let's lock it if you have it on, or we can move on. Let's think we started last time. The last one we did, or actually, no, we did the Browns last. But with the Baltimore, no, we did the Ravens. Sorry. Ravens were last. Ravens had a guy. Ravens had a playmaker that defined the franchise. Hold on, Nick Folk. Come on, baby. Down 28. Let's get that field goal. Got it, baby. Woo! You ain't shutting us out.
Getting a 3 spot on the board.
This guy right here, franchise leader in sacks, 126.5. This guy right here, franchise leader in forced fumbles with 41. Franchise leader in safeties with 3, which is a random stat. NFL single season sack record with 7 at one time. 9-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first team All-Pro, Defensive Rookie of the Year, Walter Payton Man of the Year, which, you know, it just proves.
No, it counts. It's important.
Yeah, it's a good recognition. Hall of Famer, all 90s, all decade team. That would be Derek Thomas, another dominator. I find him to be somebody that is, this is an enriched franchise. We can get deep here with this franchise, but I find him to be like an absolute, you know, from the basically early 90s, late 80s through the entire 90s, not the decade that shined for this franchise, but he is like the stud of studs when it comes to them defensively.
Rossi, got to tell you, it was really tough, and I'm going to get crushed for this. I don't have him in mind. He is the first man off on mine, and
unreal.
I know I'm going to get crushed for it, and inevitably, I think he's going to end up being in the 4, but I don't have Derek Thomas, and
I honestly just crapped my pants when you said
we'll
that.
get there.
I have to take another shower now. Thank you. I have to repowder and shower because
we will get there. And in fact, I'm going to go with the guy.
You just literally took maybe the greatest chief in some people's eyes and just basically said, yeah, it was close, but nah.
No, look, no, it wasn't nonchalant. It was not without a lot of thought.
Who do you got?
I didn't have him in there.
I'm sick to my stomach. I'm
sorry, and I'm gonna get crushed, and maybe I'm wrong, but the first name for me, and I think you're gonna have him on there too, is Lamar Hunt.
Yep.
Just everyone knows that's a football fan who this guy is. He founded the team when they were the Dallas Texans, moved them to Kansas City, built Arrowhead Stadium, founded the AFL, helped merge the AFL with the NFL, coined the name Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I mean, come on. And the story behind that is hilarious. He just came up with it in a letter to Pete Rozelle. It leaked to the media, and then people just ran with it. And he later said at one point that he thinks he said Super Bowl to call the championship game because his kids were playing with a toy called the Super Ball. And he just was like, you know, I'm calling it the Super Bowl. And then people just ran with it. So that alone, I mean, fantastic stuff. So Lamar Hunt for me is number 1 on the Chiefs Mount Rushmore. I have to imagine he's on there for you as well.
Yeah, he was. Again, I'm going to lock it, but I don't put him in order, but he came up 4th in my book.
Yep.
Like, obviously very huge impact. He went over it. The term of Super Bowl itself, just like while it may seem stupid, like Howard Finkel to the WWF, like known like ring announcer, but coined the term WrestleMania. It was going to be called like the Colossal Tussle originally. We're heading to Colossal Tussle 37. We're heading to NFL Championship. Yeah, that would be fine because of the popularity of the sport, but Super Bowl is iconic. So, and all the other things he did as the owner, as you mentioned. So definitely in there. By the way, still 28-3 here. Nick Folk kicked a little field goal for reasons unknown, but hey, got them off the goose egg. So who do you need? Shout them out. Who do you guys think should be on this Mount Rushmore? So the other one for me, and I think we're both going to lock this one in unless you're just still off the rails after that Derek Thomas.
No,
straight disrespect.
You'll understand why I don't have him on at some point.
No, I won't understand, but I'll listen. I'm kidding. This guy right here, we'll do resume. But listen, it doesn't matter. It's Tony Gonzalez, dude. He's on there. Chiefs franchise receiving yard leader. That's right. As a tight end, and wasn't just a receiving tight end his whole career. Like, had blocks a lot of time, then became basically primarily a receiver. 1,940 yards. Chiefs franchise receiving touchdown leader with 76. Give that a few more years. Chiefs franchise reception leader with 916. Third in all-time receptions. That's not Chiefs. That's all-time receptions. So that's incredible. Sixth all-time career yardage. Again, in the NFL when he retired. 1997 Rookie of the Year. 14-time Pro Bowler. Insane. Owned the position. 6-time first-team All-Pro Hall of Famer just last year or 2 years ago. Hall of Fame All-Decade Team in 2000s. Tony Gonzalez can be argued as the greatest tight end of all time. If he does not get that accolade, because of what happened since, he is by far the innovator of the tight end being like what it is today. Being ending his career, even in the argument of being one of the best receivers of all time, is just insane. So Tony Gonzalez is in.
I have him on there too. We can lock both those guys in, no question.
Buckner, by the way, just boots a 50-plus yarder in the snow, saying, "Hey, Nick Folk, anything you can do, I can do from 40 yards out." More yards.
So we got Lamar Hunt, we got Tony Gonzalez. The other guy I have that I think you might have too.
Yeah, I'm just giddy at this point.
Is Hank Stram. Hank Stram, legendary coach, Kansas City Chiefs. He was along with Bobby Beathard, the guys that were the architects of that franchise in the 60s. And, iconic broadcaster after he retired, famous for those NFL films. Really the first, mic'd up star is Hank Stram. But epic. You just hear stories about how he ran the operation down there, and you're like, this is like the first real, he lived that job type of guy. Jan Stenerud on Great Dane Nation was talking to us about how, in the middle of the summer, Hank Stram would just show up and hold for Jan at random high school fields when he'd be practicing. Like the head coach of this franchise, this iconic head coach, is coming in and just holding for his kicker and talking to him about the kicking philosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude was he had his hands on every single part of the operation. Truly an icon, and for me, has to be on there. When you think Kansas City Chiefs, you think Hank Stram, for me.
Stram is on there. I did have him, but I could have talked myself out, and I'll tell you a couple players that I was really toying with in a second, but I want to give a shout out to Jimmy B. Said, thank you to think that it could be another Chiefs tight end that supplements Gonzalez as the greatest tight end ever. He says Kelsey, obviously.
He's on track.
Yeah. Also, I just want to give one little tidbit to our guy, Red, White, and Green. He says, kicking a 50-yard field goal in the snow, that doesn't happen. Bro. A, video game. B, does happen.
Madden, dude.
Also, does happen. Just saying. Have you ever seen Emerson? We did a kicking contest, by the way. Check it out on Twitter. And Emerson was booting a 48-yard field goal, not just in the snow. The ground was frozen.
The frozen tundra of Greater Boston.
Yeah, it was Malden, Massachusetts. Anyways, so for me, I had basically the four we spoke of. I argued for these three players. One was Priest Holmes.
Wait, but before you do that, so we're locking in Hunt, Gonzalez, and Stram, right? So
let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's say I think we lock in Gonzalez and Hunt. Let's not over jump just because I want to make the argument here for a couple of players. Priest Holmes, while I don't think because of his not being really like a Hall of Famer at the end of the day. His resume, though, insane for the Chiefs, and basically was like the face of the franchise, right with Gonzalez. That's the one thing that also kind of held him back, I guess, a little bit as well. But he was, a three-time first-team All-Pro. This is during the years of like Sean Alexander, LaDainian Thompson as well. Rushing yardage leader, 2 times rushing touchdown leader, 2002 Offensive Player of the Year, 3-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he was fantastic for a stretch, and like all of these running backs in the early 2000s, outside of a few guys, just completely fell off the face of the earth. And that's what happens when you run the ball. What is it, 400 carries in a season?
Oh yeah, and it's done.
There's no tread left on the tires, and that's what happened. We talked about these great Chiefs running backs of the 2000s. That's what happened with Holmes, Larry Johnson, and Jamal Charles. And they ran those dudes into the ground, and it shortened their careers. I don't think any of those guys would give up the heights they had, because it was special, and you don't see that a lot at that position, especially Priest Holmes. I mean, of those three, I think he flashes above the rest of those dudes.
Yes. The other guys never were like didn't have the
Holmes
accolades.
was on a different level totally than those other two.
And now obviously it's so recency biased, but like these numbers you can't deny. Patrick Mahomes, like clearly he's built to be the face of this franchise.
He's on mine, so that's my fourth that bumped Derek Thomas off. If just to jump the gun here, I have Mahomes on over Derek Thomas.
So
I think
Pro
you have
Bowl.
to have him on there.
See, this is where I think I might. Well, we can talk about this. 2-time Pro Bowler, first team All Pro, Super Bowl champ, Super Bowl MVP of the NFL in 2018. And then I want to get into this conversation, but I just had one other guy that I thought absolutely needed at least like a little bit of a shout was Willie Shields. Willie Shields was a
he's
dominant.
on my honorable mention as well.
Yeah, another dominant offensive, 12-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first team All Pro, Walter Payton Man of the Year, Hall of Fame All Decade team, second team for the 90s. I mean the 2000s. So like one of the best, guards in the game, and just an incredible ball player. So I could not put him on there for the position. So here's what I'm thinking. I don't think we can go. I personally don't think Derek Thomas can. I think he has to be on there personally. For me, I wonder. Stramble, I do agree with 90% of the argument, and I get but isn't Patrick Mahomes like winning the Super Bowl? And I get maybe this is the conversation I want to have with you. Out of those three, 2 are going to get in. Is finally my captain, Cam Newton, gets in. See if you're going to Superman it. Ooh, a little dab. All right, that's cool too. You're down a lot, so I get it. 31 it will be to 10. So here I guess the question is, Derek Thomas, Patrick Mahomes, Hank Stram. Those are the 3 we're toying with for 2 spots.
Okay.
For me, Derek Thomas meant so much to this organization. Like Patrick Mahomes is the current day, and it's only been a few years, so that's why I'm not super eager to dive him on that list, but I personally could see it happening just because of the MVP, because of the Super Bowl. Again, we have an owner in here. Do we go owner and coach with this enrichment of franchise?
I think you have to have Lamar. You can't talk about the Kansas City Chiefs without Hank Stram. You just can't. And I know Len Dawson's another guy that's an honorable mention, but I think he's sort of a tier down from these other dudes. He is in the Hall of Fame. Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, both fantastic honorable mentions, but not. We're talking Derek Thomas. Not. Well, I mean, he's putting up crazy.
Yeah,
numbers.
That's fine.
I agree. He's a honorable mention. Patrick Mahomes and Derek Thomas are the 2 that I think you have to flip a coin over. I don't think you can leave Hank Stram off a Chiefs Mount Rushmore. You can't do it. It's like leaving George Steinbrenner off a Yankees Mount Rushmore. It's like leaving, Jerry Buss off of a Lakers Mount Rushmore. These guys that are just iconic, either owners or
don't say that. I could easily keep him off the Lakers. The enrichment of players that franchise has had. See you later, Buss. Hit the bus.
I don't know.
It's like leaving
Magic, Buss, Jabbar, and Kobe would be the 4 for the Lakers. No.
different sport, different time. We're gonna do that.
Who are you
off
putting
air.
on over Jerry Buss?
I think Shaq is.
Oh,
as
come
much
on.
Come on, you come on. I am on, baby. I am on.
No way.
I'm just saying I would. I'm saying I'm right. Eddie Jones.
Agreed. Jerry West is much.
Oh yeah, Jerry West.
Jerry
He's
West
the
is a
logo.
better. Jerry West is a. You have a stronger argument against Dr. Buss.
Buss is out. Anyways, for this, here's what I propose.
Tom Landry, great call. David Georgie for the Cowboys. Continue.
I think we'll get to the Cowboys. I think Stram and Thomas. I think it's still. I respect Mahomes. It's too small to enshrine him on the wall of the mountain. Because what if he flames out next year? What if he? I don't want to see it happen. But what if he gets injured and something happens to him, RG3 style, and he never is able to reclaim it?
Here's my argument for Mahomes. What he's already done is iconic. And what he's already done, it hasn't even been touched, not even close, by any other player in that franchise on either side of the ball. I mean, he is the best player in the NFL, full stop. We all basically agree that this is the case at this point. The heights he has reached already at this point in his career is absolute iconic status to be this good this young.
I'm wrapping it up here. 30 seconds to go. It's still, my argument would be to add Thomas and Schramm over Mahomes.
Okay, let's do a quick vote here.
Everybody.
We got to do.
So
a
wait,
vote.
who we vote all for 2 out of the 3?
Yes.
All right. So
I think we got to go Mahomes versus Thomas.
Oh, Mahomes. So Schramm. All right, fine. Mahomes or Thomas. Well, Mahomes is going to win with this audience. It's not even point of voting. That's it. I'm not even going to listen to the DK Sim fan. I'm just going to give him the vote.
Rossi, how about this? You got Antonio Gates over 2 of those Charger quarterbacks. I get Mahomes over Derek Thomas.
I don't play that game. That was a different argument. Maybe I
So
feel
what are we
stronger
doing here?
about this. Well, I think then we give it to Patrick Mahomes, because if you want to give it to the fans, I agree that they would easily put him in there.
Well, let's see. Let's open it up, and by the end of this...
2 minutes. 2 minutes. When a clock strikes 58. By the way, this game was an absolute massacre. It was all Chiefs in the snow. So you can mention right now, do you want in? You know what? Our crew here, you guys mentioned too. Thomas over Mahomes. Thank you, Michael. It's because you're my guy, even though I've called you fraudulent for Zoom.
Look, I love Derek Thomas. It's just it's a rich franchise for players and contributors to the game. They have 23 people that have crossed through the Chiefs franchise that are in the Hall of Fame in Canton. That's among the most for any franchise.
Thomas getting a couple. Jordan Lindenbaum, recency bias maybe, but Mahomes should be in there. So too should Thomas. They are generational players. See, I agree. I would tell Stram to beat it, but we've already locked them in, and I'm okay with it. This is the fun of it. It's not about always being right.
That's why it's so hard. It's so hard.
Thomas gets in there. I've not seen a Mahomes vote technically. Mahomes, no. That's not really a vote, but I'll give it to him. I don't want to see either one of them topless, says Ricky. I'm coming on here with no shirt one day. Once I get the approval.
K Good saying, Tom, shut up. No, you shut up.
And I'm going to shut up too. Good night, guys. I've had enough for one day. Good luck all. Well, Tony, it's over, dude. Like, that's the show. It's like leaving a concert like after the encore and be like, yeah, I got to beat traffic.
I respect the move.
Jordan says I'm about to call Rossi a mush, but I won in his contest. Oh, look at you, Jordan. Congrats, dude. Hey, guys, Glash texted me and said the buzzword is topless. Thanks, Tater Hater. I'm saying I will not steal a gimmick. I don't steal gimmicks. I'm not getting much of votes here. Thomas, I see another one. DT over Stram. Well, Stram's in. Scotty too hottie. Mahomes, DT over Hunt. Yeah, what are we doing here? I know I'm seeing a lot more Thomas, and I still think Thomas should win. Michael didn't say I put Len Dawson over Mahomes.
I don't know. I know that Mahomes, his story isn't fully told yet, but
that's the point.
I think Mahomes retires tomorrow. It's done. Like he's on there. The dude, what he has done is unmatched, especially, we know how important the quarterback position is, and we're all watching this guy and saying, we've never seen anyone like this dude. He is completely changing the way teams are building franchises.
I don't know. I'm seeing a lot more
Special.
Thomas votes. I'm seeing Thomas votes here. I'm just saying.
You know what? We
Thomas
can
is
close
a
the
must.
balloting. Derek Thomas, give it to him. That's fine. I lost. It's okay.
You didn't lose. Remember this.
I
You
lost.
didn't lose.
I have now
Patrick
lost
Mahomes lost.
2 different Mount Rushmores. Antonio Gates got on the Chargers over both Phillip Rivers and Dan Fouts, which I disagree with.
Super
And
duh.
Derek Thomas getting over Patrick Mahomes. I'm telling you, I'm going to get
Derek Thomas is an all freaking timer.
And I agree with that, but it's the Chiefs we're talking about here. They've got many all-timers.
But he's one of them. We've gave an owner and a coach.
He's one of the top 5.
You could take an owner or coach off. I'll give it to you right now. If you want to take either one of those off, put Mahomes on, I'll let you do it.
No, can't do it.
Coward. Scared.
Can't do it.
All right.
I have too much respect for the history of the game, Rossi.
Listen, I have to go to the bathroom like you wouldn't believe, but we're coming back Sunday, 6 o'clock. Daylight savings time, so turn those clocks. We'll get you to that player of the game and all that stuff. We got Colts and Steelers. 2 we've not done yet.
Those are tough.
We're going to have some owners coming back into play here and waiting for the Colts.
That's really hard because there's a coach in play there too, and there's so many good Steelers is almost impossible.
Steelers are going to be a tough conversation. So I don't know I don't think Michael does Sundays.
We might need a full half for that, honestly.
Who cares? Sunday. We're going to go buck wild. I might not wear a shirt. All right. Who is your freeze pop freaking awesome player of the game?
Because he's not on the Mount Rushmore, Patrick Mahomes, you get the wooden nickel. Congratulations. You get a free ice cream cone. If you ever venture across the state, meet me here in St. Louis.
What about your TP, Andrew, Michael, Jim left early, later dude, not Mike Award?
Sony Michelle. No show.
Stinks.
2
All
points
right.
in the flex.
Here's the deal, team. Oh, Michael, you are working Sunday a.m. Oh, bright and early, Michael. Anyways, join us on YouTube and Twitch next Tuesday for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We'll give you this sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region. Maybe they can help you out. Who could be an upset alert and which spreads, totals, and props are the public betting putting their money on, if I could speak or read. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs this coming Tuesday at 11 a.m. Yes, right here on the Dream Stream. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Tomorrow, Packers Texans, start your day off with Koff and Christian. They're there for 2 in a row. Glash and Zach got you at 4. I'll be back with Cristal of the Brandon Variety for Lions Bills at 6. Falcons Rams, me and Lamarca at 8. Then Washington at Cowboys. Glash and Lamarca wrap it all up for your Thursday, March 11th. Lockdown anniversary, whoopity-doo-dah day. What a year it's been, though. Let's bounce back, baby. Things are on the up and up. Hope your family, your friends, everybody's doing so well. On behalf of Michael, our producer, Andrew, and TP, our technical directors, this magnificent son of a gun, at your boy, TC Fresh. Follow him on Twitter. Check out Great Dane Nation, wherever you get your podcasts. I am Jason D. Rossi over at Twitter. I can be found as a podcast pop culture pile driver. If you're into that kind of thing, your mom probably wouldn't be proud of you for listening, but I will be.
New podcast dropped this evening. Sean Payton joining us this week on Great Dane Nation, head coach of the New Orleans Saints. Really fun conversation. Check that out. Great Dane Nation with Hall of Famer Morton Anderson talking with the great Sean Payton.
Yeah, they talked about Mount Rushmores too. It's crazy. You got to listen. But 36 minutes in, we go right to that point. Anyway, thank you guys so much for joining us. Have a spectacular night's rest. We'll be back at it tomorrow at noon. See y'all later. Remember, most importantly, stay hydrated, say positive things, and smile more. Cheers.